everyone? Welcome to We Are Finally Podcast, episode 10. We're double digits now. We're
I'm
on the
sorry.
stairway to
How
maturity.
exciting.
Who are you?
Oh, what? Who? Me?
Yeah,
Well,
you.
I'm Trick. I also go by the Tricker. If you guys listen to Rosin's stupid Cathedral Podcast.
Cathedral
Podcast.
Cathedral
Podcast.
Podcast is my favorite podcast.
If you listen to Cathedral of Shadows, I was on there a few times. That also was on a lot of Rosin's streams.
Mhm.
That's me.
Hi.
And we also have
Hi.
fellow dweeb Zach.
Hi.
How's,
I'm Zach.
how's life, Zach?
It's good. It's so good.
Alright, so... I don't know how to transition from that insult, so... I got a new computer recently. Because I'm not a dweeb.
How's that going for you, Bran?
Oh, fuck. Check that one off the list.
Hey.
We've already become indecipherable because of inside jokes. Yeah, I like it a lot. I finally penetrated the world of being, like, on par with new PC hardware. Like, my graphics card in this laptop is only, I think, a year old. So, yeah, Amanda, being the best person ever, has gifted me copies of Titanfall 2 and Dishonored 2. And that's been really rad. I'm going to talk about Titanfall 2 a little bit and maybe a little bit Dishonored 2. But just in general, I'm really happy with it. Emulators finally work really nice in terms of like PS2, which was kind of always my one thing that I always really wanted to do on my old computer that like I could kind of get to work with some games but not others. Like Devil May Cry 3 would run perfect 60. Nocturne and DDS and stuff were good, but the shadows were always really fucked up and sometimes they'd crash. But this one's just working great, and I even with some games you can like up-res them and like make them run at higher resolutions than they should be, and like the textures actually look better than playing them on the actual hardware, so that's really neat. Dolphin works really good, but Dolphin worked good on my last computer too, so but yeah, it's nice to finally kind of be up to date on that and kind of see what that's all about, because before just I could never fucking afford it, but because I got a new job recently actually, so I am doing video and podcast editing for realsies now. And that was kind of where I'm like, I should probably get a decent computer if I'm going to be doing that in like a professional. Because like, I can't sit down at like a desk and then have half of my shift be me watching a progress bar for a video to render, you know? So yeah. Though that being said, someone did tell me recently that I was working too hard and making other people look bad, so I should probably slow down a little bit because I was making too many videos, I guess. I don't know, but...
That's like the start of Hot Fuzz.
Shit, you're right.
Wow, you're doing a good job. You better slow down there.
Yeah, a little bit. No, okay, so it's been pretty simple, like menial, like 2-minute video stuff. Someone fucking comes in with a 60 gigabyte, it was like a 60 gigabyte thumb drive and then a portable hard drive. It was like, plug both of these in, and I was like, oh. And then he's like, yeah, so we have like 85 gigs worth of 4K footage that was filmed like in portrait but then flipped on its side. And if you could like flip those and then piece them together and make like a 2-minute video out of this, that'd be cool. And there's like hours upon hours of footage, and I'm like, what do you want in here? And he's like, I don't know. So I have a lot of 4K footage to go through on Monday. And also figure out how to flip and not make it look like trash, but I'll do it.
Well, congratulations, man, because it's something you're pretty good at, so...
No.
You're right. Fuck you.
I know. Like, I had to, like, make all of the WAFP episodes private for... No.
Which, to be fair, it's the right decision.
Yeah. No one knows I have this channel. That makes me sound like a serial killer, so I'm gonna fucking stop talking about that. Let's talk about video games. Speaking of serial killing, you kill a lot of people in Titanfall 2, recently released for PC, Xbox One, and PS4. Also robots.
$60 at your local GameStop. $64.19 with tax.
Sellouts.
Unironically, if you buy Mountain Dew bottles, you can actually get bonus skins and I think bonus double experience coupons.
Can I interrupt you for 2 seconds just
Yeah.
to say that I actually have a serious Mountain Dew Game Fuel is an addiction for me.
Oh,
Are you serious?
Yeah, I
don't like
love-
that shit.
Yeah, I
it's
hate
garbage.
Mountain Dew.
It's the worst thing for you. I don't drink a lot of regular soda. I drink Diet Pepsi. I drink iced tea. When Mountain Dew Game Fuel comes out, the main cherry citrus flavor, it's I will drink it until it's not there. If there's some around me, I will just it is a problem for me. So I've got a lot of Titanfall 2 codes laying around if you want it.
Oh fuck,
You know
really?
what I'm?
Yeah, honestly, probably, yeah. I threw
Oh.
most of them away, but I'm sure I still have some.
Okay, yeah, I take those.
You know what game I'm glad doesn't do that?
What?
Overwatch.
Thought you were gonna say Monster Hunter, but yeah, that's.
Oh no, I think I'd be dead if Overwatch did something like that.
Oh
Oh.
god, like a loot crate, a bottle. Fuck.
Oh my god! If there is a loot crate, a bottle, I would drink so many bottles. Oh my god!
I know, right?
Oh my god! I'm so glad they haven't done that because that'll be a problem.
They'll do something
See?
at some point.
Oh,
I'm sure.
no.
I am sure of it. They'll do something.
And the problem is no, there's no way they would do a loot box, a bottle though.
No,
because
not a
that-
loot box, because that's too much content.
But even if it's just experience to get you
Experience, yeah.
1/4 of the
Yeah.
way to a level, it'd still be worth it.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
No, it's fine. So yeah, I've been playing Titanfall 2, which has been hard because I've played first-person shooters on PC before, but Titanfall 2 is known for its mobility and being basically just faster Call of Duty when you're not in a giant robot fucking things up. So I'm kind of doing the trial by fire thing of learning as I go, and I'm noticing improvement in the people that I'm playing with, at least if they're not lying. Have been telling me I've been improving, so that's good, I guess. Yeah, that game is just awesome. I actually think that's my game of the year so far, unless something changes, because I've sunk about 25 hours, I think, at this point into it, and I don't see myself stopping. It's really fun, and I haven't even touched the campaign yet. Oh, actually, that's one thing I do want to talk about. So my computer's really fucking weird, and I don't know why the fuck this happened, but there must be a program that I open or something I do that makes this the case, but sometimes my computer will just decide that games shouldn't use my actual beefy graphics card. It should use the default laptop one for some reason. So I was having this problem where it's I can't fucking load into Titanfall 2 matches because everything's super slow. And it wasn't until I started playing Dishonored 1, I opened it up just to mess around and see how it looked, and I'm okay, what are my recommended settings, and I clicked that button, and it's 800 600 windowed, everything on low textures, and I'm okay, that's wrong because this game came out 2012, my laptop's less than a year old, what the fuck is going on? And after a bunch of research, it's just oh, you have to actually manually tell your laptop to use your good card or stuff, but it was doing that at the start by default, and I don't know what the fuck I did to have that change, and then I had to do it a second time earlier today where it started using the old one again, so I don't fucking know, but that was frustrating, and that was kind of, I guess, my first entry into the whole PC gaming is great when it works sort of thing.
Which seems to be the running theme of all people that get into PC gaming.
Yeah, and honestly, that's something I've never really I don't know. I feel really weird about it because I've spent I spent a lot of my childhood not being able to afford games and kind of getting into that Juarez torrenty piratey side of the internet for a lot of games when I was younger, which honestly I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I still pirate shit, but I am a very strong believer in if you really like something, you should pay for it down the road anyways, sort of thing. So now that I have a more stable income, I don't as much, or honestly I haven't in the past few months just because new job and stuff, but yeah, but I spent a lot of my childhood just going through various random ass Russian sites trying to get cracks of like stupid shit to work, you know, and like just emulators and stuff to work in general. So I'm kind of used to it already, but like as familiar as I am with software side of stuff, like hardware specifications and stuff like that just goes right over my head because I'm more of the software engineer variety of computer education, I guess. So learning that's been kind of interesting, but
And
yeah.
like, I wasn't even gonna really bring it up, but like, I bought a really good headset, and like, I super love it. And I use it on my PS4, and then I find out that like, apparently the headphone jack on my PC is now broken suddenly. Just it decided to break just now, so I can't use it on my laptop. I have to use the old headset because it's a USB headset.
That's
So like,
unfortunate.
that's just a small taste of like, I feel like I'd be afraid to get into PC gaming because that would happen to me with every single thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I would get excited about this game and be like, oh, your graphic card just decided to not work now.
Yeah, it's weird. And like even that took me like 3 hours last night to figure it out, you know? Like and it took me until I was like, well, I guess there's just a weird problem with this game, I guess. I don't know. And I was like, I deleted it, then reinstalled it, and it still wasn't working. Like, oh, and I'm like, it wasn't until I was dicking around in an older game. Like, if I didn't even try that, like, I wouldn't have noticed that something was even wrong on that end of things. I would have thought it was just a problem with the game. So,
Mm.
yeah, there's probably like 4 people listening to this right now, like fucking idiot. It
Yeah, what
would
a
have been
moron.
the first
Yeah.
thing I would have done. No, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't realize that when you're not super into PC gaming and you first start getting into it seriously, coming from like consoles and even like light just using games on Steam, there's a lot you have to think about that you wouldn't think about before. So
Yeah, like what anti-aliasing shit is the makes your game look the best while also performing the like there's been so many times I've been dicking around in games now, and like I'm just so not used to this where it's like take a few steps, okay, that feels decent and it looks pretty good, I guess. I have a little bit less input lag when I turn the god rays down, like just stupid shit like that.
yeah,
Like
I mean it's cool in that, hey, that's what you pay for, but
yeah, but also too, it's like God, fuck. You know what though? I will say a lot of modern games do just have the button that's like make the game run the best while also looking decent, and like that is such a godsend. Um, Personally, like I am honestly one of like visuals are kind of like the last thing that I care about in a lot of games. So like man, if I had to make Titanfall 2 look like a fucking Nintendo 64 game to be able to play it, I wouldn't fucking mind at all, sort of thing. But it looks pretty good. I did turn down some of the more fancier lighting and shadow stuff because it's like, who gives a shit about what the shadows look like when two robots are beating the shit out of each other, you know?
There's somebody listening to this that's just frothing at the
Cringing,
mouth
yeah.
by now.
I think that happens with every episode, though. To be honest.
Yeah, probably. Everyone just fucking hates us. It's amazing.
Yeah.
No. I don't think I've ever gotten. No, I'm pretty sure I've gotten hate mail. I've just probably blocked out the memory.
I can name hate mail you've gotten, but let's
Oh
move
yeah.
on.
Okay. Anyways, no, I just want to say though, I had the disheartening moment of man, I'm never gonna get good at keyboard and mouse controls, and
Oh.
then having the moment of me and a guy are in the Sniper Titans, sniping each other from across the map, and we both are at like a sliver of health, and we both have the same idea of I'm fucked, I need a GTFO, and we both smash the E on the keyboard because this is how you eject into the sky. You smash E 3 times and you just go fucking flying. We both do that at the same time. We both take out our flaming shuriken grenade and toss it at each other in the sky and both kill each other. And then the dude types into the group chat, "Man, I'm not even mad about that one." And I was like, "Yeah, that was pretty solid." No, it's just like fucking cool all the shit you can do, and there's just so many, like you have a grappling hook, you have flaming shuriken, you have like gravity shuriken that create like it's basically like a tiny Zarya alt, but a shuriken. It's fucking weird. The robots are all cool. Some of them are a little OP right now, but they even said that they're doing some balancing stuff behind the scenes to make sure that doesn't last long. the feel of actually being in the robot is probably like, I mean, this is what you should come to expect from AAA games, I guess, but just they nailed all the little tiny stuff. Like, you hop in and then you have 3 different camera panels, obviously, because you're in the giant robot, and they all like turn on one after the other, so you can see. You have like a little like robot AI voice that's like giving you gameplay tips as you fight enemies. Like, it's really cool to have like British Cortana voice lady be like, enemy or the enemy is currently being engaged by another friendly Titan or something like that, and it's like, oh, I can let him have that one. Thanks for letting me know, sort of thing. Or also like, you're fighting 3 against 1, evasive maneuvers recommended, like shit like that. Or even it'll tell you like, you should probably eject after shit gets really rough. They nail it. So it's fun stuff. I really enjoy Titanfall 2. Player base is a little small, though. It's slowly improving because of word of mouth on PC. But hey, you should buy it. And also, if you want, if you want to join our little network, which is currently me and my one friend, who is a Titanfall veteran, there is a We Are Finally Podcast network group that you can find in the little in-game search thing. So you should join it.
I'm not on it.
No, you're not.
Me neither.
I'll never be on it.
No.
Same.
Oh. Well, if you want to play with me and my friend and have WAFP appear before your name in matches, hit us up. Our happy hour is at 8 p.m. That's a gameplay thing, trust me. Anyways.
No, I choose to. I have a different vision, and that's what I'm going with.
Okay. Our happy hour also coincides with Giant Bombs and Two Best Friends plays, by the way. So if you want to do what I'm doing, you play a game as WAFP, then play a game as Giant Bomb, then play a game as Two Best Friends play, and you get a shit ton of bonus medals from that. So it's a good happy hour. I think they stack. I've done it twice.
Like
and
the nerdiest happy hour.
No, it's fine. They're giant robots. Shut up. I'm pretty sure they stack. Maybe I'm just mad and I wasn't... I said mad. I'm like a fucking like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde character. I'm pretty sure the happy hour bonuses stack, though, or else I'm just crazy. But, yeah. Dishonored 2, though, is the other... Amanda gifted me that one, too. I didn't have much time to play it because I was dicking around with Titanfall 2 settings. That game's intro is really... Okay, actually, I should ask. Did either of you play Dishonored?
Nope, I got it.
Played a little
free.
bit of one.
I got it for free and I haven't touched it.
Oh, okay. It's good. I like it more than most people do, I think. But even I think most people that don't like it still think it's fine, you know? That game does have problems, but I liked it a lot. That Dishonored 2 is... So far, I'm having a lot of fun, and I can see that they improved some stuff. That game's intro is the most oddly paced thing of things going to shit, and it's like, oh no, you have to solve the sequel problem now. I've seen in any AAA game in a while where, like, you do the tutorial if you want to, it lets you skip it, and then there's like a scene where you walk onto your throne and sit on your throne, and then literally the villain character walks in, fucks up some stuff, and then it's like, start the game now. And like you have like the character going like, no, I am going to rule this country now, and then the main characters go, oh no, we can't let that happen. And then fighting starts, and it's the most bizarrely set up problem I've ever seen. But also, too, that might be because the ending of the first game is like, and then everyone lived happily ever after, so... But, yeah. It's weird.
Would you... Okay, so would you recommend, then, playing the first game before the second? Well, because, like, I think even, like, launch copies of the second come with the first, so would you recommend doing that in order, or just go into the second?
I definitely would, and actually I am going to, because, I feel like I'm missing out too, and I'm wondering if maybe some of my issues I just listed are because of one specific thing. So the antagonist of 2 is named Delilah, and she's like a witch, and apparently she's the antagonist of the Dishonored... So Dishonored 1 had 3 DLCs. One was called the Dunwall City Trials, and they were basically like little, like if you're familiar with the Metal Gear VR missions, it was basically the Dishonored equivalent of those. Like, sneak into this mansion that has just a bunch of stuff in it, and like get to the objective sort of thing. Just a little fun little gameplay trials. And then 2 and 3, you kind of played as the rival character in Dishonored, and you kind of had a little story that was happening at the same time as the base game, but from his point of view. And apparently the antagonist of the second and third DLC, where you play as the other guy, is the main antagonist of 2. Which is apparently also like a spoiler, I guess, but I don't fucking know anymore, so it's weird. I think her being evil is like a spoiler for like those DLC or something, but too late now.
Nice.
Fuck.
I know.
There goes my Dishonored playthrough.
Yep. No, I've always
Down
wanted
the
to.
toilet, just.
I've always wanted to play those DLC things though, just because that rival character was really interesting. I kind of want to see his take on that world, especially because he's very important to the plot of 1. Yeah, I kind of want to replay 1 and then play those DLC just so I kind of. 1, just because I played that game like 4 times probably when it came out, and then just never touched it again, sorta. So I want to just kind of get more familiar with it once more, and just what happened in that story, and then play those DLC that I never got a chance to before I jump into 2, really. So, but yeah, there's like a launch thing where the one I got came with Dishonored 1. I think Amanda got the code through Green Man Gaming. Which actually also too, shoutouts to Green Man Gaming for having a lot of new PC releases that are just 20% off if you pre-order. That's really solid. So yeah, I got Dishonored 1 through that as well, and it's the definitive edition, which has all the DLC just baked in. So
yeah, I think launch copies all have that code for the first game, but it's got a weird label. So even at GameStop, I feel like the next wave of that game will probably not have the first game. So if you want to get the copy that comes with the first game, you should probably get on it now, however you're planning to do it.
yeah, they're good games. If you like Deus Ex, you'd like them a lot, which brings me to my next game I want to talk about. I actually wanted to talk about this last podcast, but
Good transition.
Thanks. 5 minutes.
That was a good segue, Rosin.
Thank you, Zach.
You're welcome.
It's a good thing we're talking like robots, because Deus Ex is a series that really focuses on what it means to be robotic as a human being. No, so...
No, it's not.
That's what the augmented thing was about. What do you want from me? Anyways. So, yeah, like, I'm a good ways into it, and I've been kind of playing it on and off. I took a really long break there, not really for any particular reason, mostly just because... I guess it was mostly just because I wanted to play more SMT, but I kind of dropped that for a little bit and taking a break from that now, too. So I got back into Deus Ex a little bit. It's really fun, and it has... I don't know, like, it's a better game than Human Revolution. I kind of feel more attached to Human Revolution, though, just because, like, that game really struck a chord with me, I guess. But from a gameplay perspective, it's a lot better, but there's just some tiny minor things that kind of... I think it'll be a little less memorable for me. One thing I really like about Human Revolution is that it's like a globe-trotting conspiracy thing. And this Mankind Divided takes place in just one city. And like a little, like some other areas you go to, but it's mostly the one city.
Wasn't Human Revolution only like 2 cities though?
It was, but then also too, it's like, oh, go to this area for a little bit, and then this one, and even
I never finished Human Revolution, so I guess I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you're pretty right though. There was 2 hub cities that had a lot of like side quests and shit. Mankind Divided is more like you have the one city, and then sometimes you go to a few other places, but it's a little more localized.
No. I'm honestly like that moment in Human Revolution where it's like, holy shit, wait, I'm going to another city was kind of exciting.
Yeah.
So It doesn't have that.
I just love that globetrotting investigative feel, and this one just doesn't have it as much because of that, obviously. But also too, part of it, it's well, I mean, like Jim Sterling talked about this a while ago about like when FF7 was saying that it was episodic, and obviously they've done it with Hitman, but like that's kind of a thing Square wants to do with games now is like split them up more
Yeah.
so. Which I can kind of get because game development's fucking hard, so maybe instead of having one big project cutting it up into smaller projects and releases might be a little bit more financially feasible.
Yeah,
Uh,
they'll be priced like they're the full thing though.
yeah, which sucks. And that's my thing. It's very obvious that Mankind Divided is either the first game of 2 games or the first game of 3 games. And I almost wonder if maybe in the original vision of Mankind Divided there were other cities you went to. And this one just got fleshed out so it could be its own game, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. And that kind of is a bummer for me. But then also too, so um well, I guess I'll talk about the less controversial thing first. Um, so, Human Revolution's story is kind of stupid, but like I enjoyed it, and I thought the side missions are. It's one of those games where the side missions were a lot better written than the main story, but I thought the main story had like a charming, dumb cyberpunk feel to it. Mankind Divided story, like its main story is not that intriguing to me, honestly. Like, it's fine, but it could be a lot better, I think. Um, and the weird thing is that in Human Revolution, part of what I wanted to go through the main story is that actually kind of similar to Phantom Pain, because, we've talked about that enough in this podcast, might as well draw that comparison, where it's like there's all these side missions. And the kind of trade-off in Human Revolution, I feel, is that the side missions are very simple from a gameplay point of view, but they have really interesting plots associated with them. And the main story plot maybe wasn't as interesting, but those missions were a lot more in-depth from a gameplay point of view. Um, I feel like a lot of the main story missions they have you go on, at least where I'm at in Mankind Divided, are actually really simple and kind of shockingly, like, really fast. One of the main missions like will sneak into the subway and catch this like a subway, like a bombing happens in a subway really early on. It's like a terrorist attack, and it's like go collect some evidence from the subway that's being guarded by police. And that took me maybe a little shy of an hour. No, more like 45 minutes or so. And I got that. And then there's a side mission where a guy's like, I want you to break into the 5th-story office of this journalist lady so we can get some dirt on her so that she can't reveal our conspiracy thing. And, like, I spent 2 hours going through this office's layout and going through vents and hacking computers and security systems and punching out random IT server people so they couldn't see me to get to her office. And then when you get into her office, you need to discover, like, a hidden room puzzle or some shit. And, like, get the... No. You need to, like, do this weird puzzle that, like, unlocks a dresser that gives you, like, a code for her computer. It's fucking involved. And it's like, why the fuck isn't this a main mission? Like, it was really weird. But, the only other thing, then, is, like, that game is trying really hard to double down on, like, the whole, like, Og Lives Matter thing. Like, that was a big
Oh, you said the
controversy.
thing.
Yeah.
You said it.
So here's my
What are
thing.
you, a social justice warrior?
Oh no.
Oh boy.
How dare I? Okay, so so a lot of people will probably disagree with me on this. I've seen a lot of criticism of Human Revolution. I thought Human Revolution did a pretty good job with actually exploring augmentation and drawing social issue parallels to it. Like, there's a side mission in that game where there's a girl that's stuck in, like, a prostitution ring, and she's kind of being leashed, like, because she depends on very expensive augments that she can't afford on her own, but, like, her pimps can. And that's kind of like a metaphor for, like, the whole, like, sexual slavery via, like, getting people addicted to drugs sort of thing that happens often in real life. There was that, but then also, too, like, I'm trying to think of other side quests, but there's other stuff where, like, they drew comparisons to different actual social issues. Like, they kind of drew parallels to abortion because it's like, who are you to say what I can do with my body? There is issues with gun control because do we really want people with robot firearms implanted in their brain going around being able to just shoot like 5 people just like that sort of thing? And then this one just really, really doubles down on the anyone with robot parts are minorities sort of thing. And it's really fucking weird because it's like your parallel that you're trying to make immediately goes out the window because this person could just go and like kill like 20 people if they wanted to because they're superpowered robot people. That is why people are afraid of them. It's not because they're different, it's because they're actually more powerful than them. You know?
So would it be like saying if they did Marvel Civil War, but in the middle of it were like, but superheroes are minorities too, and that's the issue?
Oh God, is that how that worked out?
No,
Oh.
I'm saying the way you're saying, like, your comparison to like the problem with Augs being super powerful is kind of like the whole Superhuman Registration Act thing. But like if they had just thrown in like actual like minority race issues in the middle of Civil War, it would feel pretty awkward. And that kind of sounds like what you're saying.
No, that's
This
what
one.
they're doing. Like, that's the thing, though, is the parallel they're trying to make is that in real life there is no reason to be afraid of these people. Like, it's something that is just outwardly an issue that like people need to work on to understand. Like, okay, no, there's no reason to have this fear and like paranoia of different groups of people, and they try to express that through this game. But the paranoia is justified because this motherfucker's walking around and can blow up a battle tank by punching it. I'd be afraid of that person, you know? Like,
Yeah.
like you can't make that parallel. And honestly, I feel like this game should be one about gun control.
That really seems like that's the direction they should have gone in instead of the one they did.
I think, honestly, because I really think, and this is kind of shitty, but I think they really saw, like, they looked at the news, they're like, what's the popular topics? Oh, Black Lives Matter, let's go with that. And it's like, no, that's, no. And, I mean, I would be more interested, okay, this is hard, though, because I don't want to spoil anything, but there are events that happen at the end of Human Revolution that would make people very justified, actually, in being afraid of augmented people. They're still wrong, but I can see the methodology of thinking that would get them there, sort of thing. And, like, it was a big global event that kind of causes that. But also, too, like, in a world where Human Revolution didn't exist, I think it would be a lot more interesting to have this flipped, where the augmented people are the ones being shitty to the non-augmented people. Because that power dynamic, I think, parallels a lot better than what they actually tried doing.
The problem then is they can't cast you as the one being shit on.
Yeah.
And that's what the protagonist has to be, because that's, you know...
Yeah, which, you know what, though? Man, I know, obviously, they probably wouldn't want to do that, but I think it'd be really interesting to do that from a story standpoint where you are actually part of the problem, you know? Like,
yeah.
That, and you know what? I'm gonna just go out on a limb here. I think that might relate and be a good message for a lot of people that would be buying that game.
Oh.
but that would probably stir a lot of pots that people don't want to stir over at Square Enix and Eidos. So I can't blame them. But
I mean, like, that's kind of the thing, though, because, like, I don't know. I haven't played the game, so I don't know how it does. But like all the marketing was really strong on like the Augs Lives Matters and it's like
apartheid.
Yeah, but like if you're gonna go all in, you know.
And it's so weird because it's not overtly disrespectful. It's obvious they fucking tried and they just didn't fully think it through. So like I can't even be mad at it, but it's just like you're trying to I keep saying it, but you're trying to make a metaphor for something that just falls apart because you just didn't think through all of the details on this.
All black people are not mechanical super weapons.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, though? I do want to say, there are some really good scenes in the early part of that game that show what living in an oppressive, because it takes place in Prague, which, from what I can tell, it's like, I think even there's like an NPC that drops like, this is one of the most divided like cities in terms of this issue, sort of thing. Um, and like the main character has to work there because that's kind of where his job landed him. So he's kind of stuck there for now. But like there's just constantly throughout the first part of that game some actually really powerful scenes where you're just trying to walk somewhere or like ride a subway train, and then random cops stop you and say, "Hey, show me your papers." Like, right the fuck now, just show me your papers, or else we're gonna have a problem. And the main character's like, Jesus Christ, like, I went 5 feet and that guy asked me about it, what the fuck you want from me, sort of thing. So that's really cool. And I was like, if the game thought about the details in the same way they thought about, like, that, and just actual fears like that, I think it would have been a lot more successful in its execution, but yeah, just from, like, a premise point of view, there's holes, so...
Hopefully the multi-game format allows them to take all this, because you're not the, like, you know, the people... hopefully that kind of criticism is loud enough to where the next one delivers what you want it to.
I've seen a lot of people criticize the game for that, so I wouldn't be...
Yeah, like, it was such a big, like, push against... Yeah, so, like, I feel like we're going to have to... And either they double down or they back down, so we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, like, even that big of a problem. It's just, like, a thing where it's, like, It's one of those things where it's, like, you kind of fell flat on your face a little bit here. Like, it could be a lot worse. The fact that they tried, and it was obvious they were doing their best to be respectful, I think makes up for it. But it's still, like, it could have been a lot better. So, no, but it's interesting though. I'm happy that even if anything, and maybe this is a sad representation of where we're even fucking at, but like I'm really happy that a game with that budget and like being in that big of an IP fucking tried to tackle something like that, you know? But
yeah,
there's always room for improvement. And hopefully that comes with some other game or even the next Deus Ex that they make. I'm getting closer to the end. I think I'm around, if I had to give like a guess, I'd say about 3/4 of the way through. One thing I've just heard, because like everyone that's beaten it has told me about it, is just apparently there's a point where you get to the end of the game and it just kind of fucking cuts off. So that kind of sucks, but oh well, I'll see when I get there. But yeah. That's Mankind Divided.
Yeah.
Those Deus Ex games are pretty solid.
Yeah, I like the Deus Ex games.
Deus Ex. Mm-hmm. So, speaking of Deus Ex...
Speaking of games that tried to do something and fell flat on their face.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Ooh.
So... Recently, I discovered the Drakengard series, and by recently I mean months back, but...
Nice.
It's been something I've picked at for a while. I've been talking a lot, so Zach, you want to talk? You want to get in on this a little bit here? You've been playing some of the Drakengard games.
I'll get on this because okay. I've also started dabbling in the Drakengard.
Oh, hold on, or by its far superior Japanese title,
oh my God.
Dragoon. That's drag-on Dragoon.
So I've recently started dabbling in the Drakengard Un series, and so I had this kind of moment where I just on a whim bought the first game and then immediately also bought the third game. I skipped the second one and then I also bought Nier. I just bought all three of these games online and they all arrived on like the same day. I was shown a video of the final boss of Drakengard 3 and loved everything that it was, and we just went all in on the series, and I was so ready for this to be my next big thing. I started Drakengard 1. Oh dear.
That is a fucking Steam Early Access game a decade early.
That's not a good game.
No, but I love it.
Okay, so real quick, I don't know what exactly you wanted to go. I know you've got some like strong opinions on this game.
I do. But
So
I'll let you finish. But then I do.
Drakengard 1 seems to be like a game, and I don't know the full details of its development. It seems to be a game that wants to be like three things at once. And one of those things is Dynasty Warriors. And it's not a good Dynasty Warriors
Nope.
game. The combat is so clunky and like heavy and not fun to control. I couldn't do it. Like I tried and I just couldn't do it. So I skipped ahead to Drakengard 3, but I'll get into that a little bit later. So Rosin, if you want to pick it back up with Drakengard 1.
Okay, so I want to my brief history with this series. When I was really young, I remember Drakengard 1 coming out, and that was around the time where I was kind of like a little bit on the surface of like internet message board, like people talking about games sort of thing, and I just knew it as the game that had a really, really weird ending. And like that was like the very first thing I knew about that game was the ending, which I don't want to spoil, but it's fucking weird, man. Yeah. So I always knew of Drakengard from that. And then as I got older, I had heard about Nier, and I always knew Nier was a really good, underappreciated RPG, but I just never played it. And then I think actually, if you listen to the very last episode of COS, Katsu's like, Razin, go get Nier. The sequel's coming out, go get Nier. And I was like, yeah, I should. And I looked online, and it was around the time that Automata had just come out, and copies were kind of getting a little pricey there. I don't know what they're at now. They may still be that way. But I went ahead and I just went down to my local GameStop, and they had a copy of Nier, and I had the most awkward conversation with the clerk, who was really fucking excited that someone in his store was buying Nier, and he was trying to like compare it. He's like, the gameplay is like, I'm like, yeah, I heard it's a little clunky, and as soon as he heard me say that, like he knew I was like in there and like knew what I was talking about. He's like, yeah, and he's like, it's almost like an MMO, and I was just like, and like internally, I was just like, I know that's not true, but I'll let this guy continue because he's having the time of his life, and he's like, I really hope you enjoy the game, man, and all this other shit. I'm like, okay, and I have not really touched Nier, but touched Drakengard.
You never went back to that GameStop ever again.
No, that dude's nice, and he's right here in this podcast. No,
I can't believe I've been found out.
Yeah.
I work at GameStop, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, he does.
Wow, people found that out 10 episodes in.
It's been mentioned before, but you never know. This might be someone's first episode.
It might be. You never know.
It's a great way to start.
Trick
with
when you show
episode 10.
Trick when you show this podcast that when I finish it, I'll just send a link to you so you can show it to your whole family and just they can all see what you participated in. I love how that sounds like a threat. No, but anyways, back on topic. So Drakengard. I knew going in that the gameplay was just shit, and you're right. It's trying to do two things at once specifically. Well, I guess technically three. It's trying to be Dynasty Warriors. It's trying to be either Star Fox or Ace Combat. I don't even think they really knew, to be honest. Oh, no, sorry, fuck it. They're trying to be Panzer Dragoon, specifically.
Yeah.
And they're trying to be a game that is, in some levels, you get to switch if you want to play it like Panzer Dragoon or like Dynasty Warriors by hitting select and having that be a seamless transition. They fail on all three of...
That level was the last one I played that was so garbage.
They fail on all three fronts. It's spectacular. This game sucks. That being said, this is the definitive Razin game, and this is a very specific definition of JRPGs that have the fucking worst, horrible gameplay that the average person would never be able to stomach, but the story does some cool shit, though. And, like, that's what gets me through it. A lot of games, and I feel like honestly there's starting to be a little bit of a pushback, especially in like a post-Persona 4 world, of like, a lot of games are like really dark, and when they're like, a lot of games have a problem where they feel like if they need to be serious, they need to be dark and like fucked up, or try and like kind of do the whole edgy thing, you know? Like, I don't know where I'm going with this really, but like, I think Drakengard has been the most sincerely fucked up and depressing game that I don't think is trying too hard, but still manages to be really fucked up and grotesque. Like, it feels like it's coming from a place that I can get why in this story they're trying to convey it. And so far, all I can really get is I'm pretty sure the game is supposed to be a discussion of what war does to people, and the chaos of war, and how it fucks with everyone involved, and how it's generally not really worth it, and how a lot of people that willingly go out and be like, yeah, I want to fight, are deep down inside pretty fucked up at a base level for just even considering that. Also, too, the whole idea of just because someone is on your side in a conflict does not necessarily mean that they are a good person morally, because holy fuck, there's some shit that goes down with your party members that I don't really want to get into, but, there's a line that is drawn, there are a few lines that are crossed, rather, that I was like, man, that's fucking... Wow. One of them even was so bad. Okay, I'm just going to spoil this one, because it's like the worst one. A lot of people know about it, so I feel pretty confident. So one of the first magic users you get in the game, his name is like, I think his name is Leonard. They changed this from the Japanese to American version. He is a pedophile, just straight up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So... like, it gets deeper. So I was reading some like notes and shit. Actually, first of all, the one thing that made me laugh my ass off. Apparently, his design is based off of the one random like wife beater character that was in the original Gundam series, that like dies after 3 episodes. So I'm like, oh, you just base a piece of shit off another piece of shit. But no, like so you're introduced to this character, and because like it's a very traditional like kingdom and empire are fighting story, and just the empire went through and like kind of burnt down the forest where he and his brothers lived, and like he lived near a bunch of children, and he feels guilty about not being there to protect them. And the implication that is apparently in the Japanese version that they kind of try to conceal, but in a way kind of makes it seem worse, is that he never did anything to the children. So this, in the Japanese version, they apparently make it very clear he never did anything to the children, but he would frequently go into the forest at night to masturbate to get the feelings away. But then they didn't outwardly say that in the American version because they didn't want any thing involving the pedophilia to like be there, but because they changed it, it just makes it seem like this dude was like, it's the game seems to be dancing around the fact this dude is just a straight up pedo living with kids, and it's kind of worse in a way. No, but then like you have another like elf cannibal lady who eats like just straight up admits to eating babies. It's fucking weird, man.
Dude, why are you making me want to play Drakengard 1 again?
Yeah, that's what gets you going.
Yeah. Yep. No.
Whoa! Oh no!
Yeah, no, like it's fucked up, but I love it. Like, and I'm not sure, and I'm not okay. So this game is having a weird effect on me where I'm not sure if there's a love triangle going on between the main character, his best friend, and his sister, and that triangle connects as so. Best friend loves your sister. I think the sister loves the main character.
So the one thing I knew about Drakengard before going in is that I think that's also one thing that they toned down in the English release.
Oh, the incest thing. Okay,
I think in Japan it was more like direct.
Okay, because I can kind of see that, and it's really fucking uncomfortable. Because your sister's a very important part of the plot, and every time you see her, it's like, yeah, like I don't know, it's fucking weird. It's very unique, and just a lot of just in general, what I talked about, I think the game really fucks with your expectations of what a JRPG party should be. And it's honestly a thing where you start to fight alongside people, and it's like, you're really useful in, like, dealing a lot of damage to the enemy, but I don't like you. Like, just that weird dissonance between the gameplay and, like, actually the story liking of the characters is awkward, and I'm pretty sure that was intentional. But that being said, the actual gameplay is just garbage. It's one of the worst games I think I've like played actually.
It's unbearably bad.
It's terrible. The saving grace I think is that it's generally I've heard a lot of people say it's hard. I actually find it pretty easy because the AI is honestly kind of dumb.
So I got to the part where you can freely switch between being on the ground and being in the dragon, and I died like twice and realized that it wasn't worth my time. Like, I could have beaten it, but it was like going through that level again up to that point was not worth, you know. I was like, I don't want to do this. So I had difficulty with it.
But yeah, I'm really digging it, but it's not a good game, and I honestly could not recommend it to anyone who wasn't me. Like, it's actually probably better to go watch a Let's Play. I honestly kind of want to do a Let's Play down the line, but also, like, I don't know if I want to play through this game a second time. But,
yeah, that's well,
like, I feel the same feeling I get when I play SMT1, where it's like, this game is really...
don't compare this to SMT1.
No,
SMT1 is fine.
No, to be fair though, honestly, I think a lot of modern RPG players cannot go back to SMT1. Like,
yeah, but SMT1 is trying to be a thing, and it's good at what it's trying to be.
I think it's debatable if it's good fully at what it's trying to be, but for the time...
No, like, SMT1 is dated, and it's got a lot of things about it that modern gamers would be upset, but, like, what it's going for, it succeeds at. Drakengard doesn't succeed at anything.
Yeah.
Gameplay-wise.
Yeah, like, that's kind of... And also, too, like, if you also take into consideration, when SMT1 came out, it was fine. When Drakengard came out, people were like, this is garbage, so... actually, surprisingly, the game reviewed well, but a lot of the reviewers even pointed out, yeah, the gameplay is really terrible, but I still kind of liked it. It was weird. Yeah.
Man.
And then Drakengard 2 is a thing, but, like, the main writer that made Drakengard's story great was just, like, he helped out with some cutscene direction, and that was it. So that one kind of doesn't count. And then Nier happened.
But you know what game he did make?
Drakengard 3.
Drakengard 3. So I've been playing Drakengard 3.
Which is like a redo of 1 in a few ways, it sounds like.
In what ways?
I don't know, just in general, like, do you...
I'm only like an hour or two in.
Oh, because I don't know if you... I'm pretty sure you do the dragon stuff again. I'm not sure. But...
Oh, yes.
Okay, so that's what I mean. Like, I think that was kind of his second attempt at making a story like that.
I thought that was just the series, like, gimmick, though.
Yeah. But I mean, for him, creatively, like, I
Drakengard 3.
Yes.
Well, if we consider Nier part of the same series, I guess not. But so Drakengard 3, ditched the Warriors shtick and opted instead for like a linear. I hesitate to compare it to the likes of like Devil May Cry, God of War, those kind of games. Like a linear beat 'em up action game.
Yeah.
Works so much better. So much better. The gameplay is way better. Even the dragon stuff feels way better. It's still not great, but it feels way better. I'm into it. I'm really into Drakengard 3. I haven't put too much time into it because I've been playing a lot of other stuff, which I'll get to talking about all that. But what I have played, I really enjoyed. I know a lot of people have complaints about it too. Frame rate's not too good. Game runs pretty rough. But if you're someone that doesn't mind that necessarily like I do, it's a lot of fun. The main character, I feel like, is probably pretty what's the word I'm looking for? Like, people are going to be split on her. I can see
Divisive.
a lot of people... Yeah, that's it, thank you. A lot of people probably don't like her, and a lot of people probably love her. I kind of love her. So, she's like a violent, crude mean person.
Isn't one of the first things she says in that game, like, I don't care how many children and old people I need to kill, or some shit like that?
Ooh.
Probably. I don't really remember. She's got like a really childish pet dragon that she just treats like fucking shit. um, her whole like, I don't know too much about the story. But so far the main gimmick of it is that she's trying to kill her sisters, and everyone in the world views her sisters as like these great people that are like the best. I'm sure there's more to it. I'm sure she has a valid reason, but I don't know that reason yet. So literally, it's just her being like, "No, I really like my sisters." And it's like that's all I've got to go on. And it's like, okay, I'm in.
The only thing I really know about that game's story is, apparently, like, apparently this, like, so, a lot of fans say that the story's still good, but it's the weakest of the three. I don't really know what anything is about, though. But yeah, I've heard a lot of split on Zero.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, because it's hard to describe, because it would be easy to write her off as like, oh, she's like the tsundere archetype. She's just so mean. But it's like, no, I don't think it's that. She goes really far where it's like, oh no, she's just kind of an asshole. And like, just the fact that she's like got like a really pretty anime design doesn't really. It doesn't change the fact that she's an asshole, and I kind of respect that.
That's kind of the thing with Kaim, who's the main character in Drakengard 1. So, actually one thing that's really cool, I think this is the only JRPG I've played where they have justified a silent protagonist within like a story reason. So the start of Drakengard 1 is the main character being alone on a battlefield, just going through like Imperial soldiers and just killing them and taunting them and being like, I'm gonna feed all of you fucking shitlords to the ravens, fuck all of you. And then he gets like caught and stabbed in the back, and then he needs to like make they call it a pact with a dragon, where they like kind of join their souls, and kind of the deal is that like they both like are saved from death because like the dragon's dying too, so they both like rejuvenate their lives. But I think, like, they both need to sacrifice something. I don't know what the dragon gave up, but Kaim gave up his ability to speak. So, oh, no, I think the idea is that the dragon gives some of their magic to the user, like the human, and then the human has to lose something. So, like, Kaim has, like, a seal on his tongue, so he just can't talk at all anymore. And, like, the dragon kind of speaks for him. And the dragon's great because the dragon, I wonder if maybe... So you said the dragon in 3 is, like, really childlike and, like, just gets bullied all the time? Okay. Because the dragon in 1 is just fucking despises humans on every level and thinks they're just the shittiest living beings in the world.
Yeah, the dragon in 3 is the opposite. It's like a child that just wants to be like everyone's friend and wants everyone to get along.
That was probably like on purpose then, you know, like having that not parallel, but I'm using that word a lot today. Fuck me. Like having that flip from the previous game. So.
And honestly, like the comedy is kind of hit or miss, but it is kind of the gimmick of the dragon being like super friendly and childish, and Zero having no patience for that is pretty. It works.
That's good. I love how we talked about Drakengard, but not Nier really all that much in this conversation. When like usually,
I haven't played Nier yet, man.
I haven't either. I watched.
They're weird.
I watched a good half of that. Like I skipped around, but I watched a decent amount of that Two Best Friends Let's Play of it, and I know most of the story at this point. I know more about the second half of Nier than I do the first, I'll tell you that.
So, the thing I'm kind of excited about is I have managed to get by. I know nothing about Nier.
Oh, that's so good.
The only thing I know about it, and hey, you know I know nothing about Nier because I got that shit wrong when I was talking about it last time.
Oh, yeah. No, okay.
Yeah, no, but that thing about how there was 2 versions of the game, all I know about it.
Do you know how
you really need to finish it before you get spoiled?
Yeah. Also, do you know how it connects?
The only thing I know is that it follows like it's some like a spin-off where it follows one of the endings or something, but I don't know any details.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
The detail... Okay, I'll say, the details of how Drakengard 1 and Nier connect is the final push that got me into the series because of how fucking rad and out...
It's like the most
Okay, but
interesting
I
thing.
don't need to play Drakengard 1, right?
Okay,
No.
honestly,
You can
do
just
do
well,
you...
you can just watch an ending.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you want, after this podcast is done, I can link you the ending and give you the explanation.
But would it be better for me to play Nier first before I get the explanation?
Actually, yeah, that might be it. Oh, yeah, you know what?
Oh,
Actually,
yeah, you're right, yeah.
Because also too, I think you get like, you know how like in Apocalypse you have like the menu option that's like lore notes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You get those in Nier.
Yeah,
The
Nier
end of the game.
covers. Yeah.
Well, they explain it, but also they explain it in a way that if you didn't play Drakengard 1, I don't think you'll
You
be able
wouldn't
to get
know.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But maybe after you play Nier, I can show you how it connects because
Yeah.
it's
so
it is
great.
actually impossible for any rational human being to pick at. It's
Good.
fucking insane.
The goal is to play both Drakengard 3 and Nier before Automata comes out.
Yeah,
So.
and I've heard. So this is one gripe I have with the series that I've actually had this with because I guess the more weird Japanese shit I get into as I get older, this is more of a problem for me. I got into Front Mission a little while ago. That's just a mecha-based strategy RPG series, and like I didn't really stop. I still sometimes pick at them. I have the first game on my phone, and I've slowly been going through it. But a major thing that was kind of a bummer for me was like, man, there's a lot of side material that has important info that ties back to the games that I'm just never going to be able to have because no one translated them. To the point where I think Front Mission 5's entire thing is that it's the final story of the entire, like, media-wide franchise, and it brings in stuff from everywhere, and it just doesn't make sense if you don't, like if you haven't read the spin-off manga and light novels and shit, apparently there's some stuff that just doesn't make sense. And I'm like, that kind of sucks to hear, you know? This is all, like, I haven't confirmed this, but, like, this is what friends have told me. And kind of what I looked into a little bit from other people. It seems to be that's kind of the thing about Front Mission 5. But, there's kind of a thing with Drakengard where... So, Zach, you know that 3 is a prequel to 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I felt okay playing 3.
Yeah. Oh, and also, so here's the weird thing, and I'm not going to spoil anything. Well, you know, all these games have multiple endings, you know that, right?
Yeah, I also know that the true endings are a bitch to get, so...
Yep. So here's the weird thing. None of the Drakengard 3 endings in the official timeline actually lead to the first game. There is
Really?
There is a novelization of Drakengard 3 that takes elements from different endings and makes it into a separate canon.
Mm-hmm.
So Drakengard 3 is kind of a prequel, but unless you read that novel that has no translation and we only have a summary of on like a wiki.
I'm so glad I chose to get into this series.
I know, right? Like it's fucking weird. And then also too, there's like another novel called like Drakengard 1.2 that's like
Fuck off. Oh my god.
yes, but that one, so apparently that one takes place after one of the endings of Drakengard 3.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it's a separate retelling.
But it's called 1.2.
Yes, because apparently it's like a weird retelling like of the events of Drakengard 1, but covers more as well, and how like it's like I don't know, man, it's fucking weird. It doesn't make sense. But yeah.
I wish those novels were translated, but
Honestly, it's one of those things where actually I feel like just knowing the events I'm kind of happy with.
well, actually,
But,
I would love to have a good novelization of Dragon 1 so I don't have to fucking play it.
Yeah, that's understandable. No, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, Nier Automata looks pretty fucking amazing, and I'm happy.
Oh god, it looks so good.
Okay, so here's my thing with Nier Automata, and everyone listening is gonna groan. I'm happy I got into this series when I did, so that I can be a hipster elitist douchebag about it when Automata gets popular.
Oh yeah.
I actually think Automata's probably going to be the best. Like, well, first of all, I've seen more marketing. Like, this game's being pushed pretty good compared to, I think, like Drakengard 3.
Yeah.
I knew Drakengard 3 was a thing, but like I never really knew that much about it. I just kind of knew it existed. I've seen like Automata's like showing up places, and like a lot of like hands-on impressions from journalists and stuff have been people saying like you guys should pay attention to this and stuff.
Platinum Games, man, they're hot right now.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see if that one is kind of the push that needs that series to kind of be in the mainstream more, at least as mainstream as JRPG series can get.
Can we even call Automata a JRPG?
Yeah, probably not. Well, I don't know.
It's fine though. It's fine.
I don't know.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Next time.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah. So, Trick,
Yes, that's me.
what color is the sky?
Well, it's pretty black right now. You know, it's pretty late.
You ruined the joke. So I watched a movie recently called Blue Ruin.
What's Blue Ruin about, Rosin?
Okay, so Blue Ruin, I'm not going to spend much time on this shit because no one cares. Blue Ruin is a movie that... So recently, actually, I should say, I think earlier in the year, a movie came out called Green Room. And you may have heard of that movie because it's the weird horror thriller movie where a band gets a gig at a bar, and then they go to the bar, and then they realize that it's a neo-Nazi bar, and they're like, oh, that's awkward, so they have to play, like, their songs and shit. And then after they're done, they go to the green room to, like, apparently that's, like, a room in the bar to, just, you know, chill out and, like, relax, and they witness a murder, and then all the neo-Nazis are like, well, we can't fucking let you leave now, and then, like, shit goes down from there. So Blue Ruin, which I really hope the next movie this guy makes has, like, color in it, so we can have a color trilogy, is a kind of thriller, I guess I'd call it a thriller movie, that came out before it. Green Room is I referenced it first because it's gotten kind of popular, and apparently it was one of I don't know what word I'm looking for, but like the sleeper hits, I guess, of the year for like movie people. A lot of people really liked it, and apparently it did a lot better than expected. Blue Ruin is a movie that was like kickstarted, apparently. I don't really know the guy's history or how he was able to get people to fund it, but it's basically about this dude who is homeless because his parents got murdered, and like his life and his sister's life kind of went to shit. And then a police officer lets him know that that person is now out of prison for unrelated crime, I believe, actually. And he's like, well, I'm gonna go fucking murder him. And that's all I knew about the movie going in. And that movie takes a really old idea of revenge never pays and will never go according to plan, and plays with it in one of the most interesting ways I think I've seen a movie do in a while. I'm not going to say too much, but I want to say I thought that entire movie was going to be him getting revenge, and then at the end he does, and everything goes to shit, and he realizes it wasn't worth it. No, he gets revenge about 15 minutes in, and then complications occur, and shit gets bad real quick. And there's a lot of misunderstandings, and it's awkward, and I love it. Yeah, it's a really fucked up movie. Like, I just felt...
Love misunderstandings.
Yeah. No, but honestly, should I spoil it? Do you guys care?
You should at least put a... I mean, I personally don't care, but I think you should put a spoiler warning.
I'll put a warning.
The one person that might care.
I'll put a warning, obviously. Okay,
Sure.
Skip 10 seconds if you don't want to hear the big twist. Okay, so the dude that he got revenge on wasn't the actual dude who did it. His dad with the same name was, and he fucking died of, like, smoking and alcoholism 10 years prior.
I've seen that twist before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's depressing.
Why did the cop tell the guy in the first place?
Don't know. Like, I actually had that question when watching it because I was like, I'm not sure if she told him so he could go out and do it,
'Cause
or if...
pretty sure you're not supposed to do that.
Well,
You know, just a hunch.
So here's the thing. She tells him, and she's like, I wanted to take you into the station and let you know so you didn't find out somewhere, like, that wasn't safe. Because, like, I couldn't tell if she wanted to let him know, so, like, if he had, like, a breakdown, it would be within the station, or, like, if she wanted to relay, hey, that guy that murdered your parents is out, wink, wink. I honestly could not tell, so...
I'm having a crisis right now because I wanna ask if it's similar to something, but then by asking if it's similar to something, I automatically ruined the thing that I'm asking if it's similar to, so I'm just gonna stop talking.
Okay. No, but yeah, it was interesting. It was a nice little revenge sucks story that
I might check it out.
yeah, it's on. Do you have the Amazon Video thing at all? That's where I watched it.
Is it free?
I don't.
It's on. If you have Amazon Video, it's free. It's like
I'm probably not gonna watch it, but
it's
at least I have the option.
It's solid. I'd say that. But yeah, other than that, I watched Doctor Strange. That was a Marvel movie. Keeping up with our MCU and Dark Souls discourse that we're famous for here at WAFP.
Oh my god, we're doing both this episode.
Fuck. Oh no.
Oh god.
Don't spoil the upcoming content. Hashtag
You're
content.
right, I'm sorry.
Oh god. I honestly don't have much to say, but I will say. So the special effects are amazing. I don't give a shit anymore because the special effects of every movie that's worth a shit has been amazing for the past 4 fucking years now, probably more. And like I don't feel like that's a bullet point anymore. I really don't, you know? It's like,
no, man, you're right, it's not.
Like,
it's the standard now.
yeah, if your movie doesn't have fucking phenomenal CGI, then like
Get out.
yeah.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck you.
Buy indie movies.
Yeah, practical effects. Fuck off. Fuck you, Star Wars. No. No. So yeah. Honestly, it was fine. I have 2 things to say. The first is that. Okay. So Doctor Strange, man, I forget his real name.
Wow.
Well, Doctor Strange is his name. I forget his first name.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah.
Haha, get the joke, that's the actor.
Funny. Anyways, Doctor Strange. I'll just call him Doctor Strange. I don't fucking remember his first name. I'm not a
Some guy.
I've never read Doctor Strange in my life. I didn't know Doctor Strange existed until I fucking played
The only Doctor Strange for me is Hugo Strange from Batman.
Oh boy. Thanks, Zach, for that addition.
I contribute.
Yeah, good.
We knew we brought you on for a reason.
Yep. Okay, so anyways, back on topic from that thing. Yeah, so I'm just gonna cut this out. This is terrible.
Yeah.
Stop laughing at your own joke.
Okay.
I'm not laughing at my joke, I'm laughing at Rosin.
Okay, awkward cut. Anyways, so the one thing I do want to say about this movie first is that so Doctor Strange is introduced and he's really snarky and he always has like the witty remark at people. A big part of the movie's arc, like for him personally as a character, is getting past that and kind of realizing that by being snarky he treats people like an asshole and that not everything is centered around him and like, you know, other people other people matter and are worth fighting for and stuff like that. That doesn't work when Tony Stark exists as like a celebrated thing in the same universe.
I was gonna say, man, I've seen that before.
And it's really awkward because it's slightly different, but he's honestly just a light Tony Stark personality-wise, but the entire character, like, the entire thing with the movie is people being like, dude, you're kind of an asshole. You need to grow up a little bit, and it's like, holy fuck, that's You can't do that because
I had no idea that's what that character was like. I'm actually kind of disappointed.
So to be fair, from what I've seen, apparently, I think it's because it's like an origin thing. I think he at the end of the movie, it's so you know the Defense of Man of Steel, where before BVS came out, people were like, well, he's not Superman, but at the end of the movie, he realizes what Superman is actually like, or whatever, like that sort of thing.
And
I think that's kind of what this is going for, where he's not Doctor Strange that you know from the comic until the end of the movie, or something. I don't know. But yeah, just the entire thing of like, oh, being snarky asshole. It's like, well, fucking, all of these movies, especially like the Avengers ones, like everyone's a snarky asshole. More so than this guy. Like you undermined your message, not even within the movie, but just the context around it. It was honestly kind of embarrassing. And then the other thing is that I feel kind of bad for saying this, but I feel like the things that I liked the most about the movie are things that I went, oh, I like this little twist on the formula you did of all these other MCU movies. That I don't know if I really want to get into, just because of spoilers, because they're near the end. But yeah, like, if anyone's seen the movie, it's pretty obvious what I think a lot of people have been talking about, kind of like the final fight and what they do differently, and like praising it, and it basically I just kind of mirror all of those general praises. So yeah, I don't know, it was fine. Phase 3, everyone.
Oh, is it phase 3 or are we still in phase 2?
I don't fucking know. I think we're on phase 3. Let's look.
Because the thing that was weird was that phase 2 continued after the second Avengers movie.
Did it?
Yeah.
What the fuck are phases anymore?
I don't know. I don't know if we're in 2 or 3 yet.
Phase 2 ended with Ant-Man. You're right. So we're in phase 3.
Phase 3 officially. Woohoo.
And also, phase 3. Yeah. We're in there.
Yeah.
Civil War was the start of... Why the fuck wasn't Civil War the end of phase 2 and Doctor Strange the start of 3?
That would make sense.
Yeah, actually it would.
Why wasn't Civil War Avengers 2?
Why? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should fix it by releasing Avengers 2 Scholar of the First Sin, where they rearrange all the scenes.
Oh man, maybe they'll make
petrified people in front of specific pathways.
Ultron wakes up and tries to leave the door, and there's just a petrified person there. This wasn't fucking here.
And also, the movie is filmed at a higher frame rate.
Tony Stark's machine breaks faster.
Oh boy.
Wait, they fixed that though.
Oh, well, no, that'll be the patch that they release after the movie's out.
Do you think in Avengers 3 no one will have poise?
But then the director's cut will have it.
Man, it was fucked up after the controversial Avengers 2 that Avengers 3 relied on the back of Avengers 1 too much.
Yeah, it's just...
And then when Avengers 3 did it, it was okay.
I think Avengers Born was...
I can't believe they just revisited all the same locations from Avengers 1.
Why does this work so well? Is Civil War the Bloodborne of the MCU?
Oh, no!
Oh god, okay. Before I want to tear my eyeballs out, so who's next? I stopped paying attention to the agenda of things to talk about after I reach the end of mine because I'm an asshole. So who's next?
Wait, are we now at Zach or are we at me?
No, we're at me.
Oh my god,
So,
we're
Phase 2 of the WAFP cinematic episode 10 universe.
I'm gonna try to go quickly.
No, take your time.
I've got a lot to cover though.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. So I'm gonna balance out Rosin's PC Master Race, Titanfall 2, Dishonored, Mankind Divided.
Yada yada.
Okay.
I bought Persona 4 Dancing All Night.
Oh boy.
Alright. I just start out. I did not start story mode yet. I probably won't for a while because it's gonna be garbage. Just been playing the rhythm game. if you're a longtime listener of We Are Finally Podcast, you know that I'm a fan of the Project Diva series. I held off on Dancing All Night for a while because I didn't think the gameplay looked fun in comparison to Project Diva, and Project Diva X was on the horizon, so I figured I'd hold off on Dancing All Night and get Project Diva X. That was a mistake. Project Diva X was a pretty big disappointment, and I'm actually having a lot of fun with Dancing All Night. I still think the gameplay of Project Diva is better. Dancing All Night plays better than it looks, though. It looked really bad, in my opinion, but actually the gameplay feels fine. My only real major complaint... the track list?
Oh.
Yeah. Have you seen the track list?
I've not... Well, I mean, I've listened to all the songs, and honestly, like, I to be honest, I don't like a lot of the remixes.
Yeah, a lot of the remixes aren't very good. A lot of the remixes have me just going like, I wish this was just the actual original song.
Exactly.
No, the real problem, though, is that, like, I don't need 3 versions of Shadow World, 4 versions of Reach Out to the Truth. Like, there are so many repeated songs, but just slightly different because it's a different remix. And, like, the fact they went for multiple versions of these songs instead of, like, more songs from the Persona series, like, they clearly wanted to stick to Persona 4, but they delve into Persona Q and Persona 4 Arena. But, like, the only Persona Q song in there is Maze of Life. And, like, man, you didn't get the battle theme? like the Fire Up in the Night or whatever it is?
Yeah. That's a great
such a
song.
good song. That's not in there, but we get 4 versions of Shadow World, you know? Like,
oh, God.
That's a pretty big disappointment. For that reason, I don't know how much I'm gonna play Dancing All Night, but I spent a good chunk of time with it yesterday and today. Better than I thought it'd be. It's a decent rhythm game. Track list. The only other thing is that the characters talk a lot. Like, you'll be in the middle of the rhythm game and you'll hear, like, Chie going, "Oh, you're so good at dancing, Naoto." It's kind of annoying. I think there's an options in the option menu to turn that off. I'll probably check that out next time, because, yeah, constantly hearing dialogue while I'm trying to do a rhythm game isn't great.
You're so amazing, Zach.
Thanks. Thank you.
You're doing a great job, Zach.
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome.
You're good. Got it. That's the joke. Woo! Other game I bought. Trails of the Cold Steel.
I've also bought this game, but I've not played it yet.
I don't know if it was on this podcast or not, but someone recommended I play Trails of the Cold Steel because I liked the military school setting of Final Fantasy VIII.
That sounds like it would be a thing that we talked about, but I don't remember.
So, I'm swallowing a lot. Do you hear this?
No.
I played, yeah, just to let everyone know I'm swallowing a lot. I played Trails of the Cold Steel.
This is a PG-13 podcast, Zachary.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's a no one podcast, because fuck this. Man, this game's weird. Okay, so Trails of the Cold Steel, I know it's like a big series. The Legend of Heroes series is a huge series, but everyone said you can just start with this one because it's kind of its own thing. It is a good game. It starts in media res with a like scene from way later, I guess, where you get the hang of the battle system. Man, that like whole prologue thing is garbage, because you don't know any of the characters and it feels like there's this huge cast and it's overwhelming. No one seems interesting. They throw the battle system at you and you kind of figure it out, and then it cuts to the actual beginning of the game and they properly introduce all the characters and properly teach you the battle system, and it's like, this is clearly the start of the game. We didn't need the flash forward at all. I was actually pretty impressed. There's a huge cast of characters, and they each have a proper introduction over the course of this first dungeon, and it did not feel overwhelming at all. gameplay system is pretty cool. It's a turn-based JRPG, but it takes place. The arenas are like free roaming, where you can move your character around on their turn, and your position in battle actually matters.
Oh, so would you say it's like Persona 1?
No,
Okay.
I should say there's no grid in that respect. It's like, let's say there's a circle, and your character has a certain range where they can move each turn, and that takes up their turn. You can't move and attack.
Oh,
but
so it does that like free movement. I think it's Valkyria Chronicles does something like that too.
kinda, it's different, because the spaces are very small.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so depending on where you're standing, let's say one character's attack is a line, and you want to position them in a way where they can hit as many enemies with that line as possible.
Okay.
Or there's a lot of AoE attacks where they have like a circle, and then it started getting interesting when enemies started using AoE attacks, and it takes a little while to charge, so like the ground will glow red where the enemy is, and it's like, oh shit, everyone's next turn is to get out of that circle. Then there's also attacks where, like, you know how oftentimes in turn-based RPGs a character will have like an animation where they like charge forward with their sword, and then they just go back to their starting position, and it's kind of goofy?
Yeah.
In this game, if a character has an animation where they charge forward, where they stop is now where that character is standing.
Oh.
So you kind of have to learn how all of these characters' moves act, and then it opens up where, like, okay, well, if I want him to be over there to attack this guy, instead of wasting a turn moving, I'll do this attack that actually sends him over there. It's actually got a decent amount of depth while being pretty simple. As far as the military school setting goes, it's not like Phantasy 8 at all in terms of tone. It's a fucking anime through and through. It is so anime.
I've heard more comparisons to Persona 3 and 4 than anything else when I hear about Cold Steel.
Those comparisons are valid. It's not as good as Persona. But it is, like, you get to know the school layout. Like, the school setting is... You know how you kind of get to know the layout of the school in Persona? That's kind of the way it is here. You do also have a free day in each chapter where you get to choose who you spend your time with.
Oh, boy.
And it's kind of like social links, but not really. Story has not picked up for me yet. I'm still kind of early in the game, so I can't judge that. Characters are a little one note so far, but I've heard a lot of praise for the characters, so I'm hoping they get more depth later on. But I don't know. I did have a little moment where my heart sank a little bit in the opening dynamic between the main character and I guess the main girl, where it is one of the most annoying anime cliches I've ever seen, where they fall down and she falls on top of him, and that's so wacky.
No.
And now she's mad at him, and she slaps him, but he didn't do anything wrong. But now she hates him because she fell on top of him. It's so dumb.
That's how. That's actually how Trick and I met.
I can believe
it's really
it.
fucking weird.
I believe it. I really hope that ends. Like, there's so many character dynamics. There's two characters that bicker all the time because one's a noble, one's a commoner, and it's so many things where it's like, God, I hope this doesn't last the whole game. Man, I hope they settle this soon.
You know,
because
I kind of hate to say it, but like a lot of people have really, I've always heard over and over again, like, oh, Falcom games, but like, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of that kind of is what kind of pushes me away from a lot of those games. Like, I know, like, or YS, whatever the fuck.
Yes.
I know, like, that and, like, a bunch of the Legend of Heroes games and stuff are apparently, like, really fucking good, but, like, I don't know, like, just, they don't feel very appealing to me personally, and, like, a lot of the stuff you kind of said is kind of why.
Yeah. Like I said, the battle system is so much more interesting than I thought it would be, and, like, none of the characters on their own are unlikable, but none of them are really all that standout either, and I'm worried. I guess I'll give an update another time, but for right now, it goes a lot to say. Yeah. If the game wasn't good, a lot of the stuff it's done so far would make me stop playing, but, like, I'm probably going to play when we're done here, so, like, I'm coming back to it, and that's a good sign. So if it can if it can stop what it's doing now and actually get like a good story going, I see myself getting pretty into it. Yeah, that's Trails of the Cold Steel. I know people say you should play Trails in the Sky first, but if I like Cold Steel, I'll get Cold Steel 2, and if I like Cold Steel 2, then I'll go into the other ones. Other than that, I started Rise of the Tomb Raider. That's pretty good. It's more of the first one, but better. My only real complaint about it is... So do you guys know anything about Tomb Raider?
I played like one of them on PS1 at like a friend's house one time when I was like really young. I played through a good chunk of the 2013 reboot, and I found it like really average. And I didn't really care for it, honestly.
I've never played a Tomb Raider game.
Okay,
or really
so
care.
you guys aren't Tomb Raider fans.
Nope.
What's Lara Croft's iconic weapon of choice?
A bow.
No, oh fuck.
A gun?
Well,
Okay.
okay, so here's my thing. If we're talking about the old one, she has like the dual wield pistols.
That's it. Her iconic weapon is dual wielding pistols.
Yep, but I mean, like, I mean, to be fair, since 2013 one, it seems like she's become like Far Cry bow and arrow lady. It seems to be her thing now.
Tomb Raider 2013, kind of like how you were saying with the Doctor Strange movie. The idea of that game is that she's not the Lara Croft you know yet. So a bow is her main weapon, and then she gets a single pistol and like a shotgun and stuff like that.
Would you say that she is rising to become the Tomb Raider?
Well, no, I'm talking about the first one. So she's being Tomb Raider 2013.
Oh.
She's
Would you say she's 2013ing into being the Tomb Raider?
Yeah, she is. So I'm gonna fucking spoil an element of that game from 2013. Sorry. They tease you with the dual pistols throughout that entire game. She's got the bow, and that's her main weapon, but they are constantly like, hey, she's gonna get the dual pistols now. Oh, no, not yet, not yet.
Oh.
And like, there's cutscenes where someone lays another pistol next to her, and she's like, no. Like, and the big moment at the end of that game, like the final cutscene, quick time event thing, is she picks up a second pistol and uses dual pistols, and it's like, oh, now she's fucking Lara Croft. Now she's the Lara Croft you know. So the fact that she doesn't have dual pistols in this fucking game really bothers me, because it's the sequel to that. I haven't gotten very far in yet. I have a bow and I have a single pistol, just like the first one, and it's like, the fact that this game didn't start with dual pistols, I feel like I've been lied and cheated. I know that's stupid, but the fact that it was such a big moment of the last one, and that it's not here, it feels really dumb to me. But, I don't know. I like Tomb Raider, so I guess maybe I care and no one else in the world cares. Other than that, I watch a lot of TV shows. Some people might not know this. I watched a lot of TV. I kind of wanted to mention 2 TV shows that I've been enjoying lately, because I don't talk about it very often. I watch a lot of crap. I watch like Gotham and Supergirl. That's not what I'm going to talk about. I've been watching a show called Class, which is a British show. It's a Doctor Who spinoff. Don't run away yet.
I'm already gone.
Yeah.
Stop. No, stop.
Oh.
Hear me out.
I don't know how you heard that, but I'm already gone.
Hear me out. Hear me out. So, I've been pretty fucking out of Doctor Who for a while. I liked it a lot years ago, and I'm not into it anymore. I think it got kind of bad. I still give it a shot every season. I give like an episode a shot. I'm not feeling it the last couple of years. I wrote off Class when it was announced, because the way they described it was like, it's a Doctor Who spinoff about kids in school. And that so didn't appeal to me. I gave it a shot on a whim. It's really good. If you can get past there being goofy aliens with dumb designs, what you're getting is a show about teenagers, for one thing. But The writing is really good, I think, and it actually it feels more mature and not, I don't want to say dark, but like it gets kind of violent and like they're not afraid to shy away from things. Like characters have sex, characters die, but it does it without feeling like they're trying to be gritty. It just feels kind of honest.
This is a recurring theme of media we've been consuming as of late.
Well, it's good though because
Yeah.
like there was a Doctor Who spinoff once before called Torchwood, and that was really popular. And I didn't get into it as much because I felt like it was trying too hard to be the gritty adult Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm.
This show's not trying to do that. It's doing its own thing entirely. There's still like there's dumb aliens called like the Shadowkin or something, and they're just like goofy monster designs. It's dumb. But if you can get past that, the plot's pretty good, the writing's good, the characters are all good. And like we're only like 5 episodes in and shit's gotten serious. And yeah, if you're just in the mood for a different kind of show, I'd recommend trying that out. Other show I've been watching.
Oh.
You still need to what?
I said I like there's been some stuff I've wanted to watch, and every time I stop myself I'm like, I really need to finish Jessica Jones and start Luke Cage.
No, you don't.
Oh.
You need to finish Jessica Jones, you don't need to start Luke Cage.
Oh.
I did not like Luke Cage.
Well,
That's not the show I'm going to talk about, though. The other show I'm going to talk about is Westworld. It's on HBO.
okay, tell me about Westworld, because I've heard things from different podcasts and different friends, and it's about robots?
Yes.
Okay.
It is. It's set in like an undescribed future time, I guess. I'm not really sure when it's supposed to be set. The premise, which is a horrible way to describe the show, but the premise is in the future-ish, there is a theme park, kind of, where robots are programmed to believe they're living in the Old West, and people go there to live out Old West fantasies. There's a lot of parallels to video games.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah. So the whole gimmick is you visit this place, and it's expensive. You pay thousands of dollars to go there.
So they're all like rich assholes too, right?
Yes, they're all rich assholes. And you go there, and you can do whatever you want. You can play the hero. The writers set up quests where the robots are designed to be like, there's a killer out in those woods.
Oh god.
And you go and it's like, oh, I'll go solve this murder mystery they wrote for me. Or you could just say screw that and like charge into the bar with a gun and kill everyone and then rape the barmaid, you know? Like it's very like you can live out whatever fantasy you want, be it the good guy or the bad guy.
And I'm assuming it's all like consequence free.
All consequence free. You can't get hurt. You're allowed to do whatever you want,
Yeah.
and the robot's memories are wiped at the end of every session.
Okay.
So that's the setting, and that setting is also it's loosely based on the setting of an old movie called the same thing. I have not seen the movie, and from what I understand, the setting is as far as that connection goes.
Okay, I actually didn't even know that, so...
Yeah. So, what the show is actually about is things are going wrong with the robots, and, like, there's a lot of things I could compare it to, but I don't want to spoil things, but, like, there's a lot of mystery involved, and the actual plots follow like a few of the guests and the people working and the robots, and they're trying to figure out why some of the robots are behaving the way they are, why things aren't going the way they should. I'll stop there, but if you sound interested in it, give it a shot because it's really good.
The only thing I really know is I've heard really good praises of it, and then I saw like there's an article, I kind of skimmed it to be honest, but it was something about like how the show portrays prostitutes and like creepy rich people being assholes to sex workers or something. That sounded, I don't know, it sounded interesting to me, but
yeah, I mean, so 2 of the robots are prostitutes, and I don't really I guess they kind of talk about that a little bit, but I don't know if it goes as deep as maybe you'd want.
no, I mean, I that's not like why I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
watching it already. Like, no, that's
You perv.
yeah, no,
No, I know. No, I mean like in terms of like how they talk about that, but
no,
it feels like it could go places. Is you know,
yeah.
and
I
there's
can
a lot
imagine
of-
there's probably I imagine it's a show that just from it sounds like with the setting there's a lot going on.
yeah, and the creative team
Stuff-wise,
behind
yeah.
it is really good. There's a lot of people behind it that have done some good stuff in the past. So
That sounds cool. That's an HBO thing, right?
yes, Westworld is on HBO.
So I'll need to do some shit to watch that, but I do want to watch that, and I'll probably try to do that before next podcast because I've heard too many good things at this point.
And yeah, that's me. I've also got some other stuff to talk about, but we'll get to that later. So yeah.
So, guest who's been very quiet the last 2 hours.
I'm sorry.
Talk about your shit, nerd.
Wow, that's a real
This
nice
is
way
how
to
I
treat your
treat my
guest.
guests.
You little shit. Okay, well, I bought Resident Evil 4 again because it was on sale
Same.
for the Halloween thing. Played through that, did something a little different. I used the Mind Thrower.
Oh my god. That's how you know you've played too many fucking playthroughs of Resident Evil 4.
I'm planning on doing a TMP knife professional run later.
Oh god.
So
Can we
Trish,
talk
what's
about
your
the
stance on TMP?
Yeah, can we talk about the TMP?
Let's talk about the
Oh
TMP.
my
'Cause I've heard
fucking
Zach, how do
God.
you feel about the TMP? I've never gotten your opinion on it.
You haven't. And the funny thing is, I've avoided this entire debate, so I don't know anything about what you guys have been saying.
Okay, hold
So-
on. So let's exist in a bubble. Trick, don't tell him. Zach, please tell us your thoughts on the TMP.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh, this is oh. The TMP is
What do
I
you
like
guys
having
think
it.
of TMP?
I like having it as a backup weapon.
yeah, that's okay, that's fine. But
So
you're
when
not
there's a
running
bunch
around
of-
with it as your primary fucking thing.
No, but I pull it out when there's a bunch of enemies around. I've used it.
Yeah, see? Zach gets how to use it. Nobody else seems to.
But you
It's
can...
really good for crowd control, but everybody's
Yeah,
like,
when there's a large group of enemies, the inaccuracy
Exactly.
of the bullets is a benefit.
I think I'm happy with my trifecta of shotgun, rifle, handgun.
No, but the thing is that like you want to use the TMP when you don't want like the not the startup, but like the ending part, the slowness of a shotgun.
Yeah.
When you need to like burst fire, get everybody stunned, and like run back or something,
Huh. I've never
Yeah.
thought about it this way because my crowd control in RE4 has always been shoot and knee, do the kick, and then run.
Yeah. I mean, I understand why some people might think the TMP is bad, but like they wouldn't have added it if there wasn't a use for it.
Okay.
Now, but the Mind Thrower, I don't know if there's a use for it.
Hey, I've used the Mind Thrower.
I used the Mind Thrower on my, like I said, on my PS4 run. I can't see a good application of when to use it.
It saved my life once in memory. Just once, though.
But it's like, I don't know. I guess it's like grenades do the job, but more like reliably. I feel like because
I can see
grenades
that,
you just
yeah.
lob the thing and you're done. With the Mind Thrower, it's like you shoot it, and then you have to like kind of wind back. By then, you might be in danger.
So we are finally podcast
Yeah.
officially endorsing the TMP.
No,
TMP? Is that the TM?
it's
Yeah,
TMP.
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 I can't stand by this.
Mind Thrower on debate.
On the negative.
I don't endorse. Yep, I don't endorse the DMP.
Hey man, 2-1.
No, Trick's not real.
We can now take over the podcast.
Oh shit, no.
That's how this works, right?
I am not a fan of the TMP. I think it's a waste of space.
I used the TMP and like the Mind Thrower. I always used the TMP. What the hell am I saying? But I sold
Disgusting.
the free shotgun and tried to use the Mind Thrower instead of having a shotgun, kind of awkward. Wouldn't recommend. I bought the striker,
Yeah.
and then everything was all okay. But
It's been years since I played Resident Evil 4.
So good.
it's so good.
I buy it
best.
every time.
Mm.
Except
I've-
for
I've
that
bought it
time
on
Trick
PS4.
gifted it to me on Steam. That time I did not buy it.
I only ever
You just
had
paid
it.
for it anyways.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to my PS4 run of it.
I burned $20 that day. A sacrifice to the Resident Evil 4 gods. That game's going to be
Capcom
ported to
could just-
everything forever.
Yeah.
Capcom?
No. I mean, like I feel like when Capcom needs money, they can just break the glass.
The
and just
RE4
re-release
glass.
it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they can do it once per generation, you know?
Yeah, and you'll be seeing it on the Switch pretty soon,
Oh,
I
God.
bet.
Right. Oh, God, you're right. And I'll buy it.
It's on Wii U.
You can have RE4 on the go!
RE4 on the go, man.
Oh my god.
Uh,
Well, see, there you go.
And we talked
semi-related.
about the Switch.
Oh. Yeah, I was just gonna say semi-related for backstory. The TMP debate has been going on in our group of friends for a few months now. But also, Trick and
I thought it
I...
was like a day.
What?
I thought it was just like a day ago. This has been going on for months.
It's been going on for a while.
Oh, God.
It took a small break, and then when the PS4 version came out, we had to have
Yes.
Okay.
2.0.
No, Trick and I have been playing a co-op game of Resident Evil 5 for
You mean we were playing?
Yes, we were playing a co-op game of Resident Evil 5, and we were both starting that with like, yeah, fuck yeah, Resident Evil 5, it has problems, but it's a really fun co-op game, and that
Yeah.
slowly devolved into, and then I don't want to play this anymore.
And then apparently we happened to stop right before the game gets really, obnoxious. I think we stopped at, the sun laser puzzle, right?
Yeah.
The first time I ever talked to Trek, you guys were talking about this fucking playthrough of Resident Evil 5.
Yeah, guess what? We're not done, and we might never be.
No.
This was like a year ago.
Exactly.
I keep saying, Trick, we just gotta buy the PS4 version.
No. Just no.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, my piece on Resident Evil 4, but let's move on to another Capcom game, Monster Hunter. This is going to tie into what I was going to talk about later, okay?
Okay. I trust
So, Monster Hunter Generations came out, I think, back in the summer.
you. Mm-hmm.
Played that. It's pretty solid, but kind of has problems. Mostly because, I jumped on the train with Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, and then, that game was pretty solid. But Monster Hunter Generations is a weird problem because less people bought it, and there seems to be less people active to an absurd degree, and it's kind of boring to play for me because
You can't
for the
find
multiplayer-
people, or
yeah, it's I make a room and it's I want to hunt this monster, and then nobody joins for half an hour, and it's oh. But with Monster Hunter 4, it was I want to fight this thing that nobody ever fights, and people are in there all the time. So that's kind of disheartening, and our group of friends, nobody, half of them either didn't buy it or they just played even way less than I did and then quit. And that's
guilty as charged.
yes.
I liked
So
what I
that kind
played of it though. The adept style is really fun.
It's really good.
It's really fun. Which, for people that don't know, Generations is kind of like a best of collection of the previous Monster Hunters, but then also they made the action a bit more dynamic, and you have these different weapon arts where all of the different weapons in Monster Hunter now have a
super moves.
Yeah, have a super move those are really cool from what I saw. And then also they added 4 different character styles that you can switch between, that basically they give you a special ability. The adept one, which is my favorite one,
Yeah.
is a dodge. like a
But then when you
soul-style
like
dodge.
successfully dodge, you do like a flashy like spiral spin
And
out of the way.
isn't there a thing where like if you do like a perfect dodge, your next attack is like really buffed or something too?
I think that's for I think that might be Brave Style, which came out like super recently because they made like a Monster Hunter like Double Cross, which is like the new like the G ranked version. I saw like a video where like somebody did like a dodge in Brave Style and then followed up with like a really cool attack. I don't know if that's it.
Yeah, that's
or if
actually
that-
one thing I wanted to say. I'm kind of upset that I bought Generations because I only spent about 5 hours with it, and then they fucking announced the other day that Generations better version is coming out.
If
in
it makes
Japan.
you feel better, you can transfer your save data.
Oh, okay, so that's nice.
So I think that's what people like suspect because 4 did that with the Japanese version.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So don't worry, your 5 hours won't be in vain.
You know, and I mean, I do still like pick it up every now and again. See, here's my thing with Monster Hunter. I played Try way back when. And I was like, this is cool, and I played like 15 hours of it. And then like I kind of jumped on the For You train with Trick and a few other friends. I did not play it as much as they did. I still kind of scrap at it every once and again. A friend really kindly bought me 3U when I got my Wii U. And then I also bought Generations. So I have all 3 of them, which are like the 3 like modern one like things, quote unquote. And like I kind of pick at all of them, but I never focus on one in particular. And I actually feel like that's a problem because I don't think I know how to play Monster Hunter properly because all of the different game specific things are fucking with me.
Nice.
So, yeah.
It's like you dip your toes into one and then just go back out and go into a different pool.
Exactly. And like the currents of the pools are different. And the depths and it's weird, but
So like another thing is like that's starting to really great is like the charm system, which is like the little like it's like kind of like a necklacey thing, like RNG thing that like comes up after like missions that you get that have like random like skill or like adds like points to random skills. And like I feel like it almost goes against like the point of Monster Hunter because like you fight this monster, you get its parts, and then you craft the armor and it gives you the skills that you want. But then with like the stupid charms, you like people like figured out like an exploit you can do in Generations where you can just farm a bunch of charms and you just keep doing it until you get the ones that you want. And it's really annoying. And I never like that because like I like to like min-max play those games, so like I always want, the ones for the skills that I like.
yeah.
But it's really annoying. And then there's like another problem where if you do like all of like the village quests in Generations, you can do a quest that gives you something called the Hayabusa feather. Words are hard. Hayabusa feather, and like that's like a really good skill, or it gives you a really good skill for it boosts your crit. And like in Generations, I think like having high crit is like way better than in like what it was in 4, and a lot of like min-maxy builds go for that, but like a lot of those builds revolve around just one item that's obnoxious to get, and I don't like that. Kind of lame. I don't really know what else to say. Like, it's kind of just been like a little disappointing compared to 4 Ultimate. Like, I put like 100 hours into Generations right now, and I kind of don't want to pick it up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I filled that hole with another hunting game, God Eater.
how's God Eater?
It's surprisingly fun. It's like fast paced. Like the plot's really stupid and kind of like there's like a weird theme going on where it's like, oh, a bunch like people die all the time in God Eater Land, but then like one. Okay, should I go into spoilers for God Eater? Does anyone care?
I don't care at all, but
Well, I guess it's a spoiler warning, but like there's like a character that doesn't matter at all that dies super early, and then an actual important character dies, but they come back. kind of got spoiled on that because I played Project Cross Zone 1.
Oh.
But it's like weird how this game's always like, oh, people die, but nobody really does. So it's like kind of weird. And then the characters are all not likable at first, all kind of annoying, but then like they grow on you. So that's pretty cool. So like so there's like a gameplay mechanic where like if you've ever seen God Eater, like it's like huge fuck off like giant weapons and then like turn into like giant like monster mouths that like bite into the monsters, and then you gain like a special meter that powers you up. And like at first I thought that mechanic would be kind of annoying because you have to like keep doing that to maintain the meter, but it's actually like kind of neat because they give you like different kinds of like attacks where like the air bite, like you can have one that's just like bites in the air, or like you can change it into one that like kind of lunges down and it's like a huge dash. And that's pretty cool. In terms of like compared to Monster Hunter, it's like way less grindy. I haven't had to grind for anything, just, you know, do the missions, fight whatever like dumb monster you want, and then kind of one and done almost. The only problem is like there's like no variety in like the missions. It's like kill this thing and then later on it's kill fire elemental version of this thing.
Oh.
Or ice, or thunder, or light.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but like that's the hunting genre is literally you just go and fight a thing. There's no real in between.
Yeah, I mean there's like plot in God Eater though.
Well, I mean
So,
also
like,
too, but in Monster Hunter you do go out and there's some stuff where it's just like gather some shit.
Yeah, that's true, and
But,
you
like,
go back
it's-
to like the village and stuff. But the
Yeah.
bulk of the game is like
The fun part are these like
hunt a thing. You fight the one thing.
you go and fight the boss fight, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you carve up their body, and then you take their bones and other scales and shit they give you to make cooler armor and gear, so you
Yep.
don't get fucked up by the next thing.
I think I've mentioned this before, but like that genre is something that I feel like I should like, but I just can't get into.
that's too bad because like
It is because
Monster
people that
Hunter
are
and like God Eater are like, you know, pretty fun.
yeah, the people that are into it like really love it, and I feel like man, I wish. I think it was an answer to an email question where like I wish I liked it. I really do because they look like great games.
They fill a void for me that I feel like MMOs fill for other people.
That makes sense, you know. Maybe if I didn't have FF14.
Yeah, I think that might be it, because like it gives me that online RPG, and like they're not even like people call them action RPGs. Trick, you've played more of them than me, but like I kind of don't feel like it sometimes. Like the RPG part of it really just comes down to gear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess there's like numbers involved, but like that doesn't matter. And I mean it matters, but like
But the numbers are more so just like make the higher numbers go up with the more gear and shit you craft with
Yeah,
all your
yeah.
ingredients. Like
also
it's weird. I feel like it is its own dedicated subgenre, but like it gives me that online like cooperative experience of you know, like, hey, we're going to like I feel like because MMO people are like, hey, let's fight this boss a few times and see if we can get the drops or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I get that, but it's like, hey, let's go fuck up this monster, and maybe this time I can get the stuff I need to spawn that will get me my cool, awesome, like, next big sword or something.
Yeah. So it's definitely better played with friends then?
Oh, definitely.
oh yeah, of course.
I
I mean, there's like a weird balance thing at some point because, like, for Monster Hunter, when you're playing with like 4 people, the monster dies in like 5 minutes, and it's
So,
kind of weird.
I recently spoke with someone, and also from experience determined why. So, Trick, have you ever played 3? Like, have you played Tri or 3U at all? Or no?
I I tried. I played it for like 20 minutes. There's something about it that I really don't like.
Okay.
And like I mean, part of it's like the font problem where it's like the text box looks blurry, but I fixed it. But even after that, it was like, meh.
Oh, sorry, you played the 3DS version, I imagine, then?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I have it on Wii U, which is really nice because you get it's either like, hey, do you want all of your map and HUD elements to be on your gamepad and the screen is just the gameplay? And I fucking love that. Or, hey, do you want to just have the HUD and everything on the screen, and then that's mirrored on the gamepad, and then you can play it like a handheld game, which I fucking love. I've went on about how much I love off-TV play before on this podcast, but like that's really neat to have. Yeah, so I don't remember the name of it. You probably know, Trick. It's that, actually, I'm not sure, it might be a monster that's only in 3. It's, the thing that's like a weird duck thing that breathes fire.
Oh, Kuropeko, I think. It like honks and then summons other monsters.
Yeah, so I played solo, and to be fair, I didn't fully complete the tutorial before it starts to unlock like monster shit to do. I just kind of jumped into it. I spent 35 minutes fighting that solo.
Do you remember what weapon you were using?
I think it was the default great
Sword and shield?
No, it was a great sword.
Oh, okay.
But
so
yeah.
Something that I really hate about Monster Hunter. Oh, yeah. Something that I really hate about Monster Hunter is like its tutorials are like garbage.
Yeah.
And like 4 probably did it the best, but like there's so much stuff that's so vague, or they just don't explain to you that like
You have to read the wiki.
that would probably, yeah, that would like turn the
Generations-
average person off.
Generations.
No, Generation
was-
stepped back on the tutorials,
It
which is stupid.
did. Like so much of Generations was me internally thinking, man, I'm so happy I played For You before this because I'd be so fucking lost right now.
Like a lot of people are like pick up For You during a sale and then like just play through story mode and then play Generations, and it's like that. No, that's a little silly.
No,
but-
what I was saying though is so apparently that thing where I'm like that boss took a lot to fight, like a long time to fight solo. That's the reason that like they've kind of started to balance them more so around not having the full 4 players there, it sounds like, in terms of health. But apparently that also kind of makes it too easy when you have a full party now. And I don't get why they don't just scale it. Or maybe they do, but they
Scale
don't do it.
up a little bit. Like,
Yeah, maybe they...
I don't think they do because like
They should. But I
yeah,
don't
they
know.
should because like yeah, I think Generation scaled down like the online version of monsters, like even when you're playing by yourself, because it's like maybe like 20 minutes if I'm doing bad, and then like 15 minutes, which is like kind of like the average.
Yeah.
And then, you know, when it's 4 people, like I don't think it's scaled up as much, and then like on top of that you have your super moves, so like you're just like they're done, you know?
I've also heard that in Generations, to kind of counter the low health problem, monsters run between areas more, which is so fucking annoying.
I really hate that. It's so annoying.
So for people
like,
that don't
that
know,
is
because Monster Hunter was on like the PS2 first, then it kind of went to the PSP, and now it's kind of on the 3DS. So because of that, there are like some weird technical limitations where like you don't have like a big area to hunt monsters, and you have like an area that's in numbered sections. So it'll be like, go to area 9 and then fight this monster, and then after the monster takes enough damage, it'll start to flee, and like if you don't interrupt it, it's going to flee to another area, and each of those areas have to load in. Which also sucks, because if you get hit by a big fuck off tail swipe attack and go flying into a loading screen...
Oh yeah, that happens.
Yeah,
That never stops.
That's awkward. I really hope when it comes out for the Switch, if it does, that they get rid of the numbered zones and they
It's
just
such
have a
an
zone.
easy moneymaker.
It is. Like, it's honestly...
It's satisfies both parties. You get the console like graphics of a Monster Hunter, and then it's portable too.
Yeah,
You know?
like honestly, that area section thing is the one main that, and also like you said, it's really hard to fucking learn at first. It took me a while to get used to it, and I had to read a lot of the
Yeah.
stupid wikis
Like, because
and
the
fan
thing, like,
guides.
for example, with Greatsword. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying I had to read like a lot of fan guides and wikis, and to be fair, it's one of those things where I feel like if I had started playing this on the PS2 when Monster Hunter 1 came out, and then kept up with it, I'd get it more, you know? But that's also still not an excuse. Um, but then, yeah, like my only gripe other than like the kind of inaccessible nature of it is it's really fucking like the loading screen shit can be absurd. Like when I get hit out of an area into a loading screen and then I have to run back and then load in again to the area I just got hit out of, like fuck off, that's terrible.
Mhm.
But yeah, hopefully the Switch.
Yeah. See, I mean, God Eater doesn't have that problem. It's just like one map. Like, imagine like 2 or 3 like Monster Hunter maps, but it's just one area,
That's cool.
like size-wise.
That's cool.
And no, I just appreciate how straightforward God Eater is. Like, you know, because I feel like since God Eater came second, they're like, okay, what did Capcom do wrong? Let's, you know, like, do that better.
Well, isn't Generations 2 partially a response to the changes made in games like Freedom Wars, God Eater, and Tokiden?
Oh, is it? I mean, I don't know about that.
That's what I've heard from people. Like, I heard Generations is a little bit more action-based because Tokiden, Freedom Wars, and God Eater kind of all came out and were like, hey, we're like Monster Hunter, but faster. And Capcom was kind of like, no, you fucking don't, and kind of...
I don't think so.
Yeah, and they're kind of like, we're faster now, too. But...
Did you know? So you know how you can put traps down to like stun monsters or to capture them, right?
Yeah.
You know that? Have you ever noticed like if they don't run into the trap and they leave to another area, you have to wait for that trap to break on its own before you can put another one?
I never noticed that.
Oh, it took until Double Cross, you know, which is coming out, for them to be like, you can break your own traps now if that happens.
Oh, that's cool.
I think somebody said like this is like, or Double Cross is like the 13th game into the series.
Oh, it took them that long.
Took until now for them to figure that one out.
That's, yeah. I know there's some people that have been saying too that I was listening to a podcast with someone who really likes those games, and he was saying that one of the things that's really shitty about the series is that there's a lot of menu simplification in terms of inventory and like other stuff that they could do, but also it seems like a lot of Japanese fans really don't want them to change anything because that's what they're fucking used to after like a decade and a half of playing these games.
Oh, that's
Which kind of sucks.
That's not very fair to the new people.
Yeah. No, I'm happy the series took off in America, though. I think Monster
Oh
Hunter
yeah,
games
I mean
are-
it brought
they're
in
fun.
like way more shittier people.
Yeah,
Like,
like us.
cause like whenever I see like, yeah, no, whenever I see like Monster Hunter communities, they're always like, oh, like there's a bunch of grievers or like, you know, a bunch of crybabies that like, you know, don't want to listen to helpful advice, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Sounds
yeah,
just like
God
Final
Eater's cool.
14.
Play it. No, Final Fantasy 14 is surprisingly good. Like with that, like
No, it's not.
I always see like, oh man, like what a helpful community this is.
It's because you talked to
This
me.
was my first run through a dungeon, and like people were so helpful. That's what I hear like half the time.
No, it's all they're just trying to trick you.
Oh.
Oh,
Well.
well, I
That's
don't
why
say
everyone should play with me because I'm the better one.
Nice. You know what? Actually,
that. I had a pretty
No,
good time.
honestly, well, no, yeah, that's really good to hear because I've heard a lot of people get turned away from 14 because there's some problems with its community.
one thing I do want to say, you know what fucking always weirds me out? Apparently, the monster hunting genre of thing like kind of started with Phantasy Star Online. That kind of boggles my mind a bit. I don't know. Like apparently, like the ideas there kind of got expanded into Monster Hunter or something. I don't know because I never really played Phantasy Star Online, but I'd love to hear an explanation for how that all connects.
Huh. Fantasy Star?
Yeah. I don't know. I've heard people
Huh.
say that a lot of what Monster Hunter like had at first they took from PSO 1 for GameCube, released in
That means
whatever
Capcom either
year. I
one
don't know why
didn't
I
do a
fucking
good
sound like
job.
a Wikipedia article.
No, so wait. They took stuff from Phantasy Star Online?
I don't know. Like this is just what I've heard from people, but like
Oh.
apparently the format or like I've heard multiple people say the Monster Hunter like the monster hunting genre kind of started like the pioneer of it was
Oh.
PSO. Like
Okay.
it might not have been one exactly, or at least what it turned into, but it kind of set the ground for it apparently.
Oh.
Like I
Okay.
said, I'm not familiar enough with that game to really say how. um, but yeah,
How dare you not know
I
anything
know,
about Phantasy Star Online or Monster Hunter to extreme detail?
I know, I'm the
You
worst.
asshole.
Disgusting.
Why do
Man,
we even
and
have you on the show?
No.
I can't believe the leader of the
This is my
Fantasy Star
podcast now.
podcast.
Yeah.
I've never played a
Cathedral of Phantasy Star.
I've never played a
Yes.
Phantasy Star game.
I like that we know so little about Fantasy Star that we have no idea
Yeah,
what it
I've
would
never
actually be
played
called.
any of those games.
You know what I always
Yeah.
think of when I think about Phantasy Star? As a kid, the idea of Phantasy
What?
Star and Star Ocean being different just fucked with me so hard. I'm pretty sure until I was like,
Have Star in the name?
yeah. No, but but
Fantasy
also,
Star. What is this Star Wars bullshit?
no, but it's Phantasy Star and Star Ocean because they were also the only two, like, big name sci-fi RPGs that are, like, super sci-fi, like, space travel shit, I'm pretty sure. That I knew of growing up. So, and also I think they were actually I don't know what early Star Ocean was on, but like
Super Nintendo, I believe, but I
oh
don't think
okay.
that one came over here.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know, but like I always
Yeah, the first I believe the first Star Ocean was Super Nintendo. The second one was PS1, and I think the second one was like the big one that got it big.
yeah, like I don't know, but Star Ocean and Phantasy Star were always those like sci-fi RPGs as a like that I always knew of and I always confused, and probably until I was about 17. Though to be fair, I'm also really dumb and I have the same problem with Valkyria Chronicles and Valkyrie Profile. So,
I have a bone to pick with Star Ocean actually.
why? Well, is it because of that third game weird twist thing?
What, did it beat you
No,
up in middle school?
no, actually. So
The only thing I know about Star Ocean is how bad that third game's twist is. I've heard the game itself is actually not too bad, but that twist
it's
is
not.
oh.
So I've played the second one, the third one, and the fourth one. I haven't played the first one, although I did at one point own the PSP version of it, but I don't have it anymore. I never got around to it, and I didn't play the new one. So I'm only bringing this up because you brought up how it's like a space sci-fi RPG series.
Yeah.
That's a trick.
Oh.
It's a lie.
Oh. Please,
And, like
please
the
expand.
whole
Been
series,
duped.
the whole series, and like almost every time, we landed on a planet
Oh,
that's
different
like
planet.
no. We landed on a planet that's just like they're in the like medieval fantasy times, so we can't use their super high tech shit.
Oh, fuck off. That's the worst.
Yeah, like there's no real like. I'm sure some of the games have it. I probably don't remember some, but like it's just like magic and swords and shit, and like sometimes the guy has like a gun or something, but
Oh.
I always feel gypped when I play a Star Ocean game because I'm like, damn. The fourth one I think had a little bit of like space travel stuff,
Wasn't
but
that the one people didn't like though?
yeah, it was just okay.
Well,
I don't know. That series, it's a lie. That series' premise is a lie.
time to go back to Rogue Galaxy.
Oh.
Did you say Rogue Legacy or Rogue Galaxy?
Galaxy. What the fuck? What does Rogue Legacy have to do with this?
Time to go back to Castlevania.
Yeah. So I played Castlevania 1 for the NES the other day because people have been telling me forever that I need to give that game a second chance because I didn't like it. So I finally beat Castlevania 1. I wish I had played it when I was younger because I feel like I'd have I have respect for that game because it obviously was a game changer for when it came out. But like
Yeah.
trying to approach that game in 2016 is not fun.
I still enjoy it. It's not great, but I still like it.
You know what kills me? It's the fucking jump. Everything else I'm fine with, but that jump.
You get used to it though.
You do, but like it, I like even by the end of it, like I don't know.
Did you play Rondo of Blood? I know we talked about it, but
No, I've played the only Castlevania I've ever beaten is Aria of Sorrow.
okay.
That's a good pick.
I
Yeah.
haven't played one, but can you do me a favor and play Rondo of Blood?
So that was actually there's actually a really good PSN sale going on where I bought such hit titles such as Legend of Dragoon, which I honestly I don't know why I did that because I have the fucking discs like right here and they're all fine, but I was like I want to own this digitally for $1.50. I'm weird.
It was $1.50.
Yeah.
Damn, I should have gotten on that.
It's like a 2-week sale, so you probably can.
Oh shit, I'm gonna get on that.
Have you played Legend of you've played Legend of Dragoon?
Yes.
Yes, you have.
I played it a long time ago though, so
So have
I don't remember all that much.
Trick's-
I remember
Trick has played Legend of Dragoon. You have,
Somehow,
right?
no, like my friend had it a long time ago, and I watched him play, and I was like, "Yo, that's a pretty neat, JRPG." I never actually played it until like a few years ago when
I
on my
love that's the
PS3.
tie that binds our
But,
shitty childhood memories of loving Legend of Dragoon.
Yeah, man. Man, that game.
I know,
I
right?
was so excited. It's like, yeah, it's like a Final Fantasy, but it's not Final Fantasy.
So I don't know if I've told my Legend of Dragoon origin story. I
I
probably
think you have,
I,
but
I probably have to you guys in private, but I don't know if I have on the show. So Legend of Dragoon was the game because like I used to get PlayStation demo discs in the mail. Like I think my parents signed me up for like one of those weird subscription things where like they sent you like the preview discs and sometimes you'd get trailers for stuff, sometimes you get demos. And like I never I was a dumb kid so I never read the shit. So I never knew until like I put the disc in my PS1, like that sort of thing. And two of those demo discs, and I still have them lying around actually, had a Legend of Dragoon demo. And like at that time, like Paper Mario was kind of like my only RPG experience. I'm like, oh, this is like a teenager game version of that. There's like some stupid shit like that.
Can we get that? That's like a clone on the back of a box.
yes.
I was like fucking like 6 or 7, man. I don't know. But fucking
That's the funniest shit ever.
So I played the demo of that like a lot, and I still remember it's right after they escape from the Helena prison, and they're running down the God damn it, they're running down the volcano, and then Shanna gets shot by the arrow and like scrapes her knee real bad, and then you drag her into a cabin, and then Dart tells the story of the black monster, and then you cut.
Roz is really passionate about
I'm
Legend of
really
Dragoon.
passionate about this demo section of Legend of Dragoon. And then you cut down a tree and it goes into a river, and then you cross the river, and then you have a dungeon and you fight a giant snake. Anyways, that's where the demo ends, and I always like, this game's really cool! That's what I sounded like as a child. It's really unfortunate. Tragic accident. So I played the fuck out of that demo as a child. Anyways, so then cut to like 5 years later. At this point, I've played a shit ton of Final Fantasies. Surprisingly, I don't. Maybe not 7 yet, but like. I really liked Final Fantasy. I emulated a lot of the older ones and became familiar with those. 10 was out at the time. Like 10 was kind of my first one that I took. Like, yeah, 10 was my first Final Fantasy, and then I kind of worked my way backwards from there. So like I was familiar with that series, and like I was a fan at that point, and like I was pretty into the JRPG thing. So like I'm fucking at my cousin's house, and sometimes I feel like I should talk to him about this. I don't know how the fuck to bring this up in a conversation without it sounding weird, but like he like moved to Arizona after college to like go work in like the oil industry or some shit. Um and like so I'm just randomly there, and then my aunt's like, did you like bring over a game one time and like not like forget it or something? And she has a copy of Legend of Dragoon, and I was like,
another copy?
No, well, I never had a copy.
Oh.
It was my cousin's, and like my uncle was like, oh no, that's like Carl's PS1, like one of his PS1 games. He must have left it out somewhere, and like he probably doesn't care anymore. And my aunt's like, oh, do you want it? And I was like, yeah. And then, like, fuck yeah, I got a free copy of Legend of Dragoon. And then I went home and I played the shit out of it. It was a good time.
I have a story.
Okay. You were the cousin?
No, can we do story podcasts about JRPGs?
Yes.
So, when I was a kid, my sister and I played through Final Fantasy VIII together. And we had a really great time with it. And I guess my sister told, like, her friends that she played through Final Fantasy VIII and liked it. And I guess she had this one friend who, in retrospect, probably liked her.
Oh.
Because he got really excited and was like, oh, you like Final Fantasy? Hey, borrow all of these games. You'll like these too. So he gave her to borrow a copy of Xenogears, Chrono Cross, Final Fantasy Tactics, Star Ocean 2, like a bunch of PS1 RPGs. I guess, you know, it's pretty obvious what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was so excited that she said she liked Final Fantasy. Those just sat in the basement of the house for like a couple of weeks, and I just slowly started taking them up to my room. And it never got brought up again. I don't know who that guy was. If he ever asked for the games back. But that's how I got a whole lot of my PS1 JRPGs.
That's amazing.
So that's my RPG story.
Man, I remember when I was a kid and I finally like, yeah, I have the money to go on eBay and like get the PS1 Final Fantasy games or whatever. I could never find 8, but some fucker was selling FF7, 9, Spirits Within, and Advent Children in a bundle, and I jumped onto that shit, and I have all 4 of those to this day.
I remember my first eBay purchase was VHS tapes of all the Dragon Ball Z movies, only it turned out they were the Malaysian dubs, so...
That's so...
That's how I watched the Dragon Ball Z movies, the Malaysian dub.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah. Anyway, Trick likes God Eater.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Know what other Namco game we can talk about?
We got a little sidetracked there.
We should have a Legend of Dragoon play session
Can
podcast. We? Yeah.
Yes.
I am super down, unironically.
Okay.
Oh God.
I'm gonna download it.
Do it.
Trails of the Cold Steel kind of has me in a like legit JRPG kick, to be honest with you. I was thinking about picking up the new Star Ocean.
You know what? I'm gonna fucking throw some words out there. That fucking I forget the name of it. The name is really fucking stupid, but the timed attack system additions. The addition system from Legend of Dragoon is unironically fucking genius, and I'm mad other games did not steal it.
Nice. I feel like Legend of Dragoon...
Mario did.
No, but but here's the thing about Legend of Dragoon's thing. It's a risk versus reward thing where it's like you go for the combo length that you can personally like keep up with and have the skill to do reliably. So like you could go for the really long physical attack chain, but if you don't have the dexterity to keep up with the timing of the combo, it's actually not as good as doing the shorter one that you can get reliably each time.
Truly the Bloodborne of JRPGs.
Yes, and like I'm mad that other RPGs never stole that system, because actually honestly, like, nostalgia goggles taken off, I think that's probably the only actual good thing about that game. Like,
Oh, come on! You don't like the voice acting?
oh, yeah. That deep
Gust of wind, dance.
that
So that's
that-
what I was gonna say.
Oh.
Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say that game is so fucking generic that the main character has not one but two destroyed hometowns. But carry on.
Oh, that's good. Because like I said, it's been I replay video games a lot, and I replay RPGs a lot. I'm in a weird situation where the PS1 Final Fantasies will never be nostalgic to me because I would play them every couple of years. So I have childhood memories of them, but because I kept playing them, I have not played The Legend of Dragoon in so long. Like, we're talking
Same.
like 13 years, 13, 14 years since I played Legend of Dragoon.
It's been a solid, I want to say, 11 or 12 for me now. I played through it once, and
Oh my
I've started
God.
playthroughs, but I have not gotten very
So,
far.
like, I have not touched that game since then. And I don't even know if I ever finished it or not. Playing through it will be a really weird mix of experiencing things for the first time and remembering things, so I'm hoping it'll have that nostalgic kick for me.
Oh boy. Whew.
I remember the big dramatic scream. Yeah.
People are gonna be looking up Legend of Dragoon because of this podcast and be like, "What's this hidden JRPG
I hope
gem
so.
that I've never heard of before?"
It's so good.
If you've never heard of, if you've never heard of if you've never heard of
You've never heard of
JRPGs,
JRPGs? I
No,
don't know why you.
if you've
how
never
you
heard of
stumbled
Legend of,
upon this
if you've never heard
podcast.
of Legend of Dragoon, it's a Sony first party game. It is the most shameless attempt to rip off PS1 Final Fantasy success that there ever was in that generation. Like, it looks like it could have been made by Square, to be honest, with how the pre-rendered backgrounds and models work. Like, it's
Yeah.
absurd. They did not succeed. It also was a very early attempt at voice acting in a full JRPG, and that did not go over well either. Well, actually, no, sorry, it's not full voice acting, but enough of it is voice acted, and it's all terrible. But in, like, a good,
Excuse
cheesy
me.
way.
It's perfect. Yeah.
Double slash. Volcano!
Oh my God!
Oh
Can you
my-
stop?
Tut!
No, keep going.
No, okay, so that's the other thing. Every time the fucking Shanna, the main heroine, she fires her bow, she says this thing that she makes this noise that I think she says, like, tut, and, like, I could never tell what she was saying. Gust of wind,
Tut.
dance.
Is that your segue?
Yeah.
Get to win dance.
Whoosh.
I'm gonna
That's
have
a freaky DLC happened.
I'm gonna have the oh yeah. I'm gonna end the podcast. I'm gonna end the podcast with my favorite Legend of Dragoon battle theme. Anyways, continue.
I think we've done that before.
No, we ended it. Oh fuck, no. We ended it with Legend of Dragoon's main theme.
It's good.
Man, I
This
feel
is
really,
sequel-
I feel like an idiot now because I just realized we have talked about that game at length on
Yeah.
this podcast before, and I thought we didn't.
I told you we did.
I thought, no, but I thought we may have just referenced it. I did not think we talked about Legend of Dragoon at length. Well, whatever. Fuck it. This is.
No, it's fine.
I think-
It's a whole new listener. Everyone that
I-
listens, one's different.
I think we found our third pillar.
Yeah.
MCU
Just
Dark
go
Souls.
back to Legend of Dragoon.
MCU Dark Souls and Legend of Dragoon. Okay, tell me about the fucking Dark Souls 3 DLC and how it's not as good as Legend of Dragoon.
It's
It actually
mediocre.
really isn't.
Oh, okay.
No, I
Tell
don't know.
me.
I'm not a fan. I don't like how
Yeah.
like absurdly short it is. Like,
Honestly,
it
it's
feels
so mediocre. I don't have much to say about it.
yeah. Like it. Okay, here's one thing. It looks incredible. Like just straight up.
I'm a huge. I've said this before. The snow and ice aesthetic is my aesthetic. So this thing looks amazing to me. But
Like the area that you go to fight the optional boss is like, ooh,
breathtaking.
yeah, it's incredible. That alone is like stops it from being a complete disappointment. Honestly, for me,
And man, that main boss could have been good if they had done it
it could
differently.
have been good. Yeah, I also agree. That fight's a little too long for my taste, personally.
Yeah.
Are we gonna go in like deep into spoilers, or?
I don't know.
So from
I mean, I think we should.
you
Okay.
guys can, but before that, because I think this might not be a spoiler, and I just want to touch on it real quick because I think it might be a good conversation thing, or like a good question. I've heard from two separate people that don't know each other that played through it, and their impression was that this DLC is really short, and to kind of compensate for the fact that there's not much content, it feels artificially harder. Would you say that?
No, I
No.
think the issue there is it's got the same thing going as Old Hunters. Well, it's nowhere near as good as Old Hunters, but Old
Oh,
Hunters opened up early up in the game,
Yeah,
but it was
it's a fucking
meant
spike.
for end game.
Yeah.
This is the same, but with this one, you get into the game and there's like a developer message that says, "No, come back after you complete Lothric Castle." So if you go in at like level 70 to 80, it's not that hard. It's actually pretty easy.
It's weird for me because I went at like level 90, like almost hitting 100, and it wasn't hard, but like I feel like the enemies hit like absurdly hard even
Yeah.
for that level. So like I don't know how like people level 70 to 80 manage, you know?
Well, I started it with a level 40 character, and I'm
then
kind
you
of
realized that was a mistake.
I'm kind of, I don't want to say notorious. That's stupid, but I'm kind of notorious for doing like not so level 1 shit, but like I don't like over leveling in Dark Souls. I like to stay kind of low level. I did the Old Hunters at level 40. You know,
Damn.
I immediately stopped with this one.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Immediately just went. I don't want to do this DLC at this level and jump to one of my level 80 characters. And I thought it was really easy up until the last boss with it. So
I see.
I'm having like this weird problem where like after playing Bloodborne, like Dark Souls 3 feels like
Not as-
lacking.
Bloodborne's favorite. So.
Like no, in like a lot of aspects, because like Dark Souls
I
3,
can
like-
agree with that trick, to be honest. I don't know. Like, I mean, like, even that initial podcast, I think I was the one that was kind of the most critical of Dark Souls 3 when it first came out, and like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I feel weird because I think in retrospect I respect what that game did in a lot of ways, but I still kind of stand by that complaint where, like, I feel like it's balanced to a fault with some, and I know there's way broken shit in the game, but, like, I miss that feeling of the other Souls game where it's like I got a new thing and I felt like it could change the tide of like an obstacle in my favor, and like the sense of discovery of like new equipment and like stuff to get and like loot just isn't there for me in 3, and that kind of hurts my feelings of it a lot.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Like, it's too balanced to the point where there's never a point where I feel like I got completely fucked because of any decision or loadout that I went into a situation with, which is good, but I also don't feel like I reap the benefits of anything that, like honestly, here's my thing that I think, because at the time of that original podcast, I hadn't, I was still, like, only halfway. I think I just beat Pontiff Sullivan. So, when I fought the Nameless King, I kind of experimented, and I think he's weak to fire. And, like,
Yes.
Yeah.
experimented with that, and I had 2 of the same weapon, one with fire, one just regular, and the difference in damage was honestly really negligible. And I was
Yeah, I
like,
discovered the same thing recently.
Okay,
but
You know
here's the
what's-
thing. So like just to continue, because people are like, oh well, it's the super boss. No, that's across the board. Because I went on and I'm like, wait a fucking minute, and I went through and I tested in different areas. The elements barely matter. And it's like, what's the fucking
Yeah.
point of the upgrade paths and spending all that time then? It was kind of
No,
disappointing.
you know what's really messed up is like when I was having problems with the Nameless King, you told me, hey, like fire weapons good against, him,
Oh yeah, I remember
electric's
that
good against the
conversation.
dragon. No, yeah, so I made like an
Yeah.
electric Zweihander and like a fire Murakumo, and I like got them up to as high as I could, without using like a slab. They both did less damage than me just using the Pharaon Greatsword on
Nice.
both of them. And I was like,
That
what?
sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
I was like, why do I have these?
now, to be fair, there are some bosses, in one in particular, where if you have the boss's weakness on a weapon, they're a fucking... I don't know if you guys have ever used occult weapons in one. They trivialize some of those fights.
Nice.
And I know that... so, the whole thing about occult is that it's kind of supposed to be shit against, like, PvE, but then versus bosses... Like, they're supposed to be boss killer weapons. But, like, some of those fights are just... Like, the damage boost is a little much, but I think they, like... I wish it was a halfway point between 1 and 3 with how much weaknesses and resistances affected shit.
Oh, Dark Souls 3.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
man, that
Poise.
DLC though.
Oh, they fixed poise, sort of, but not really. But it's a good compromise? Question mark.
So what's the compromise exactly again? It's not hyper
It's
armor
just-
anymore. It's like...
No, it is
Oh, it is?
pretty much.
But apparently it doesn't work the way it used to.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard too. Like, it's hyper armor, but also, like, only in
Not
specific
really.
instances or something?
Let me put it this way: if you're just playing the game casually,
You
you'll
won't know.
never fucking notice.
Honestly, I got through all of 3 and I did not realize... Okay, I should clarify. I went through 3 playing a heavy build, and I didn't really think or notice too much about the poise stuff, honestly. Like, I was still dodging, so maybe that was probably part of it,
Yeah.
but, like, I had a shield and shit. Like, I don't know.
Well, blocking with the shield is fine. It was the
Oh, yeah,
getting
that's
hit
true.
part that people.
Like, getting interrupted more so, yeah.
Yeah, and like the stagger. But honestly, it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a good game, but, like, honestly, I played Demon Souls early in the year. I was speaking with Zach about this. I kind of feel like, in a weird way, I kind of latch onto Demon Souls more in a way. Like, I played Demon Souls right before 3. I don't know if maybe that had part to do with it, but, like, even though Demon Souls just, like, there's some stuff in that game that just sucks really bad, and, like, that game was not polished at all, there's, like, something about it that, like, compared to just the money, yet kind of not creative, like, I feel like a lack of creativity in 3 that, like, Demon Souls feels like the sole opposite of to me, where Demon Souls is brimming with too
Yeah.
much creativity, and 3 feels way too fucking safe. Like, no,
You know what? I never really thought about it, but I guess there is a lack of creativity in 3, and that is kind of
Yeah.
an
Oh
issue.
yeah.
that I think I've never really been able to put it into words, but I think that's my problem with it.
Yeah.
But like,
Because like it's not an issue for me that it revisits a lot of stuff from 1. I never had a problem with that. But when you word it as lack of creativity, I do feel what you're saying.
and like, part of my love of Demon Souls was like, you guys had some fucking weird ass ideas, and you threw darts at the fucking board. Holy shit! And I mean, honestly, like, some of that was shit. Like, I think the old monk fight, it's like, that's the coolest idea. That's really stupid in practice, you know?
Well, honestly, yeah.
Like, stuff like that. And sometimes it works out really well, like the Maiden Estrella fight and the Storm King. Those are fucking awesome moments that you would never really get, well, until they did it again in 3. But, like, yeah, it's weird because it's like, I'd rather take that mixed bag.
Wait, what was the equivalent in 3? I never played.
Oh, no,
No.
when you fight Yorm in 3.
Right.
You haven't played Demon Souls, that's right.
Yeah.
The Yorm fight is a
barely
callback. The
Demons.
Yorm fight is a callback to a boss
Yeah.
of Demon Souls. That's really cool.
That's right.
And then, no, but I feel like I'd rather take that mixed bag that's more unique than 3 kind of relying on the back of 1. And to be honest, though, there are a lot of things about 3 that I think are really fucking cool that are new. Like, I think Pontiff Sullivan kind of, in a weird way, being... And maybe this is just my personal interpretation of the lore of 3 being wrong. I think the fact that Sullivan being, like, kind of what appears to be the closest thing to a main antagonist in that game, and also being someone you kill halfway through, is pretty neat.
Yeah, I mean, that's up for debate on how much, because people, it's up to debate how much of a role he actually had, depending on whether you want to believe he is a certain other person in the lore or not. But other than that, there's some lore given about Sullivan in the DLC.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have that much else to say about the Dark Souls 3 DLC. It's fine. It's not... If you get the season pass, hopefully the second DLC will make it worth it. But it really feels kind of cluster on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully the next
Maybe
one
they
is
go
better.
well together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's hints in this one that it will lead into the second one, hopefully. So, I'll say.
Yeah.
So, switching subjects.
Whoosh. Gust of wind did it dance.
God damn it. Volcano! That's what we'll do. We'll just have a fucking radio soundboard of all the different Legend of Dragoon.
Oh my god!
Look,
Like,
Can each one represent a different thing?
All right, Rosin, that's your job. You have to sound clip in
and then every time I need to edit and add in something in post, I can say addition.
Yeah.
We're now
good.
Legend of Dragoon themed podcast.
I like this. This is good.
And people thought me not bitching. People thought me talking about Croc for fucking whatever was too much.
Hey man, that was good Croc. I like Croc.
That was a crock of shit, if you know what I. Anyways.
Hey.
Anyways, so you know it's not on Switch, Croc.
What the hell are you talking about?
Whoa.
I'm just talking about how the Switch library is lacking because of its lack of a crocodile with the stupid backpack.
Not yet.
Well, Croc is not coming back.
No, I have hope. Croc 3, Nintendo Switch, let's do it, baby. Launch title.
Wasn't Croc a Sony first party thing?
Shut up. No, I think it was on like Dreamcast or some shit.
Oh no, no, because there were Croc Game Boy games. They were shitty 2D platformers. I remember because I wanted one really bad for my birthday once, and then I got it and it was shit, and I was really disappointed.
Oh, come on, man. We can Croc 3 Switch.
Let's kickstart it. I'm gonna write some email.
Oh.
Let's do it.
I want to get someone that was involved with the Croc games on this podcast.
Oh, if we could get the Croc guy and the Legend of Dragoon guy.
Yep, the one. We'll call him up in Japan somewhere and be like, hey.
Hey man.
Konnichiwa.
Oh yeah, really awkwardly.
What if it's night? You could say Kanbanwa.
It's konbanwa, actually.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, your pronunciation is doo-doo.
It's almost like I did it bad on purpose, motherfucker.
So you know what won't have weeb garbage?
I can't tell with you, Zach.
The Nintendo Switch. So.
Yeah, you know what's not gonna be on the Nintendo Switch? Skyrim.
Oh yeah.
No, it will be.
Will it though?
Yeah, it will be.
It feels weird to me that they would clarify, to be fair, we haven't announced anything yet, if it was actually going to be. Like,
no, because that's them saying, please don't wait for the Switch version and buy the version that's coming out next week.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Why the fuck would anyone want to play Skyrim again?
Hey, man.
I don't like
I know
that
people
You
game.
play
say
in
that, but
Skyrim.
there's been a lot of Skyrim memes going around.
Oh.
Skyrim's not that bad. I'll go out on a limb and defend Skyrim. It's not as bad as people make it out to be.
I wanted to like
What's it
Skyrim.
like being wrong, Zach?
I don't know what's it like. I put like 200 hours into that game. I had a really good time.
I feel terrible being a Morrowind elitist, but like I'm kind of one.
Okay, let's do this, Razin.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I went back to Morrowind this past week.
Okay.
That game fucking sucks.
Yeah. No. Okay, so here's my thing with Morrowind and why I like
Don't
it more.
say PC mods. Don't say it.
No, I don't play like with mods on those games.
I mean, I'll say it.
No, because that doesn't count. You can make any game better with mods. I'm talking about the actual.
I actually think the quest variety in Oblivion and Morrowind, while maybe not as good as other WRPGs, are way better than the Skyrim quests. And also, the reason I like Morrowind more than those other games is that when you start to really get into the magical shit, you can make some really fucking batshit and unbalanced things that are just really fucking fun to play around in, and I feel like are the closest any of those Elder Scrolls games get to actually having that sandboxy funness to them. And also, in general, I think the story of, like, you kind of being a foreigner and trying to, like, needing to learn the different cultures and kind of...
It's in all of them.
They are, but I feel like it's more prevalent in Morrowind, and, like, honestly, like, I think Oblivion... I think the culture of the Morrowind people is a lot more interesting than Oblivion's, and I think Skyrim's is the least interesting of them all.
Alright, so here's the thing, man. That gameplay fucking sucks, though.
Yeah.
And, like, that... I wanted to be able to overlook it, and I put myself in the mindset of, like... I want to see what everyone sees, because I played it as a kid, and I thought it was okay. I had fun with it as a kid, but I never went back to it. I never felt that love, and I really wanted to this time. And I just couldn't get into it. The gameplay was really bad. Missing every swing fucking sucks. Like, you shouldn't have a dice-based system in that kind of combat. You just shouldn't. And beyond that, there's a million NPCs in the world, and everyone talks about, oh, it's the little details about this game where, like, the NPCs feel real. It's like, every NPC, you have a giant list of things to ask them, and they all say the same fucking thing. Like, every NPC in that game is like a cutout of each other, like copy and pasted. I just don't feel like it's a world. I would much rather play Skyrim again than play Morrowind again. I do not like Morrowind.
I think also part of it is that was kind of one of those games, like, right before the more mainstreaming, like, process happened with WRPGs, where, like, a lot of stuff that, like, people were left to discover on their own kind of became just the norm, and also things the game explained for you. I personally don't care for this as much as some people, but the fact that there's, like, a lack of waypoints in Morrowind, I know, is what really draws some people to that one in particular. I think it has the best, like, notes and scattered, like, details and shit.
Oh, because I when you said notes, I initially thought you meant the journal.
Oh, no.
Fuck it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I understand what you're saying, and I'm okay. I'm wrong. I'll accept this. I'm wrong. Morrowind's probably better, and I'm just wrong. But, like,
Well, it hasn't aged well at all.
Well, I would rather have waymarkers and an organized quest list than, like, okay, I wasn't able to play this past week. What was I doing again? Let me flip back 8 pages in the journal and read this fucking thing about this side quest that I picked up a million years ago.
Yeah.
Like,
I also, too, like, even, like, with the things I said about, like, I like Morrowind's gameplay the best. Like, well, no, I mean, not the general combat, but, like, the magical shit is what kind of, like, that was a big thing I really had a lot of fun with when I played that game. But the thing that, like, is honestly just for me, I don't like the combat of any of those games, and I think Skyrim has the, well, sorry, I think Oblivion has just the worst, most boring combat of any game that I've played for the most amount of time. Skyrim is an improvement, but also, like, I don't like the progression system of that game at all. And also, too, like, there was a point where I got 30 hours into a playthrough, and I realized that 10 of those, like, the last 10 of those 30 hours had been spent doing side quests that basically came down to go into this cave, there are skeletons or spiders, and then grab a thing. And, like, that was kind of what did it for me on
Yeah.
Skyrim. Oh, actually, no, sorry,
Man,
one
like,
thing. I don't know how fucking invested in the lore you are of Skyrim or any of those games. Do you know about the Civil War thing? Well, I mean
uh,
that's a big part of Skyrim's like plot, but
yeah.
do you know about why that Civil War thing kind of sucks?
Maybe if you wanna.
It's been long enough. So there's a note somewhere in Skyrim that
Yeah, I know.
basically
Right, yeah.
okay, yeah. I'm a say it for the
Yeah,
audience.
yeah. Say it anyway. I just. Yeah.
There's a note somewhere in Skyrim that basically makes all moral ambiguity as to who is right in that conflict meaningless, and I think that kind of is lame.
That sucks. That honestly, like, I'm not saying Skyrim's a great game. I'm just saying that I think Skyrim is fine. Like I think Skyrim is a good solid 7 out of 10, and Morrowind is like a fucking 4 out of 10.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I do want to clarify too that even though Morrowind is my favorite of the Elder Scrolls games, it's one of my. It's not even in the upper half of Western RPGs I like.
Yeah, honestly, I'm probably being way too critical, but like, it's rare for me to go into something wanting to like it so much and just being like, I just can't. I don't.
I'm gonna go far and probably piss off a lot of people. I don't think I've ever played a Bethesda RPG that I would call good.
Well, that's
Like,
true.
I think Fallout 3 is their best one, and I genuinely had fun with that game, but like, there's writing problems, and
Uh,
like, I don't want to play 4 because I know that it's not gonna be New Vegas, and New Vegas was so fucking good.
Yeah.
um,
Like I spoke with Razan about it privately, but like the more I hear about 4, it makes me like 3 like retroactively because it's like I like New Vegas over 3 because New Vegas like I like the stuff it does more, but then like when I compare 3 and 4, it's like man, 3 actually did it really well, huh?
if you guys want a really good critique of Fallout 3, people watching, and it's to be fair, kind of coming from that, oh, I was a fan of the old game's perspective, but I mean that's kind of an important part of why people don't like that game. I feel, um, there is a hour and a half long video by a YouTuber who I recently discovered and really like called H Bomber Guy called Fallout 3 is garbage and here's why. And it is one of the best criticisms of that game that also acknowledges why a lot of people like it and why they're not wrong for liking it. But like it goes into like how like the final culmination of excuse me, the final culmination of Fallout 1 is like really philosophically demanding, and like the pacifist solution to the final confrontation of Fallout 1 is fucking hard to get and you feel like you fucking deserved it when you got it. And then the ending of Fallout 3 is like your main character either has to kill themselves or you don't kill yourself, and then everyone treats you like shit even though they shouldn't.
And then they retroactively, retcon it with Broken Steel.
No, but do you know that even if you do that, people still act like you did something wrong?
Wait, with Broken
Nice.
Steel?
Yeah.
Where if you don't sacrifice yourself?
Yeah, there's still quips that people are like, "Oh no, you're a douche." Like,
That's like the dumbest thing ever.
it's so stupid. You have a fucking robot. Why can't
And a
he do
super
the thing?
mutant.
Yeah, both of whom are immune to radiation. Why do you have to go
And a
into this?
ghoul.
Yeah, like it's terrible. It's
You
terrible.
could just send all 3 of them and they'll look like heroes.
Yeah. No. Oh, I guess actually I should reference. Now that I have a new computer, I tried playing it on my old computer, but it was giving me some issues. Like, if every time I got like 3 hours in or so, I tried multiple times. I downloaded Wasteland 2, and I kind of want to give that a playthrough. So, we'll see.
It's a shame because like I have this problem with like Fallout 2 where everything it does like I like it in theory, but like it's really hard for me to get into because the game's kind of old, and I
It's
feel like the
fucking
same
old.
way about like Wasteland 2, where it's like you do so much like all the cool stuff, well, because it's made by like sort of the same people,
Mm-hmm.
But like it's hard for me to get into Wasteland 2, and it feels awful.
It's they're very intense games with like a lot of like a learning cliff kind of thing, but yeah. Video games. What were
They're
we
cool.
talking about before having this tangent about Bethesda games?
I don't
The
even
Switch.
remember. Oh, the Switch, Skyrim, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Switch has a system.
Okay. So,
Alright, you want the insider info on the Switch?
sure, GameStop man.
GameStop man, don't tell no one I said nothing, even though this is well known. So Nintendo's having this thing on the January 12th or 11th.
Mhm.
That's when they're going to give us more Switch information.
Wasn't that publicly announced already?
Yes, that was publicly announced. So
Oh, that's not insider info then at all.
no, I've got more.
Oh.
Yeah.
All of the like Nintendo reps from GameStop are meeting at the tail end of January to like learn all the super details on it. GameStop's gonna have Switch on display probably in February, definitely releasing in March. So get your pre-order.
This just
money
in,
ready.
Zach is now fired from GameStop.
Do you think they're going to make them artificially scarce?
No,
I
maybe,
hope not.
maybe.
God.
Do you think it's gonna
Fuck
come
that.
with 30 NES games?
Yes, no. Man, honestly, Nintendo, I think so Nintendo got away with artificial scarcity for both the Xenoblade games, Metroid Prime Trilogy, Amiibos. It's worked for them a lot in the past, and people have fucking hated them for it, but, like, it's worked for them.
Okay.
But that's because, like, they're, like... The people they do that on are the hardcore gaming enthusiast crowd that are gonna get it no matter what anyways, and they have the patience for it. I don't know if you guys have looked at the Amazon page for the NES Classic, but seeing regular people that don't know shit and they just want to play old Nintendo games from their childhood, they are fucking
Dude.
not happy.
Again, I work at GameStop. What do you think I've been dealing with the past couple of days?
Oh, yeah. And I mean...
We had a list of like 200, because when they announced this thing, we couldn't take pre-orders. So what we normally do when we can't take pre-orders is, oh, well, give us your phone number, and if it ever becomes available, we'll give you a call. We had like 200 people on that list, and they sent us fucking 10.
Jesus, that's so bad. But yeah, I honestly hope that does continue to bite them in the ass, because, like, it's always been bullshit, and honestly, like,
So, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Oh, carry on. No,
Okay,
I'm just saying
so-
artificial scarcity is stupid, and I'm kind of like...
It is stupid, and here's the thing. Like you say, it's going to bite them in the ass. They have tweeted, apparently, that production is going to continue. They're going to keep bringing these things out all throughout the holiday season into January.
Mhm.
I would not be surprised if the minute Switch pre-orders go live, these things stop being so rare.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it's intentional, and
yeah.
they're getting exactly what they want right now, because everyone's going, when are they coming back? And hey man, in a couple of weeks there'll probably be another 10 in my store, and those are going to be sold. And then all of a sudden, when Switch pre-orders are up, it's like, well, you pre-ordered your Switch, and we've got 50 of those NES minis now if you want one.
Ah, God. No, but, like, it is nice, though, because, like, you know, basically just, like, seeing the reaction to it from, like I said, like, more normal people than average game people. Because when, like, it happens with, like, an amiibo, the person who knows what an amiibo is like, what the fuck, that's bullshit. I'm gonna wait and then get my thing anyways. But, like, there's not too much of a fuss over it. Like, people complain, but not to the extent that, like, their Amazon page right now is bombarded with 1-star reviews of people like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Nintendo? This is why the Wii U is doing bad, and I don't know what it is, really. And, like, it's fucking ridiculous, and it's like, this isn't the company I remember from my childhood, was the one I saw. It's fucking brutal, and I hope... Like, I know it's, like you said, it's probably what they want, but, like, I really hope that that does tarnish their idea of using that as a strategy, because it's fucking dumb.
Here's the thing, though. Like, all of those angry people leaving 1-star comments will still fucking buy it when they can.
Yeah. Part of the problem.
Hey.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I saw that they were scarce, and I was like, "What the heck?" I kind of want to just try my hand at getting one just to see, you know. And then like it's like as soon as I added it to my cart, it's like, "No, you can't get this anymore." I'm like, "Yeah, fuck it. I'm not trying anymore." So I actually have a. There's a video that'll probably come out around the same time. Actually, probably a few days before you listen to this podcast, but I'm gonna do a NES Classic style thing. You'll all see.
You're gonna make your own.
Yeah, actually, yeah. But details as they come. So I don't know why the fuck I'm acting all sketchy and shit when the video is probably going to come out before this podcast. So I'm just going to say it. So,
Oh,
yeah.
what? You're not uploading this podcast tonight?
No, I know. What a fucking heathen. No, I want to do this thing where I want to make my own NES Classic because fucking if the NX subreddit dude could be like, guys, let's make our own NX, why the fuck can't I make my own NES Classic edition? So I'm gonna have people like send in like 3 NES games. This is including shit like bootlegs and like ROM hacks and other garbage. And I would just compile all of them in a list and then randomly select 30 of them. Then just play them in a row with a NES USB controller I ordered off of Amazon instead of the Classic. And actually, that's another thing. When I went to go get the Classic and see if I could get it off of Amazon, it's like people who looked at this also looked at NES USB controller, SNES USB controller, and I was like, huh. And I picked up both of them. But yeah. So I'm gonna just play 30 random NES games and see where that takes me.
Yeah, I mean, I modded my Wii, so the whole thing seems pointless to me.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's honestly anyone who knows what an emulator or ROM is, like, probably ain't too interested. Personally, the entire appeal of that thing is using the controller again, and even then, the fact that that cord is 2 feet long, fuck off.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I would like the fucking USB thing I ordered was $50 cheaper than that, and I can use that with any emulator with well beyond any. Honestly, like I hate to say it because like it's very obvious that it's in terms of competition with like fan-made emulator and ROM dumps and stuff. Like you obviously can't compete 1-to-1 with that, but I do kind of get fed up with shit like the Virtual Console, especially. I may have actually I talked about it on here. The Wii U's Virtual Console actual emulation fucking sucks, and the fact that some asshole like in his mother's basement made a better emulator in like the 90s for like Super Nintendo games is a fucking shame. Like that's embarrassing, Nintendo. Like come the fuck on. Apparently the NES Classic Edition's emulator is actually really really damn good. But
Yeah, I've seen the screenshots. It's way better.
yeah, but like how the fuck can the Wii U not emulate those games that great? That's absurd to me. Like I don't know. I've always had a problem with Virtual Console. Okay, so I do think that Sony handles it pretty well. The Virtual Console's always kind of pissed me off because it's like, who the fuck wants to pay $5 for Wrecking Crew?
Yeah.
Those should be like, I've always thought of Virtual Console ever since it came out. Those should be like, that should have been what iTunes was.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
if they had launched that and it's like, hey, you can get Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3 and they're all 99 cents. Fucking boom, you know? But no, $5 for that, $8 for Super Nintendo games, and $10 for everything else, and it's like this is I'm sorry, but most Nintendo games aren't worth $5. They're bad. So I don't know, man.
But Rosin, when they came out, they were so much more expensive than that. Isn't it such a great deal?
Yeah. Hold on, let me. Oh, cool, ROM. Where did this come from? Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no. It's download. Oh wow, that downloaded fast. Oh, open it up. Oh. Oh, what's this? I can do a full screen and change the aspect ratio and upscale it to make it look better than it did at the TV, and I can use any controller I want? Wow, that's madness. What? I can take screenshots and directly record footage of the game as I play it? I also have 9 save slots instead of just fucking 1 for some reason? Gee willikers. That's the other thing, too. Honestly, why the fuck do they only... Like, I love the fact that Nintendo found out about save states and they incorporated them in their, like, emulators. And they called
Not
them...
all of them.
Oh, but they called them restore points, which I think is...
Restore points.
It's like you fucking wanted to call it the thing, but you didn't want people looking that shit up, you little cheeky bastards. But, like, why only one?
Thought they had 2.
On the 3DS, NES games, I think it's only 1, and so far what I've
Oh.
played of Wii U games, it's only 1, I think.
Game Boy Color games like Pokemon Trading Card is one. Obviously Pokemon like Red, Blue, and Yellow doesn't have it
Oh, yeah.
for the obvious reason.
What's the obvious reason?
You can make multiple save files, which kind of goes against when you... And I think there's like... Wait, hold on. I think there was an actual reason I kind of forgot. But like, I think it would de-incentivize buying multiple versions.
Oh no! It de-incentivizes the shitty, greedy thing we've been doing ever since Pokemon existed that never has made sense. It is just solely to... yeah. I hate the 2-version thing.
I never went on my rant about how much I hate the Fire Emblem doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Of what?
Fire Emblem Fates.
Oh,
Zach, I actually think you did.
Oh, did I?
Because
Okay.
I think you're... and on podcast, too. Because wasn't your thing, like, I get that they're all different games, but the fact that, like, the barrier to entry is $90 and there's not just a convenient bundle kind of killed it for you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I
the fact that you have to buy 2 different games and a DLC campaign and like, yeah, no,
That's
not happening.
And they're like $90 altogether, I think, still.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah.
It's 90.
Unacceptable.
It was like 80.
It's probably 80, but yeah, that's a lot of money still.
Like with Pokemon, you can argue that you don't need it, but come on.
Yeah.
Well, you don't, especially because you can trade over what you can't have.
Anyway, since I already made the argument, I won't do it again. And also, we've derailed enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, weren't we supposed to talk about Shin Megami Tensei IV Apocalypse?
Let's talk about Shin Megami Tensei IV Apocalypse.
We didn't
for a
talk
bit.
about the Switch at all. We just talked about a bunch of shit with the Switch. It,
To
No,
be
looks,
the Switch
fair-
doesn't matter.
it looks cool. That's all I have to say.
I'm looking forward to it. I've got $100 set aside for the minute I can pre-order it.
The only thing about the Switch that I'm kind of worried about, well, one, there's the battery life when it's in portable mode. Seems like it's going to be pretty shit, but to be honest, that screen, at least with the preview, obviously fake footage that they have, if it's that quality screen, I can see why the battery only lasts that long, but at the same time, I'm not going to be fucking taking it out to the park, probably, because I'd be worried about it
you
dying.
gotta walk your dog, though.
No, but when my rooftop friends want to go, I can bring over Mario.
Yeah, you can play basketball, and then once you're done, you can play
more
some.
basketball. Yeah. No,
Man, hold on though. That tweet that pointed out like that numbered dresser they had. What was up with that dresser?
Do you think that's gonna be like an ARG where you have to decode the video?
I wish.
no.
You
Okay.
just put the video and it tells you what the Switch actually is.
Okay. So the little Joy-Con, which I love, that's the name of it because it sounds like a fucking cyberpunk drug. The little Joy-Con handle thing where it's like, oh, you can slide these off, and they act as little portable controllers that have an analog stick and like 4 buttons on them. Those look like shit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who the fuck wants to play with like this little weird like I don't know if any of you guys have like a PS3 or 4 controller near you right now, but it's like, imagine taking one of those grips and then putting 4 buttons on that thing and still keeping the analog stick. That just seems stupid. Like, I don't know anyone that wants to play a game like that.
I think the main appeal of the Switch Joy-Con situation is options, in which like you have a lot of options on how you want to play your game in terms of controller.
Yeah.
So like, I don't see anyone wanting to play like that, but I can see someone somewhere down the road going like, oh man, I like how we can take these sides off and use them like it was the Wiimote, but like, wouldn't it have been cool if we could have turned them on the side and had mini controllers? So like, they went, let's just fucking let them do that too. Because there's like 5 ways to control this fucking thing. Like, I won't use it, but I'm okay that it's an option, you know? I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the Switch talk.
Oh, I'm glad that's how we ended it.
Yeah. Switching
It's
topics.
This might be our
Ooh.
longest podcast yet.
SMT IV Apocalypse.
We haven't talked about that yet.
No.
I
Alright.
like it a lot.
Yeah, so I guess
Good talk.
You guys beat it. I'm still halfway
Yes.
through.
Yes, I finished it.
I finished it.
I guess are we going spoilers here? What are we doing?
I don't mind going deep spoilers. I
Okay.
feel like we're going deep spoilers into a lot of things. Let's just keep the ball rolling.
Let's keep the ball rolling. So I guess we're going all in on Shin Megami Tensei IV Apocalypse spoilers now.
Yeah.
Yep.
All
What
right,
a-
so
What a cool boss fight.
Ooh, ooh,
Oh,
oh, okay.
like, alright.
That's the best final boss. That's the best final boss I've ever had.
I love it
In any
because
game?
it's like,
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
because
Maybe,
it's like,
but like, oh my god.
it's like a cool concept already, and then they one-up it.
Yeah. And it's hard too. It was legitimately really challenging.
Yeah, it was tough on hard. I had to stop. I had to like regroup, reassess.
So any boss fight where I get to the point where I think to myself, I've lost this. I've lost and I have to start over and then I pull through is one of my favorite things in the world. I beat him on my first try, but
Oh.
like I had that experience where it was like I really, really, really thought I lost and then I did it.
That's rad.
Do you remember how much damage he was doing to you with like his super attack?
I don't, but it was high.
Okay.
Yeah.
So semi-related. I've been pretty spoiled on what happens. I don't know the full details. Like I didn't even know he had a super attack until now. But prior to this fight.
I mean, I'm just like, when I say super attack, I just mean like his highest damaging attack.
Oh, okay.
I know
Yeah.
the one you mean.
Okay.
So you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I just want to say, for fucking months, ever since Apocalypse came out in Japan, I have been trying so fucking hard to contain how goddamn beautiful that Satan redesign is. I love it
Really?
It's pretty
so
cool.
much. I love it.
Alright. There's like something really interesting with that fight and like another like endgame fight, you know, because of like the Japanese dialogue, you know, problem that they had.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
So like I saw a screenshot of the first time you can run into it, and then I had it happen with the Satan fight. In Japanese, you only have 2 choices, but in English, you have 3.
Oh.
I think in the Japanese versions, you have to like, it's either you get it wrong or you get it right, and then in like the English versions, you can pick, you know, like the third choice of just ignore them.
Oh.
And I think that
Interesting.
almost always like doesn't do anything for you, but it also doesn't like help the enemy either. That's my guess on what it is.
I never ran into that glitch, so I didn't see that.
It's definitely a weird moment where it was like, why is there only 2 choices?
Yeah.
But is there anything else we want to say about
I have a question.
Oh yeah, can I talk about the bonus dungeon and how much I hate it?
Okay, I have a lot to say about this actually. So not just the bonus dungeon, but yeah, say what you want to say.
So like, I really appreciate how in this game, like compared to 4, there are actual dungeons, right? You know, and like, because what I really didn't like about 4, well, I mean, I don't really like the what were they called? I already forgot.
Domains.
Yeah, domains. The entire bonus dungeon's just a huge domain
Yeah.
that lasts like 40 something floors,
Oh.
combined with like the gimmick of with the fiends. So yeah, spoiler, you fight the fiends in the bonus dungeon and you have a 10 turn limit to kill them, and if you don't, you have to come back. You have to go through like it checkpoints you, thankfully, but like you have to come back again to kill them. It's really annoying. I mean, it's not like. Wait, sorry. Oh.
No, I was gonna say my issue with this, and I've talked about it with you guys before, but it's not hard. It's monotonous.
Yes.
And the fact that when the 10 turn limit is up, their damage stays. And when you fight them the second time, they start from where you ended them at. It makes the fights about surviving more than defeating them, because you can just eventually whittle them down. And I feel like that's a really lame way to do what were the most challenging fights of previous games.
Well, they're essentially bonus bosses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they were in 4. They were hard to get to spawn.
Yeah.
But those fights in 4 were intense.
Yeah.
And when you know that you can just whittle them down and save in between the fights, it's not as intense. And it just turns it into like a slog instead of an intense brief fight.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, I guess like if you look at it one way, you're incentivized to like really like optimize your team so you can kill them in one go, which is like one way to look at it. But
if you don't, then it's still fine though.
Yeah. No, I agree. I wish there were just like a hard fight rather than. Because, like, I think I could only beat, like, 2 of them on my first try. And, like, the rest were, like, they were almost dead. And it's just like, oh. It's not great.
Yeah. So, here's the part where I have to say that despite the fact that this game does so many amazing things that we talked about in the last episode of this podcast, I'm really disappointed with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I don't want to be that guy, but like, I brought up a lot of concerns I had about the game last episode, and they all came true. Like, the game's very anime, and that alone is not bad, but it's like generic in a lot of ways. We're going full spoilers, so like.
You know what? I'll say making a game where the main theme is friendship was a little. I don't know if we needed that in 2016.
And if we did, we've got Persona.
Yeah.
And like, that's not what I go to mainline SMT for, but it's beyond that too. When you reach the point where it's like, oh man, there's a love triangle between the childhood friend and the goth lolly, and they both love the main character and fight over it.
Yeah.
Man, what the fuck are we doing? This is not Shin Megami Tensei. And like, that's not a game ruining thing. It's just like a tone issue. My main problem with the game, and I guess the best way to describe it is it pulls its punches. And that's really disappointing. Since we're going full spoilers, and you, Rosin, you don't care about spoilers here?
I don't give a fuck about spoilers for anything anymore.
There's a part where Asahi dies, and I got really excited. I love Asahi, but I was like, oh shit, they're going there, they're doing something. And they're instantly like, don't worry, she'll be able to come back though, like right away.
Oh, that's shitty.
And I'm like, fuck, come on. And I think that the ultimate culmination of that is the ending choices do boil down to power of friendship or no, I'm cool loner dude though. So the only payoff that you can really have to that is like, okay, well if you go power of friendship, you fight Dagda, you know? That's how that goes. Because that's the payoff. You have to lose Dagda. When you fucking fight him, and you beat him, he's replaced by a nice friendship happy Dagda.
Oh.
Also, some of the dialogue doesn't like they don't change some of the dialogue to reflect that. Like when you
No,
die,
they don't at all.
so he's still kind of like a dick.
Oh.
It's inconsistent. It really, like, the fact that it's a mainline SMT game with a great story, great characters, great gameplay, but like it pulls its punches in ways that the other games wouldn't, and I don't want that from this. I want SMT is always the game that does the thing,
Yeah.
and this game is just like, no, don't worry though. It's a feel good thing. It's like, well, no, it shouldn't be though. Like, I don't want Asahi to come back and have the big happy reunion. No, the character died. Like,
Yeah.
I think one thing that I really liked is like I didn't know anything about this game going in because like I just didn't pay attention to any of the news when it was
yeah,
on its way to coming out. So I was like, I see Asahi, I see her color scheme, and I'm like, huh. And like the game already kind of like starts with like the demons and angels are about to fight. It's like, how are they gonna do this? How is she gonna turn into like the law rep? And then it's like, oh wait, that doesn't happen. It was a nice subversion of my expectation. I mean, like I think like Zach, your criticism of it is like super valid and fair. But like I guess for me personally, like I don't like mind that it's like like very like JRPG that way. Yeah.
And I mean, if you can look past these issues and that doesn't bother you, man, you're getting one of the best games that's ever been made. Like, it's so fucking good.
This game.
I know. I've said it before, but also I've seen a lot of people say, "Oh, Apocalypse's writing and story are better," and I wouldn't like. I'd actually say they're different. Like, I'm one of those people though. Like, I've defended SMT4 for years now of like that game is really well written and the story's actually really good and those characters are really good. It's just they don't do the generic JRPG anime, I'm going to give you a monologue now about all of my beliefs.
Yes.
Like, it's subtle, and that's what I love about that game, and that's what I love about Nocturne. And actually Strange Journey's fucking amazing with that too. And I think actually in a way Strange Journey does it the best. Like, I think Strange Journey's characters are like well, first for all, like they're professional adults. The fact they're not teenagers does like affect things too.
Yeah, I like the way they escalate to join like their respective like alignments in Strange Journey.
Yeah, that too.
Like probably more so than like in most SMT games, because like I think with the situation that they're in and what's happening, it's like pretty like fair.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's my thing with like. I hate when people are like, oh, none of these characters develop and they end up doing, like, stupid decisions. And I'm like, no, it's that they're, like, not telling you what they think because regular human beings don't do that. They just act and do what they, like, they're, like, I think we've been conditioned by a lot of melodramatic game scripts into believing what is quote-unquote good writing. But, like, in a literary sense, I think SMT4 does a lot of things right that were very underappreciated because a lot of people did not like that game's story.
It's my favorite story.
It's really fucking good.
Like, I love that game so much.
Like, one of the, like, and also, too, just, like, little shit, one thing I point out, like, if you look in, like, the background portraits when they have those, just, like, the slight facial, like, winces and cringes that characters do sometimes are so on point, and like you will never notice half of them. But just like when Jonathan's sometimes talking and Walter gives that look of like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, it's so good. But like, I don't know, the fact that like, I don't know, like, Asahi was kind of like this weird thing for me where like I like her a lot, but also too it's like she really does feel like we have to give the main character, it's like I feel like they're like, we need to make this a little bit more like a traditional JRPG because people, a lot of the mainstream audience that played 4 did not like how we handled the story. And it's like, here is your main heroine of the next mainline game, and she is the most generic JRPG girlfriendish stereotype of any of the heroines. And actually, that's one thing I kind of... Like, I like her a lot, and I honestly think she's a really interesting character. And, like, I do think that her growth and, like, development, at least so far, while a little generic, is really well handled and well written.
I I like it. I think it could have been done so much worse.
Yeah.
It could have been done so much worse, but I
Yeah,
feel like
like
it could have been
easily.
better.
But like also too, like I feel like it's backtracking a little bit because one of the things that I love about like SMT1 is you meet up with the heroine of that game and she's leading a fucking resistance army.
Yeah.
Like she's competent and she's doing shit and like or like in 2 like what's her name, Hiriko? Like she's a fucking like Templar knight, isn't she?
Uh, yes. No. Nate. Yes.
Yes.
She
Okay.
is. Yeah. So,
Yes.
Sorry, I was trying to remember which one was Beth and which one was Hiriko. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no. And 3 doesn't really have a heroine, but that's because Demi-Fiend's a loner.
Yeah.
What about the teacher?
But even you know what? Actually, she is kind of the heroine of that game in a fucked up way, but she doesn't.
Well, yeah, she is kind of. And hey, man, she certainly has a fucking role in that story.
She does. Man, I still have nightmares about when she fucking goes apeshit and she gives you the do you get the bad ending or good ending of the neutral route. Like, the way her body contorts in that scene really fucking... I don't know, I don't like
It's
it.
good. No, it's good. I love it.
She, like, twists her spines completely 180 and, like, looks at you upside down for a little bit there, I'm pretty sure. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing, Teach?
Oh, so good.
Yeah. No, but,
I don't think that's really
What?
nothing. Never mind.
Okay. No, but as I was saying, and then Isabeau in 4 is fucking amazing. Like, she's great.
I
And
love
she,
Isabeau.
she continues to be great in this game. And to be fair, I'm not saying that every, like, heroine character has to be super cool, ultimate badass, highly competent. Like, she's a 15-year-old teenage girl that's trying to be a teenage girl in the apocalypse. And that's hard. But,
Yeah.
like, also at the same time, too, when I feel like a lot of the times the conflict in the game is, like, Asahi starts crying and the main character has to deal with the problem, and it's like, okay. Sure.
If there was more weight to the choices, honestly, I feel like it would be okay. But there's not, so it makes it all about the character interactions, and they're just too generic.
It's like fucking if a master chef was like, I'm gonna work at McDonald's for a day.
Yeah,
And it'll be some really fucking good ass fast food.
it's really
But
good
it's-
McDonald's.
But it's still McDonald's. Like, you know. And I like the game a lot, but like I'm not gonna lie, part of the reason that I haven't been fully like SMT4 consumed my life.
Right.
I never took a break when playing SMT4, I don't think. I haven't touched Apocalypse in a couple weeks just because like Titanfall 2 and just in general school and stuff. Part of the reason that I'm like I really like it, but I'm not like I can live a little bit without it is I think because that story, while good, it doesn't grab me and it's if I really wanted it, I could actually just play another JRPG if I really wanted to, you know? Whereas, like, nothing. If I wanted to play SMT4 and get that sort of story, there's not much else I could compare that to. Tonally and just how everything's handled, it's very fucking unique.
Yeah. I don't know if we talked about this on the podcast or not. We might have been trying to avoid spoilers, so I don't think we did. But at some point we were talking, and we came up with the idea of the conflict should not have been whether you choose to have the power of friendship or side with Dagda. It should have been whether you choose to side with Dagda or Krishna.
Okay, yeah, actually, sorry. This is my main criticism of the game. Because my idea, and this is really douchey, I think my idea for what the alignment should have been when the game was first announced, and what I thought they would be, is a lot cooler than what actually happened.
Yeah.
So here's my thing.
Okay.
What I
Real
want...
quick though,
Okay,
I
yeah,
just want to say
finish up.
that like, going off of that, this is the first time I've finished a mainline SMT game and been like, man, my ideas are cooler. Like,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead. Though.
Okay. I think what this game should have been, because the first thing we got is this is going to be an exploration of the neutral ending, and what that ended up sounding like being is you get the edgelord solitary kill all your friends lol XD ending, or the power of friendship and humanity and the human will can overcome all goal. Like, you get the two extremes of it, it sounds like. like the positive and the really negative. Is that right, or is that in the ballpark?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I think what this game should have been is you have the massacre ending, a good ending, and then in between those two, you have polytheism as like something that isn't these guys are obviously bad and worse than everyone else. Because like as it stands, like why would anyone ever team up with Krishna in this game? You know? Like any human, really, you know? Like
Well,
unless
I
there's story
feel
stuff
like,
that gets revealed later that I just don't know yet.
well, his main deal is that Krishna wants to recreate the universe in the same way that Dagda does. He just has like a very different universe he wants to create.
Yeah, that's true. But like
And with some slight tweaks to the writing, they could have totally made it a valid choice, I think.
yeah, but like I mean as it
But
stands
they would have
now,
to tweak it.
as it stands now, correct me if I'm wrong though. Krishna is just like everyone treats the divine powers like the worst piece of shit faction that like just know they're obvious villains, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Everyone
No.
within the divine powers.
Well,
Who?
I mean, like there are like generic NPCs that are like that support the divine powers.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
that's
I'm talking
true. There
more
are
from like a
NPCs.
narrative framing point of view. Like
Oh, yeah, yeah.
None
Like
of your party ever considers joining them.
yeah, that's what I
yeah,
mean.
they're all
Um,
like, yo, divine powers.
So I think
Y'all
what they
are
should
lame.
have
Yeah,
done
okay.
is obviously have the good neutral ending that has the traditional neutral caveats of like you solved the problem for now. Have the bad neutral ending that's a more permanent solution but involves many bodies piling up. Because that's the one criticism of neutral that has kind of been lost over time is that the problem of going neutral in the old SNES games was that you fucking left a trail of bodies behind you when you were done with that route, and you did it for the greater good, but you still killed a fuck ton of people. And that's kind of been lost over time, which I understand why. But I think they could have brought that back and had that be like a valid thing of like, this is also a one bad side of it. And I mean, to an extent, I guess the white ending kind of was that in 4, but that was a very extremist version of that. And it was an obvious bad end. But then have those two extreme opposites, and then in the middle you have the polytheist ending as like a thing, and then have the monotheists have their own alignment. And what I would like from that is that the polytheist ending is just like, oh, it's an ending, you got the alignment thing, and everything goes on in like the different way that Krishna makes his own world or whatever and all that shit, and like all that goes down. I want there to be a monotheist ending where it's like, okay, we defeated the polytheists, now let's go back to where SMT IV's ending was going, and just all of Apocalypse's story ended up not mattering in that route. Because everything just goes back to square one from where the game starts.
They kind of have that. Not what you want. I don't know if you know, but there is technically law and chaos endings.
I know, but aren't they like bad ends that really don't count?
Yeah, they're like halfway point bad ends. That
Yeah,
it's like
that's yeah.
Yeah.
Aren't they exactly repeats of what happens in 4 too?
I didn't get them. I don't know.
I think it involves Nanashi sacrificing himself with Merkaba to do the reactor thing in the law ending and like tearing down Mikado with Lucifer, the chaos ending. From what I've heard, like I think they're actually just repeats, and then the game's like, oh, you did it wrong.
Yeah.
Which is dumb. No, but like honestly, I really thought the polytheist and monotheist thing would be an alignment struggle, and it's not.
Yeah, and it's not, and it really should have been.
That's such a missed opportunity. Even if it wasn't exactly what I thought, like what I said, I think like when your idea of we want to explore the neutral alignment is just this is the really bad shitty version and this is the really good one, like come on, have some nuance there, you know. But
Yeah, and I expect nuance from SMC. That's the thing. I expect better.
Yeah.
And like, it sounds like I'm shitting on like we're shitting
Yeah,
on
I
the
was
game,
about
but
to say, I
honestly,
think
like,
we should all like fucking like preface this like with this is probably all like one of our favorite games that came out this year.
Hmm.
it's one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah,
Like,
same. Like
it's
I love
probably
it.
like my third or fourth favorite. No, it's like my fourth favorite SMT. But like, I did a lot of praising of it last episode, and these are just kind of like the thoughts I had on you know.
It really is in a lot of ways the
That's,
anime theme park version of SMT4. That's kind of what I've been using to describe it, and that's
yeah.
good in some ways because SMT4 is a fucking good base to make an anime theme park off of, but also it's still the anime theme park version.
So here's a question:
Yeah.
how do you guys feel about the how do you guys feel about the revelation of, at least in the world of SMT4, that Lucifer and Merkaba are two halves of Satan?
I honestly, that's kind of weird, but
Yeah.
Because it's clearly only relevant to this game, because that's impossible
exactly.
in the others.
It makes the rest of the canon make no. So here's that's kind of where it bothers me a little bit, and I know honestly. So here's my thing, and like fucking, I'm the guy who made the stupid ass timeline video everyone shares around. I feel like I have a right more than anyone to say this. None of these games are made with the fucking multiverse timeline bullshit fully in mind. The story writers don't care that much. We care more about that than they do. That's just the nature of this beast. But I find it really weird, at least from what I've understood of that like ending sequence. So Satan is Lucifer and Merkaba. Like Lucifer and Merkaba are two halves of Satan. Kind of how is it? It's Set and God, what's the dude's name in SMT2? Uh,
Oh,
Big
Zane.
Zane, yeah.
Zane?
Zane and Set are two halves that combine to be Satan. So it's like,
Yes.
oh, that's a cool callback. But also, like, then isn't there like a lore thing where they reveal that Yahweh actually can totally deal with Lucifer and end stuff, but he continues to revive Lucifer to continue the war?
Yes. It is.
That does not make sense with the Satan thing for the rest
So
of the games in the series.
no, it is specifically. I mean, you can even like. There's no way it makes sense in SMT2, because Lucifer's right there next to Satan.
Yeah.
But like, it is very clearly just in 4 that this is true for. But it is very much. Hey, so if you actually got invested in that law chaos thing, fuck you, you idiot. Like, you were just a sucker for the whole thing.
Yeah, and honestly, at that point, after I learned that, that was kind of the thing I got. I hope 5 does something beyond it now. Because I feel like they've done too much damage. Like,
Yeah.
why would I ever pick those anymore? It's, like, unless they somehow backtrack that, which I don't think they can, like, it feels
Well,
like
they could just like, hey, that was for SMT4 and SMT5. That's not the case.
that, and also the revelation of what the Great Will actually fucking is finally after 20 decades, or 20
Oh
decades.
yeah, I forgot.
No,
That we got something on that. But
it-
honestly, though, it even then we didn't get like. There's still a lot of mystery to that, though. They didn't
yeah.
like far.
But it feels kind of like, in a way, a conclusion of all of the big mysteries, a little bit. You know?
Yeah, and I feel like that was intentional. And honestly, in a lot of ways, it's a fine conclusion. Like
Yeah. No,
that
honestly,
bit involving like when they finally go like, hey, let's get heavy into this shit. It's like, no, this feels great.
I know
It's suitably epic, and yeah.
I know a lot of people are probably gonna bitch about it and don't like it. The fact that the Great Will is actually a benevolent entity that really fucking loves humanity, I know a lot of people probably hate that because the idea was that the Great Will was kind of the ultimate law mastermind and probably is going to be like the true antagonist of the series in a way. That seemed to have been the prevalent fan idea, but the fact that it's actually something that has humanity's best interests in mind, I think is way cooler, and I like that a lot more from a weird ideological perspective, because like it kind of makes sense why all these protagonists and all these different games have like been given a fighting chance, you know? And also it's just this weird glimmer of hope of like there is something out there that's kind of fostering humanity to be able to deal with all this shit, and like why they can continue to go on, you know? Because beforehand it's just like, oh, they're just caught in the middle, and the power of the human spirit is like alone what's getting them through it. But like I do like the idea that there is some sort of like supernatural force that isn't exactly directly helping them, but is giving them kind of like a fighting chance.
Yeah, well, honestly, like, the way I interpreted it, and I haven't seen everything the game says, so maybe I missed something, but, like, I interpreted it more as not necessarily benevolent, but just kind of, like, I don't know how to put it, but, like, it is not against or with us, but, like, it gave us the spark, you know?
Yeah, I guess I just interpreted that part of it to be that it liked us, but I could also be wrong in that assumption.
Well, if I remember correctly, and Trick, because you went through it too, feel free to chime in. But they say that like they go into like it gave us the power of observation, and that allows us to form like kind of mold reality around what we want. I guess it's kind of weird.
So what's the reason? I know they give a reason. What's the reason again that the Great Will always brings Yahweh back? Did they say that? I feel like that was an explanation somewhere that I remember reading, and I was fine with the answer, but I can't remember it off the top of my head right now. Unless it was just that, like, humanity keeps bringing him back because they believe, and the Great Will is just, like, that's your problem now, but I don't know.
Maybe.
I do, honestly, though, I don't know how I feel about the whole, I don't know how I feel about the whole Yahweh brings Lucifer back to keep instigating the fighting. That's a little weird to me.
Yeah.
Because... So here's what that makes me feel like for the rest of the series and the morality up to this point. Lucifer is not a good person, but in a lot of ways he's way more fucking justified and sympathetic than whatever Yahweh's a dictator, like straight up, he's disgusting. Lucifer is like a revolutionary that is fucking doing his best to fight, but he also does a lot of really shit things, and he's not a good person, well, a good thing at all. The fact that Yahweh is like, well, I know he's going to keep fighting with me again if I keep giving him a fighting chance, so I'm going to just keep bringing him back. Kind of, I don't know, like, and I, like, this wasn't the intention, but, like, the fact that happens, and, like, it kind of makes me think less of Lucifer a little bit.
So here's the thing, and again, I want to stress that, like, this is only true for SMT IV. Like, this Lucifer is a very different character from the other ones.
That's true.
And in SMT IV... and especially in Apocalypse, they kind of set up that, like, Lucifer's fight is against Merkaba, and they kind of... They kind of, like, dial back a little bit on him actually fighting the grander fight, and it's like, no, it's Lucifer versus Merkaba. And they're the ones caught in the cycle.
That's weird.
And their ultimate decision to form back into Satan and then rebel that way kind of makes it,
You know what, actually, that reminds... Because, I have a friend who, she imports all this, like... She, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but she's, like, playing through Persona 5 right now, and she's almost done with it, and she really fucking likes that game, and she told me some shit that makes me... Like, I think I said on this podcast, it's like, yeah, I could see people not liking Persona 5 as much as 3 and 4, just because people hold those games into such high standard. I'm backtracking the fuck on that statement. I can't see how anyone would not like P5. But anyways, I'm not going to say anything more about that because people will get mad.
Oh my god, man, you just made me so excited.
I objectively cannot see why anyone could dislike P5. But anyways.
Oh my god.
Anyways, so... fuck, what was I saying? Oh, there we go. So she played Apocalypse beforehand, and what she told me was that they backtrack on Yahweh being specifically a lawful entity in a few ways, and I wonder if she was referencing that. I should talk to her about that.
Yeah. I can see that being the interpretation there, because it's kind of like...
You know what,
it's kind of like he's manipulating both law and chaos in this game.
Yeah, and you know what though? I kind of think that's fine because like a lot of people have argued in the past. I mean, True Demon Ending is a big fucking finger wag at this, but even before that and even in games after that, it's very obvious that in the greater SMT morality, it's like the priority list is neutral is the best if available, then chaos, then law in terms of what the developers seem to kind of, like it's very obvious that it's neutral, then chaos right below it, then far, 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 far gap, and law is just shit, and like if you pick that, you're a fucking monster,
Yeah.
And a large part of that has honestly been though, like Yahweh's terrible. So I kind of respect in a way if you're going to try to because I mean, and to be fair, you could probably argue that they foreshadowed it a little bit because in Strange Journey and in 4 in particular, it's very clear that like they're acting on what they think God's orders are, but it's very clear that they can't communicate with him. Like they can't. They're ringing and he's not there, and they're just kind of left like, well, here's our interpretation. Like part of 4's plot is that Mastema's interpretation of Yahweh's orders and the archangels are very different. And it's like you can't just ring him up and ask. You're fucking archangels. What the fuck, guys?
Yeah, he's not around.
So if the idea of that is that like he's more so an entity that is close to law a little more so than chaos, but technically not a lawful entity, I think that's a good step in terms of making law less of a joke.
So the idea, and I think that's true. The idea here. The idea here is that, like, he is above both chaos and law, and he's consistently manipulating them into a cycle of conflict so that he's always relevant.
Oh, that's good.
And, like, man, that final boss is one of them, like, if you're, like, an angsty atheist, you're gonna love this final boss.
Oh my god, yeah.
Right though? There's, like,
yeah.
I almost don't want to spoil it because it's so good, but like there's parts where it's like, oh man, if that's your thing, you're gonna like.
If you really hated going to Sunday school.
Well,
and like I'm not that, but even I could respect it as like, damn, people are gonna love this.
I am an angsty. I have recently discovered that the word that I thought was just kind of a made up thing that people often said and I kind of adopted, but like. I've kind of recently determined that, like, up until, like, a few years ago, I considered, like, I grew up Catholic, kind of eventually realized that I kind of identify more as just generic Christian, but I just called myself Catholic because it's, like, too fucking wordy to explain. And then I've kind of recently settled on, I recently discovered that the actual phrase spiritual but not religious is, like, an actual academically accepted phrase. That's like a thing that you can identify as, and I'm like, I think that's the thing closest to me, but I still just kind of call myself Catholic because, like, it's the closest fucking thing, but I honestly, like, I've kind of grown to accept in the past few years that I really just don't like organized religion, and, like, I had enough bad experiences with that church I grew up and, like, participated in particular that, like, I have some angsty anti-religion sentiments that I'm very, I would like to have expressed through terrible JRPG angst writing.
Yeah,
so.
I don't know if it'll give you that. It's more directly your belief in, like, God.
Oh, like, just the idea of, like, a super... Okay.
Well, no, that particular
more, like,
one.
to Christianity.
That's... raw.
Honestly, I don't know if I even want to spoil it on the podcast, so maybe we'll tell you later.
Okay.
Because it's a good
really
moment.
good.
Would you say it is a actual direct attack on Christian God? Like, is that...
It is a... It is something that people will find an outlet for something they would like to say.
Oh, okay. That has me really interested.
Yeah.
Man, I'm the weirdest...
We probably built it up way too high now.
Oh, okay. No. It's fucking... my fucking...
I don't think so, because it's too hype.
Yeah,
Like, it's really good.
I have the weirdest fucking like religious beliefs of like, yeah, I believe in God, but also I'm super casual about it, and I love making fun of religious shit all the time that
I'm
other
kind of like
religious,
that too.
like, yeah, okay, I that's good. Like, cause like I'm one of those people that like I'm fucking listening to like Marilyn Manson songs where he's like, I'm not afraid to be a like I'm not a slave to a God that doesn't exist, and I'm like, fuck yeah. Then also I'm like, yeah, I believe in a god. I guess he's probably pretty chill, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess as we're getting into like legit religious opinions here, like
Fuck it. Our,
I believe in God,
yeah,
but I'm not like, I'm
yeah,
not gonna be strict about it. Like
yeah.
I'm okay with media that doesn't agree.
I think we're deep enough in that the people that are listening to this podcast still are probably respectable individuals that are pretty fine with some personal insight
Aren't
into
gonna
our
be.
beliefs.
Yeah.
Man, I could write a fucking book on like the various like religious transition I made through my life because it's a fucking roller coaster.
Honestly, man, same.
Like there was there was honestly a week where I was like 14 and I'm like, am I an atheist? And like every day I
Yeah.
was like, huh.
I went a year of high school like I'm agnostic.
Yeah, you know what? I went a solid month pretty sure I was agnostic, and then I'm like, no, but I do kind of lean towards believing in the God things. Though. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know. Religion is
Guys,
fucking
let's all
hard.
write a book together.
Yes.
God, I'm so excited about our book. We can do it. We can write our book while we're all playing Legend of
I was
Dragoon.
about to say we can title the book How Legend of Dragoon finalized our spiritual beliefs. Yeah, no, like,
We're like 4 hours into this fucking podcast.
and we're talking about our religious beliefs. This is
This is
fantastic.
good.
This is good content. Good personal insight into our lives content.
Good.
I love this podcast.
I do too.
Good 10th episode, guys.
Man, you know what, Zach? This is really fucking unrelated. Well, first of all, the Dark Tower movie got delayed, which is sad.
Did it?
Yeah.
I did not know.
It's coming out in summer now, which might be for the best, actually. I'm not
yeah,
sure.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
I feel really bad for saying this because it's kind of embarrassing. The later books in that series kind of helped me cement how I feel about God.
Yeah?
Basically, like, this is really fucking weird, but, like, I don't want to get too much into it because I feel like we're already going on about stupid shit that most people probably don't care about. Those books have a way of treating God that made a lot of sense to me as, like, a angsty 15-year-old, where it's, like, sometimes he's just kind of like a douchey father, where, like, he does what he does, and you'll probably just never fucking understand it, so just go with it. And also, they have a way of treating like religious shit in those books that is almost to the extent of like the really big significant beings are so significant and important and doing shit behind the scenes that they might as well not exist to you. Because
yeah.
you'll never fucking know either way, so like you might as well act like they're not there. And to me that made a lot of sense, so that's kind of what I adopted.
I can respect that.
Yeah. Stephen King's a genius.
He's a good man.
He's a good man. He took a break from
pretty
Twitter
neato
recently.
guy.
Did he?
Yeah, he was like, Trump won, fuck this, no more dog photos for a while. See you guys.
Oh.
I felt bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get into the election next, right?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
we're not,
Man,
are we?
I want to say though, fucking, I'm gonna keep reading through these Dark Tower books, and fucking Zach, we should have some Dark Tower talk on these podcasts one of these days.
Dude, I'm down. I'm so down because it's gonna give me a legit reason to reread them that I've wanted for a while. So
Yeah, like the movie has given me the passion to finally go for that second read through I've always wanted to do, and now I can finally look through the keyhole. Anyways, if you people listening don't know what they are, Dark Tower 8-book series by Stephen King that like kind of is a combination of all of his other like books and ties them together, and is, I don't want to spoil anything, but if you're wondering what genre it is, it's every genre.
yeah.
And it's one of the most interesting pieces of fiction I've ever read in my life, and you should all read it because it fucking is fantastic. But yeah, Anyways, and there's a movie coming out. Anyways, I think that covers that.
Yeah. Apocalypse is really
Did
good. A
we do
little
it?
disappointing, but it's good.
Yeah. No, honestly,
Apocalypse is incredibly amazing.
I think it's
Pro-
I think it's a like we can cut it down to this. Gameplay much improved, story
Best it's been.
Oh yeah.
yeah, story
Gameplay-
Like, I mean, I didn't mention it, but like, I really don't like SMT4 because of its gameplay, like, at all. Like, to an absurd degree, and like, Apocalypse fixed it to like such a crazy extent. Like, I just love this game. Like,
and story just a little bit more generic, but yeah.
I don't mind that personally, but other people might.
Yeah, it bothers me enough that it makes a big impact on the game for me and like brings it down a few notches. So, but if you're okay with it, then you're in. You're like, yeah,
You're in for a good time.
yeah.
All right. Are we moving on to emails?
Let's do it.
Oh my god, we still need to do that, huh?
Hey.
This is from Free. Hello, Rosin and friends and the band of the Hawks and Zach and the guests if there are any. My question is, are there any game franchises that you like that rely on tropes or traditions that you would like them to stop using or change? Did we answer this already?
Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse.
Oh. Did we answer this one already? I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
Oh, okay, well we can answer it again.
We might have. I don't know.
Wait,
man.
sorry,
don't know.
what was the question? Something like...
We'll try to answer it if we
Are
get
there
so.
any game franchises that you think rely on tropes or traditions that you'd like them to stop using or change? I can't remember if we did this one last time, but whatever. I can't think of any.
Like...
Well, I guess
I
Monster
mean-
Hunter and the loading between areas. That's not really a trope or a tradition though. That's like a tech limitation.
Fire Emblem? I mean, they kind of switched it up with Fates, but I'd like to see them try more different stuff. Not that that's ever gonna happen, but
Oh, not in a post-awakening world.
yeah.
I'm fucking trying to think. Honestly, I got nothing. I feel bad.
Was it tropes or
Tropes or
what was that one?
Tropes and traditions.
Tropes and traditions? I feel like
Oh, you know what? Actually, I have one, but you know what? I have one that has already been solved, so I don't know if it counts anymore. But
Wait, which one?
my answer 5 years ago would have been I really want 3D Zelda to break out of the 3 dungeon, get Master Sword, more dungeons, fight Ganon mold. But Breath of the Wild completely turned that on its head, which I respect a lot. So
I've got some real hesitations about Breath of the Wild that I'm worried about.
I do too. But
I understand that a lot of people wanted them to break out of that mold, but I feel like making it so open world and so open ended limits what you can limits the ability to have like progression in difficulty and item usage.
yeah.
You know how in the Stone Tower Temple at the end of Majora's Mask it was like use everything you've gotten up until this point?
Yeah, well, that was an issue in Link Between Worlds too, where like because you could do any
Yeah.
dungeon at every time, every dungeon just had puzzles based around the one item.
And I love A Link Between Worlds a lot, but the dungeons were the weakest part for me because of that, and I'm worried the same will be true of Breath of the Wild, but obviously I'll give
You
it
know
a
what I'm
shot.
honestly fine with? People don't realize this, but in Ocarina, if you go to the Forest Temple and get the bow and arrow, you could do a shit ton of the other temples just out of order. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to beat Forest first. Like you can go do it halfway, then get the item. I honestly kind of like that way, where it's like they don't stop you, but like also too, it's like for new players, you're probably gonna want to do the order, you know?
Wait, the game doesn't lock you. Oh,
No, like so you can go.
oh, she just won't let you go back to the
Yeah.
past, right?
Yeah, and that's not a problem
Yeah.
until you need to do the Shadow Temple. So you can actually do the Water Temple, Fire Temple, both before the Forest Temple.
Wait, but does it have to be the Forest Temple for her to be like?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think you
yes.
need to beat the Forest Temple before she leaves and gets out of the way, I think.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
But yeah, those three
Thanks for nothing.
those first three adult dungeons you can do in any order. I
Huh.
actually think you might be able after that you may be able to do Spirit before Shadow.
No, you need to be a child for Spirit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know that, but I mean, you can. I mean,
Oh, sorry, Spirit before Shadow. Yes, you can.
actually, I remember because I was
Oh.
always confused because on the little
Yeah,
inventory
the order
screen.
is weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that because I always thought as a kid that I always like I was like, why does the strategy guide list the wrong order? But like, no, it's just the game is fucking weird. But
So the idea is that you can do either the Spirit or Shadow Temple first. The reason why everyone does Shadow Temple first is because like you go to Kakariko and it's
and it
in
gets
your
attacked.
face.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
And also it's kind of thematically poetic to do Ganondorf's hometown last.
Hmm.
But yeah, you could do the Spirit Temple first before the Shadow Temple.
I
I
can't.
like Zelda.
Yeah, I can't think of any traditions or anything anymore.
I feel like the morality system in Mass Effect. I'm glad they're changing that.
Oh
Obviously,
fuck,
that.
you're right. God,
Uh,
we just talked about that one. Before
yeah.
the podcast. Yeah, like Renegade Paragon. I've only played Mass Effect 1 still. That was really disappointing to me. It felt like every conversation the writers were like, "Oh, so here's the dialogue options. Fuck, we need to fit the dick option and the nice guy option somewhere in here. Fuck, like it felt so shoehorned in." And also
I
too,
love Mass Effect. That is an issue. Yeah.
um I also like I think I've talked before, like I kind of have a beef with that game's final boss where it's like you can talk him out of the first phase of his boss of the final boss fight so you don't have to do it. The only way to do that is if you have enough extreme good guy points or enough extreme bad guy points to convince him to do it, and I think that's super
Yeah.
lame. Um my
They
only
they do that in the other games too, in 2 and 3. They do stuff like it is never tied to like a last boss thing, but it's like the best way out of a situation requires you to go all in on either one or the other.
and that's lame.
Yeah, no, it's the weakest part of that series,
It
but like
it sh-
I still love it though.
it like just straight up is like we don't want you to think about this in any nuanced manner.
Yeah,
um
yeah, I'm so glad they're ditching it.
no, cuz honestly my thing is that like I was like, oh, so my reward for being the good guy is the guy's spoilers for Mass Effect 1. It's like, oh, he's going to shoot himself in the face and I get to talk like cuz one of the famous things of Planescape Torment back in the day was that like pretty much every boss fight in that game and including the final boss, if you can fucking beat them in a conversation, you don't have to fight. And I was thinking, oh, that's really cool. You can just convince the final boss of Mass Effect 1 to shoot himself in the face. But then you still have to do the second fight, like the second phase of the fight anyways, and I was like, oh, but like I thought that would be my reward for being full Paragon or some shit, but it wasn't. I got to skip one half of it, but not the other. Um no, yeah, it's good. I think it's really good that they're dropping that for Andromeda. I'm trying to think. I'm looking at my game shelf, the WAFP
And
Classic.
that's yeah, I did the same thing.
Um, I don't know, man. Yeah,
It's such a good question that I don't know if I have a good answer for,
it
unfortunately.
really is. You know what? I'll say. I think Law and Chaos from SMT could be sunsetted now. We don't. We can.
Yeah. At the very least for, the next couple games,
You can give it a break for a little bit, and then maybe like when you have another spin-off like Desu, do it again.
Yeah.
Because also too, like we as fans love to draw parallels between the games and all the meanings and shit. Honestly, if you look for contradictions, they're fucking everywhere. In all of them, like none of this shit really connects fully snugly together like we want it to. I think if in another SMT spin-off they had the alignment like Law versus Chaos stuff back, it's fine. But like within the main line itself now, I think they've objectively like negated the validity of either of those endings as being like a serious moral high ground thing, like with the knowledge gained from Apocalypse. So
Personally, I would be willing to just like, hey, SMT4's thing is SMT4's thing. So if we want to do Long Chaos again, I'll look at it fresh, but just in like we've done it recently,
Yeah.
so I would like, hey, maybe if
I
they do
would
an SMT5, like a Nocturne thing where it's different.
they would never do it, but I would also like if that's the case for them to like go out and say that like I would really like it if that was the case for them to say that was just an SMT4 thing, because like leaving it ambiguous could be weird, but
Well, I think it has to be an SMT4 thing because it literally cannot work for SMT2.
yeah. Oh no, like the Lucifer thing, but I
Yeah.
mean I just mean in general, like the whole God is playing both sides thing.
Both sides. Well, honestly, while they never directly straight up say anything like that in 2, the fact that he's the last boss of both the Law and Chaos Roots in 2 kind of
That is
feel
true
that
too.
way.
Yeah. Well, I think the idea that like that law ending, it's like, okay, law one, let's get rid of the worst part of it now. Because
Well, it's like I've judged for you, and now I'm going to judge you.
I think there's even a line of dialogue in two's law ending where they basically say that when you come back, hopefully you're better. Like they're rolling the dice to see if they can get a more moral god. um, which is great. Yeah, I can't think of any more traditions, so I'm a stop.
Does
Everything about
Pokemon's tradition
Pokemon.
of removing? Huh?
I killed whatever you were saying,
Oh,
Rick, by shouting everything
thanks.
about Pokemon. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, can Pokemon stop the tradition of removing the previous gen's cool stuff out of their game, like not having Mega Evolutions in Sun and Moon?
I had no idea you were actually saying something about Pokemon. That makes that moment even better.
Yeah, thanks for nothing, Zach. I
No, I
appreciate
literally
your.
just looked at my shelf and saw Pokemon X and shouted that.
Oh, I was being, yeah.
Someone sent in an email that wanted us to talk about SMT stuff, but just glancing over this, we pretty much covered. He wanted our thoughts on the ending choices of 4A, and
No.
I feel like we kind of covered everything he's talking about within this description. And then he asked if I've ever played Growlancer, and no. So yeah, there's that one. Anyways, thanks Free for that email, and then thanks Maggio for the other one. But no, I have not played Growlancer. Let's see. Paul wants to know if we're picking up Pokemon Sun and Moon, and which version.
I'm probably gonna get Moon. Probably.
I'm not getting
It's
it.
like an 80% chance.
So I don't know if I've said this on here before, but I never get every generation of Pokemon. I tend to skip 1 or 2 generations because I like the series very casually, but it gets stale for me quickly.
Same.
I played Red and Blue. I went from Red and Blue to Diamond and Pearl, and then I went from Diamond and Pearl to X and Y, and I enjoyed all of them greatly. And every time I tried to play any other ones in between those, I'd get bored. I like a lot of what I see from Sun and Moon. If I were to pick one, it'd be Moon.
Good
But
choice.
I'm gonna skip it so that if there's another generation in a couple of years on the Switch, I'm more excited for that than I would be if I played this.
All right, thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so this one is from Tyler. This is a really good one. I like this one a lot. Dear MCU and Soulsborne fans,
Oh, what?
that's our claim to fame, Trick. We really like the MCU and the Soulsborne.
That's our gimmick.
Cool.
And Legacy of Dragoon.
Now I gotta add on Legend of Dragoon to that
Should I
title.
say Legacy?
The Legacy of Dragoon. Yep.
Yeah, that's a sequel.
I recently stumbled onto your guys' podcast after listening to Rosin's Gundam and JoJo reviews. Side note, Rosin
That
review
was a
more.
mistake.
Yeah, I know, right? Side note, Rosin review more Gundam and JoJo, please. I'll
Yeah,
do it
read
one day.
Stone Ocean, loser.
Oh God, Stone Ocean is boring. Anyways,
No, it's great. Shut up.
let's see. I don't actually play that many video games, and I'm not very familiar with the industry because game systems are expensive. Yeah, no argument there. And I find it hard. I find it hard to justify buying them when the family and now friends I've lived with have bought them and allow me to borrow them when I really do want to play something. That said, I'm much more familiar with the film and animation industry, and I find that I'm usually a lot more inclined to watch people play through games on YouTube rather than playing them myself. You guys obviously know a lot about games, but Rosin's channel is the first I followed that covers a lot of niche games. The last podcast was dedicated to a 3DS game in a series I don't even know existed, but from what I've played together, but what I've pieced together, Rosin previously had a fan podcast about this series before this one. Yes, yeah.
That's right.
I have to ask, what is it about these lesser-known games that draw you to them? I'm not trying to be judgmental. I, for one, love a lot of pretentious and niche movies myself, and I'm sincerely curious because a lot of my time spent with gaming has been pretty surface-level popular games that everyone's heard of. So I'm not sure if he's asking just about SMT here, or just niche games in general.
It sounds like SMT, but I mean,
it sounds like SMT, but we can answer for both, just niche games in general and SMT.
Yeah. But the reason I say that is because he goes on to say he said the games that I've spent time with have been pretty popular.
Yeah.
And that part makes me to believe he just means niche games in general.
Yeah, I feel like that's a valid way of looking at it.
Yeah, so we can answer for both. SMT, really interesting game series that's like Pokemon, but with religious figures instead of...
And, mythological whatevers.
It's basically more adult Pokemon.
That's one way to put it.
But,
it hurts me that that's how you put it, but that's a fair description for someone that doesn't know anything.
It's Pokemon with demons.
And catchy as hell.
Those demons are from mythologies and religions and fairy tales from all over the world.
And also... I have a fucking 4-part beginner's guide that's... no, don't watch it. That fucking thing sucks. But yeah, basically, it's just really cool that it incorporates a bunch of mythologies of, if you're really nerdy and into that sort of thing, it's fun to, see, different figures thrown in there. And also, just the stories have a very nice, morally ambiguous, plot to them that is maybe more common nowadays, but a few years ago wasn't so much. And I mean, even in terms of other games in the genre, it tends to be a little more serious and a little more, I think, mature.
It's also, pretty challenging
that
compared
too.
to other RPGs. And
Yeah.
that's why I really like it.
It's very
on
strategic.
top of, story stuff.
It's very strategic, and it demands that you pay attention and that you really get involved with learning how to play the game the way it wants you to, which... if you've ever heard of, why people like Dark Souls, I don't know how familiar you are with that, it's kind of like that in a way, where it's the challenge isn't there so much to be brutally punishing, but, there's some shit that's gonna hit you and prevent you to, from progressing, and you just need to learn how to deal with it, and that it's
a
very...
fun learning curve.
Exactly, it's very
that
engaging. Way. But not for everyone, especially if you get frustrated easily.
So, I feel like my answer is very clear in my complaints with Apocalypse being generic and cliche in a lot of ways. This goes for kind of niche RPGs in general and SMT in particular, but when you play a lot of video games, eventually you become very aware of the tropes and the things that will happen. You play enough JRPGs and you see things coming. I'm playing Trails of the Cold Steel, and I can see a lot of things coming, and a lot of things that happen I've seen before. But even that is, I guess, considered niche. But when you compare it to something like, Call of Duty or Battlefield, it gives you something that you don't really get elsewhere. And that's refreshing. I've played a lot of Final Fantasy, and then when I played Persona, I got an experience that I didn't get anywhere else before that.
That's
And
often
it's like,
it
yeah,
often scratches particular interests and itches. Like, I feel like one of my let's go back to religion. I feel like one of my first instances with any sort of media in particular that kind of examined the downsides of religion was the PS1 version of Final Fantasy Tactics. And as a kid, that always really interested me because I grew up in a pretty conservative, like, middle of nowhere fucking Wisconsin town where, like, religion was the norm, and I never really thought about it that way before. And I mean, growing up then, like, now I'm playing these SMT games where, like, they're pretty critical about, like, what religious ideology can do to people and, like, cause them to do.
yeah.
Like,
I mean, look,
it often, I think, is, like, mainstream stuff sometimes has things that they don't always delve into as much as you would like them to, and you can find other things that will fill those voids for you.
yeah, definitely. And I mean, like, you look at a series like when I had a huge love for Dot Hack, and like I go to Dot Hack and I get, well, the older ones, and I get like a game that analyzes the relationships people have on an online setting, and on top of that you get weird philosophical stories about AIs becoming, aware and all this other stuff, and it's like you don't get that kind of story in, like Skyrim.
Yeah.
You don't get that kind of story in your Call of Duties or your Maddens. And if you like lesser known movies and stuff like that, then I'm sure it's very similar reasons.
I was about to say, like, I feel like a lot of the same reasons you like those movies are the same reasons we are attached to these games.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a good email though. I like that.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Thank you.
Thanks,
Good
Tyler.
emails. Good emails.
Hey Tyler, you ever want game recommendations? Hit us up, fam.
Yeah, go play Drakengard.
no,
Don't do that one.
I don't want to ruin video games for him forever.
I'm just kidding.
Let's see. This one's from let's see. This one's from Ninto55. It says, hypothetical question. If a video game or movie series you love but isn't very popular were to have a sequel, would you rather A, the sequel keep the same quality the earlier ones you love had at the risk of the series not gaining any new fans and eventually not having any sequels? Or would you rather accept changes so that the property could be more successful so that more sequels would be made?
The first choice.
Like, it depends on the
Fire Emblem.
I think it depends on the series for me.
I feel like if it's adapting to a new climate, it'll be good if it changes and becomes more popular. But if it does that at the cost of losing what
you liked about
drew
it
you to it in the first place, then it's a bad thing.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I kind of hate to talk about it, but I because also too, like, don't get me wrong, Fire Emblem is a series that I've always really been interested in, and I had this conversation with people earlier today even. I'm not the biggest fan of those old games, and I think that that system of combat just in general has, like, the gameplay system the older Fire Emblem games pre-Awakening have, I think is very flawed in many weird ways.
It's definitely not perfect, but I really enjoy what it is.
I do too, but I do think that there are some problems that keep me from calling myself, like, a big fan. Like, I really like Sacred Stones, but even that game, like, has its own share of problems too. And part of that is because of the accessibility that they kind of added for that one. But I feel like a lot of the compromises and just the changes they made to that franchise with Awakening onward, like,
It's a game changer. Like,
I don't want to say that it ruined my interest or, like, it like hurt it for me or anything, but it's honestly like a thing of, like, because they kind of went that more traditional anime inspired JRPG route, any interest I had in checking out those games has kind of been lost by what I've kind of heard. Like, I don't feel inspired to go out and play those games anymore because it's like I can get that anywhere else right now. you know.
I mean, I guess it's different for me because I like grew up playing a lot of the Fire Emblem games, and like I don't want to say like I don't know how to explain it. Like I mean, I'm in the middle of writing a blog post because I'm replaying through Awakening right now because I want to like write down my concise opinions on that game, and like I don't know how to explain it. It's like
Love-hate relationship.
I would say like-hate relationship
Okay.
because like I mean, it's good that the franchise is going, but like it's a lot of like the design choices that they did isn't what I like about Fire Emblem. You know,
Yeah.
like I appreciate that Fates did a lot to like like with the conquest route, being closer geared towards like traditional fans. I really appreciate like they did something like that,
Hmm.
but like I really wish like the execution of that could have been better overall. I mean, I can't uh go into full detail because I haven't played it yet, but like, and I don't really have any interest to. So like, what I can say about it's limited, but like,
I want to sit you and Amanda in a room so you can talk about this shit because, like, I think that would go really, like, hardcore really fast.
but like, yeah, um,
That did you die or did?
no, that
Okay.
like I guess that's all I really have to say. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Um. Yeah, I'm trying to think in terms of like. Honestly, yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like if it's changing in a way that compromises part of it, like what it is, so it can be like a lot of the time I'm not a fan. Like, I mean, we just complained about Apocalypse kind of sacrificing a lot of the traditional SMT story stuff to become a little bit more acceptable for most JRPG players. And like,
But like that works out in its favor because they can always go back to, doing
exactly.
traditional stuff. But Fire Emblem, I feel like they can't do that anymore, else they're
Oh
gonna
no,
like
they
really
can't.
lose sale.
That
Yeah,
that series will die if they go back. SMT
yeah,
was doing fine prior. They just wanted more people to get in, which honestly, I
yeah,
do think
exactly.
accessibility is something that every game series in a way should strive for to some extent. I know a lot
Of
of people are
course.
like, "Well, Souls doesn't," but like actually fuck off because there's a lot of things in the Souls games and changes that have been made over the course of those games to make them more accessible. Like,
Yeah, you try playing demons and going straight to 3 if you're new to those.
yeah. Um like it's one of those things where it's a there's always like compromise that's gonna have to be made when trying to make things a little bit more widely appealing, and it's honestly a matter that like I can't give like a generic like generally should they or shouldn't they because there's so many different variables here. But I tend to lean more towards I would rather have a new game in the series that doesn't change things and possibly ruin them,
Yeah.
but that's just me.
But
Uh,
then we wouldn't have gotten Resident Evil 4.
Yep, that too.
It's such it's a case by case basis, you know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And honestly, that's another thing too. Where at the time, like right prior to when Resident Evil 4 came out, a lot of people don't remember. People were fucking sick of Resident Evil.
Yeah, Zero, like who even cared, you know?
Zero, who even cared? Code Veronica, I think, was the breaking point for a lot of people, where they're like, eh, and then Zero happened. It was like, oh
Yeah.
Jesus, and then 4 happened and made everything amazing. So yeah. Thank you, Ninto, for the question. All right, let's see. This one is from Gonzalo, and he says, "Hello, Rosin and Zach. Hope you're doing well in this post-election world."
Oh, oh,
My question is, having seen a lot of interactions between characters in crossover fighting games, I wondered, what are your favorite interactions between characters in crossovers or just in games in general?
Trick!
This is the perfect.
So,
Well,
so, um, Project Cross Zone series apologist VA Tricker is on board. So
This is the
fucking
perfect question. Oh my god. Okay, so really like Project Cross Zone because of that exact reason, you know. Like it when like I love seeing like that kind of interaction of like what if these two characters were in the same room kind of thing. And like Project Cross Zone 1, 2, Namco X Capcom to an extent like covers that. And that's why I love them so much.
I can't think of any crossovers that like.
Which is also why I really like the original idea of or concept of SMT Crossfire Emblem. You know, it had it like been like, you know, like been a traditional crossover, like the idea of like Demi-Fiend interacting with like the Sacred Stones characters who killed the demon are like, oh, this is awkward kind of thing. Like having like or like thinking of like that kind of interaction. Like I really love that kind of stuff.
Is the question just about video games?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think you can just talk about whatever crossover you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm trying to fucking think, and like I can't think of anything that like I really latched onto. Like there's always like when things cross over, and sometimes like there's like goofy jokes that can be made that are really good, but like I can't think of any like ones
Yeah.
that I really like are my favorite or that stand out to me. You know.
I feel like there's a lot of examples that are just like aren't coming to mind right now.
That too, but
Um,
also too like I don't know if you have the same thing. It's like I can think of a bunch of different like dumb goofy things, but like it's like a one-off joke, and like that's kind of the relationship, quote unquote, you know. Like,
yeah,
thing-
and
I
honestly,
mean,
I feel like that's mostly what you're gonna get with a lot of them.
like with Persona
Um,
Q, there's a lot of like random kooky jokes about the differences between the P3 and P4 cast, and it's like
That's because Persona Q has bad writing.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Ooh.
if you want to crossover between those two casts, the first Arena is a better one.
yeah.
And just the first one though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is here we're getting into it now. I've been a big fan of Type Moon for quite a while.
Oh no.
Oh boy,
Um,
here we go.
I'm not as into it now as I was, but I was really into it. Type Moon, I don't know if I've talked about it on here or not. Japanese company, visual novels mainly, also some written work. They're behind the Fate series, Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero. Those are the only good ones.
Dang.
Also, Tsukihime and Karen no Kyokai, if you're familiar with those animated movies. Was a novel series first. It was a fan-made manga that I thought wasn't that good, which got turned into sort of like a 10th anniversary celebration anime series. It's really dumb. It's called Carnival Phantasm. It is a bunch of dumb in-jokes for fans, but it's a crossover of the characters from all of the Type Moon works, well, the main ones, coming together. And it's really stupid, it's really lighthearted and goofy, but for like a longtime fan that's been into it for like 10 years now, honestly, it was fun. It was really fun. So that's mine.
Also, another thing about crossovers I love is like characters are tend to be depicted way cooler in there than in like their original work.
Yeah.
That's always nice. Crossovers are great. I'm glad this question was asked when I was on.
Okay.
That really is like the stars aligning for you, man.
I
Yeah,
know,
It's
right?
really fucking weird. Thanks,
I mean,
Don
Rawson
Gallo.
possibly couldn't have
No,
picked out that question.
I'm just going through the list, which is why we're getting on to the next question from Antinomy, who says, "Hey listeners, I hope you're happy with the latest episode. These three fucks actually, couldn't play D&D with us tonight because of it. Have a great day." Yeah.
Oh.
What?
Fuck you, Antinomy.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a chode. He has
I love
nothing
you.
better to do in his life, so he just has to be a big bully.
Zach, you've missed a lot in D&D. You need to come back.
You actually have.
I'm sure. I've been guys like let's break it down. I've been really busy. I plan to come back, but I can't make any promises for the next like month.
Oh,
Oh,
I used a banishment spell and I jacked a cart, and then like a fucking like Qui-Gon Jinn. I have like 2 supernatural lances that are fucking. I don't know what to explain anymore, but shit got weird, man.
yeah, like our morality is falling down to tubes with you gone.
We
That's great.
convinced a Dragonborn drug dealer, not the one I was looking for, but another one related to.
I like the listeners are probably really confused now because like
We're
the last
talking
they
about-
heard about the last they heard about this, you were our DM.
Oh yeah, no, this is fine. Let's not explain anything. So yeah, the last thing that fucking happened that that my no, not the last thing that was cool that my character did, but no, but there was a point where like we didn't know what the fuck to do anymore, so we convinced a Dragonborn drug dealer to have like a bad trip and like kill himself.
Nice.
And then Jake's character left forever. But anyways,
Yeah, he was getting now he's getting permanently hazed in the afterlife.
yeah, it's really fucking weird.
Yeah, this is a joke that people will understand.
Yep. Exactly.
Well, like the reason why I haven't been around is because things like, hey, you know what I'll be doing this exact point in time on Black Friday?
Oh.
Working,
Working. Like
having a nice
it's
day off at home.
It's a really busy season.
Well, it was Call of Duty Day not too long ago down at GameStop, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'll try to get on at some point. I promise, but
There's a podcast that Austin Walker, if anyone knows who he is, he used to be at Giant Bomb. Now he's Vice Gaming's new Vice Gaming head writer guy right now. And he has like a podcast that are just like actual plays, which are just like recorded sessions with like a group of friends. And he recently did one called Counterweight, which did a system called Mech Noir, and it's like a combination of mecha anime and like film noir. That like it's like it kind of promotes like not everything has to be a combat solution. Like you have connections that help you out and stuff. And I want to try DMing a game of that at some point down the line, but we need to fucking finish our own campaign first.
yeah, I'd be down for that though.
It'd be fun.
I would be down for like anything outside of like the D&D dungeon world after this.
I want to do an actual play at some point, but I don't think I'd ever be able to get anyone and convince them to do it. And also, to be honest, like...
Sorry, what's an actual play?
An actual play is just a podcast of people playing the thing.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I just think we need more people that are going to be available consistently.
I mean, like...
No offense, Dak.
Well, no, it's just, hey, man, it's a busy season, but... Like,
I understand.
Well, no, like, if we turned it into a podcast, I'd try to be involved at least somewhat.
And honestly, too, like, part of the reason that, like, I've never... Like, I'm also partially not fully comfortable with the idea because, like, we play tabletop rules very loosely. And, like...
Very loosely.
Yeah, and sometimes people could get pissy about that. But Friends at the Table, good stuff. Go listen to it. Actually... Austin Walker's just a cool dude in general. Go listen to Waypoint. Waypoint is kind of like the rebranded Vice Gaming, and they have a really cool ass podcast where it's him, Patrick Klepek, and oh god, I feel so bad. It's a woman who I think used to work at GameSpot. I can't remember her name, but yeah, they're all good folk over there, and it's a good ass podcast. It's one of my favorites so far, and it's only like 5 episodes in, I think. So
it's a good time to get on.
Yeah.
Not like this one where it's never a good time to get on.
It's never a good time to be involved with WAFP.
4-hour-long podcast. Have fun listening to that if you made it this far.
Like we're probably approaching 5 hours. Like who could possibly be listening to this?
Yeah.
You are. What are you doing with your life, man?
I appreciate it.
Speaking
Thanks
of
for
D and
staying up for so long,
speaking
you
of
tool. I mean,
speaking,
what?
oh, let me transition. Speaking of D&D, fuck you, Antinomy. Speaking of D&D, Darian, who I would like to inform we're starting the session, sent in an email.
Oh my
Says,
fucking.
"Hey, I hope you guys are doing okay after this long, awful week. Yeah, I'm holding up.
Yeah.
I've learned to cope. Um, I honestly feel that I've been in a rut since Tuesday. I am very sorry. Um, okay, so
No.
one, do you guys play any cell phone games? What would you recommend?
Eh.
I honestly just play a lot of games
Qualified.
on emulator on my phone.
Well, I mean, I do that too. Or I haven't done that in a while, but I normally do that. All right, I'm gonna load up my phone right now.
Other than my while you're doing that, other than my brief love affair with Pokemon Go, which was brief, um,
Yeah, same.
I okay. So this is gonna sound dumb. There is a Final Fantasy app. It's not a particular game. It's like just a Final
The
Fantasy
Portal?
Oh, you
app.
mean the Portal app?
Yeah, they have a version of Triple Triad on there, which I play every once in a while just to kill time. I'm a big fan of Triple Triad, so
I was
Same.
so hyped
Thank
for
you, Zach.
I was so hyped for that app, and then I saw where it's like, oh, you can only play ever so often. I got kind of bummed.
I don't know what you're
I
talking
don't
about.
think I want to
Or
play
maybe
Triple
not.
Triad that
There's
often
like a
anyways.
timer thing involved. It might not be like it limits your
Oh,
play, but
the
like,
think
Triple
it's
Triad
stamina.
thing?
yeah.
No, yeah, it's like okay, so it's like crystals based where you get like 5 games and then you have to wait a couple minutes. But
Yeah,
like
and that really bummed me out. Like
here's the thing about that though. I feel like it's perfect because like if you're the kind of person that's like I want to sit down and play Triple Triad for an hour, like just boot up Final Fantasy 8 or Final Fantasy 14.
I
This is perfect for like I've got like 10 minutes to kill. Let's play some Triad. You know that's what it's for. And like it recharges so fast that it's fine.
I'm playing a game of Downwell right now, actually, as we speak, because I saw
Oh, you're
that
not
the app
even
is on
paying
my
attention?
phone. Nope, fuck all
No.
of you. Downwell's great.
Downwell's pretty strong. Okay, I'm gonna shill out this one mobile game company called Rayark. They make rhythm games, and they make pretty good ones. I could recommend Sidus and Demo and Voez. Those are the 3 rhythm games that they made. They're all pretty different. I would recommend you check them out if you have like Samsung, Android, whatever phone. If you have the Google Play Store, they're free. I think all 3 of those are free. If you have an iPhone, I think they're like $2, something like that. They also made like an action game called Implosion, Never Lose Hope. It's pretty good. It actually looks really nice for a mobile game. But like also a battery killer, but and then if you're into like the more free to play stuff, you can play Final Fantasy Record Keeper for like those freemium kind of games. It's pretty good. You don't really have to pay any money to like get ahead kind of thing, or like how in like other mobile games you have to like keep paying to like catch up and stay ahead.
Yeah.
Record Keeper is a lot more like fair.
Honestly, my thing is like any game that like has a timer, I can't deal. Like I hate that shit. Like no one else's business. I get why they're there, but like I just personally like I want to like sit down and play, and if the game's like no, it's like oh.
Yeah, I mean they're definitely designed like the only reason they're there is to try to get you to spend money.
Well,
Like
also too, that's the thing too. If the timer wasn't there, a lot of the times there wouldn't be much of a game.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these games are designed though in a way where it makes it so that you play it in short bursts.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like that's mobile gaming's strong suit. Because like I never see myself pulling out my phone for like half an hour to an hour to play a game.
You also, or yeah, I guess that is like a problem. I can also recommend Reigns. Forgot which company.
Devolver Digital published
Yeah,
it.
I know they published it, but I forgot who made it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I've had Reigns on my tablet forever, and I've been meaning to play it, but I just never did.
I guess I should explain what Reigns is. It's like a pseudo like roguelike, or not roguelike, like the randomized choice, bullshit. And like you're basically playing as a king and you have to make choices, and it's basically like a yes or no kind of thing where like somebody will present you, hey, we should maybe do this, yes, no, kind of thing. And it's like pretty charming, pretty fun. Probably need to finish that game.
And like it's a thing too, or like you have to like manage like a bunch of different spectrums and skills.
Like resources, like with every choice, like your money, your like authority as a king, or like the power of the church or your military will go up, and you don't want them at max or like at 0.
Yeah.
Because if they're at max, then like
they'll take you over.
For example, yeah, like if your military power is at max, then they'll have like a coup and like kill you. You have too much money, you'll like have a feast and then you'll choke on your own food and die. If your populace isn't happy, they'll revolt, etc. So, yeah, Reigns is pretty cool.
Second question?
You can also...
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, lastly, if you're interested in competitive Pokemon, I mean, you probably know this if you play competitive Pokemon, but there's like an app called Pokemon Showdown. It's basically like you can easily make a competitive team on this thing and like play against other players.
I never knew that was on mobile.
Yeah, you have to.
I never knew that was a thing.
I think it used to be on the Google Play Store, but they like took it down. But if you go on like the Pokemon
itself.
Showdown site, yeah, they have like a.
Yeah, I always just thought that was an in-browser thing.
I think you can play it like that if you want to.
Yeah, you can. I know for sure that you
okay.
can play it in browser. I've done it at work before with people.
If you're interested in that, if that's your cup of tea, competitive Pokemon's
probably a better choice than Pokemon Go, but
actually, yeah.
Number 2. Has anyone ever wanted to write a story before but just can't get the words down? Yeah, and that's how I determined that I'm not a writer.
Not getting the words down. So I spend a lot of my time trying to write things. I've always kind of wanted to do it. I enjoy writing. Like, I enjoy the physical act of writing, in case people couldn't fucking tell. I feel like I started a stupid lame blog just to write shit, and like I feel like a lot of people that looked at my blog might have gotten a little taken aback, but I really like to write words. Like my blog posts are probably way longer and wordier than they need to be because of that. I've always wanted to write a story, and I've come into a lot of roadblocks along the way. Not getting the words out is probably something I've felt before. It's very hard for me to figure out, like, because I'll get an idea for a story, I'll get the scene in my head, and it's like, okay, how do I get there, and then how do I word this scene in a way that is enjoyable to read? And that's always like the big issue, where it's like, if I could just magically put what's in my head on paper, I'd probably be a trillionaire. No, not a trillionaire, but I'd at least have something done by now. But it's an issue for me to like make that next step into actually putting it on paper in a readable format. So I don't know if it's exactly the same issue you're talking about, but I've definitely felt similar issues.
So in terms of story stuff, there's a lot of like different like novels I've been in the planning stages of writing, and then getting like a chapter in and realizing I can't fucking write, and even like no amount of rewriting can salvage my garbage, and I'm like, I'm a no one to fold them and not bother, because like I'm obviously not good at this, and I also don't have enough interest on the subject to really learn how to be good at like fiction writing. So I just kind of closed that chapter in my life. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just stick to criticism of like shit and like video and audio editing because that's what I'm like good at and care about more so. So yes, but also too what I've kind of found as a substitute for that desire is there's actually a pretty decent sized community of creative individuals that are just dedicated to world building, and that's been a really nice outlet for me where the fun part of a lot of creative like fiction like writing stuff like that for me is just like coming up with the ideas and kind of just like fake histories and events and like inventing stuff and like just being able to kind of like be like fuck it, I'm gonna make a map and then just kind of piece together in like some dumb like document that no one else will ever see probably like how everything like interconnects and like the stories there to me is more interesting like this fake like cataloging of like fictional history. So
Yeah, that sounds so much fun.
uh and honestly like I kind of discovered it a little bit before I got more interested in the tabletop thing, and that helped me in a lot of ways become a better DM too.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
So,
Both of those last two things I said sounded sarcastic, and I mean them entirely sincerely, by the way.
no, I wasn't second guessing. No, like
Okay.
r/world building, very fun place, and also too, like I know Reddit's kind of shitty, like across the board, but
Kind of.
yeah,
Mhm, mhm.
those guys are pretty cool, and also too, like a lot of the posts on there aren't even like help me create my world. It's like what are the gangs of your world? Like tell me, let me know,
Yeah, like share your shit.
share your shit. And I always like I've never been confident enough to to like participate, but maybe one of these days I'll have something. Like honestly, like my fucking fictional world, the first thing it started with is goat pyromancers.
Hey man,
And
everything starts somewhere.
I went from there. So goat pyromancers. They're a race.
I
Uh
I don't know if I mentioned this or not before at this point, but like all growing up, I used to draw stick figure comics. And when I say I used to draw stick figure comics, I don't mean like I drew stick figures like fighting each other and that was it. I mean like I had multiple binders filled with an ongoing narrative about fucking characters that I created for these stick figures. Um, and I had like original stories. I had, this is kind of embarrassing, but I was fucking like a little kid, whatever. I had like a Zelda one I made where it was just like four binders long of just like a Zelda stick figure comic I just drew, and they were generic dumb bullshit that probably stole way too much from like cartoons and Dragon Ball Z and video games. Like they weren't good, but like
Fucked up
I've
how
always
I'm more than just a mask, boy.
it,
oh, I've always just I've always just enjoyed creating in that format, and
it's fucked up how future Sheik comes back in time to warn. No.
well, like even like I remember being a little kid and like my friends would be like, "Oh, do you want to play with our toys?" And they would just pull out their toys and make a thing, and I'm like, "Wait, you guys don't have like an ongoing story with this?" Because like for me, when I would play with my toys, it was like each time I would pull out my toys, it was like the next episode of my show. Yeah, and I feel
I
like that's a core difference in the way some people are, you know?
when I was like really little, I had a big collection of Mario toys that I got from like a garage sale thing, and it was like all the like it was like there's a couple Koopa like little Koopa miniatures, some Goombas, like Mario, Luigi, some Toads, Peach, Bowser, like everything, right?
Yeah.
And I kind of did that with those, and I had a really, really embarrassing like self-insert character that I also included in there.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and then like I don't remember, but like there is some I don't remember, but there is a point where like I just didn't want those Mario toys anymore, and I don't know why. And I'm
Because you were so embarrassed of yourself and your
yes,
character.
no, I was 7, so I didn't fucking know. I probably still thought it was cool at the time, but like I wonder if something traumatic or dark happened in that like narrative I created for myself that like I was like I don't like these toys anymore, you know? But I'm trying to remember more details, but like I remember I had a group of Mario toys where I used to do that with. But then
I
like
did it mostly with the main cast of mine were Beanie Babies, and I had like other older stuffed animals that I had gotten when I was like little kid, like 2 and 3, and those were like the older generation in this story, like of this fucking place. It was so dumb.
this is in
And
depth.
then like no, it was, but like the villain was like a Godzilla hand puppet, and then there was another villain that was like a fucking Galactica toy.
Childhood memories.
It's good stuff. But
Mhm.
the problem, I mean, obviously that was masterpiece writing, clearly. The problem is definitely always that step of like, how do I turn this into an actual thing?
Yeah.
You know, and in like modern times, it's like I took some writing classes in college, and I feel like that helped a lot. But that those classes are really good at helping you find out what's wrong with you, and
Mhm.
not necessarily how to take that step into doing it good. I found.
I listened to 11 hours worth of Brandon Sanderson. I can't remember his name. Uh, he wrote some fucking fantasy series that are very like I think like the Mistborn trilogy is the name of one of them. He wrote some. He finished the Wheel of Time series after the main author passed, and like he wrote a bunch of other like fantasy series that people like. And there's like an 11 hour altogether like lecture series because like he was just a professor at one point, and he's like I'm just gonna record a semester worth of like my creative writing class, and like I just listened to that like when I was like unemployed and just kind of like bored and had the free time. And by the end of it, my takeaway was like, okay, he taught everyone what the fuck they were doing wrong, but like, the fuck if I know if that made me a better writer or not. Like,
Yeah,
it's fucking, yeah, that's a problem.
I'll never forget. Like one of the last things I did in one of my classes was, and I think I told you guys this, but I don't know if I said it on the podcast. It was like write an action scene, and we had the thing where it was like you read it, or no, everyone would read it, and then your peers, like your fellow classmates,
Yeah.
would critique it. And the first thing someone said about my action scene was, it feels kind of like a video game, man.
Oh.
And like, yeah, he's probably right. And like, I don't know how to fix that, you know? Like,
Mm.
I had a recent so like as part of my so I don't want to say the name of my major because it's very specific to where I go.
no.
It literally this is a program someone within my institution like made up and like is pushing as a thing, and it's more so involved with like we're gonna teach you how to fucking do social media skills fucking good and put in some marketing business, some more creative stuff in there, like in my case video podcast editing, website design, graphic design, just basically technical skills that will help you like make your own shit online. We're gonna fucking teach you how to do that shit real good, and then we're gonna send you out into the world. And no one will know what the fuck the name of your degree is, but you'll be able to fucking prove to people that you've done shit and you can do shit competently in a very web-based space. And that's kind of what my degree is all about. Um, but as part of that, like, so part of that program is like, okay, you need to take some other discipline like classes depending on what you're doing. And I had a shit ton of like comp sci credits, and most of them didn't count, but some of them did. Towards like the requirements, and I'm like, I don't want to take any more comp sci classes. I switched from comp sci to this weird like very niche major. I don't want to take any more. So my other option was then journalism. So I'm currently in like journalism classes and stuff, and like that's kind of they're the final piece I need to finish everything. I am not a good journalist. I am. I've been told by every English teacher I've had that I'm a really good writer. Like I've actually had an English professor tell me that they cried reading one of my papers once.
Because it was so bad.
Yeah, yeah. And then they told me to never talk to them again. It was great. No, no. Like I actually had an English professor tell me that something I wrote was beautiful and that they cried in their office reading it. And I was like, oh, um,
That's a good feeling. I've had that happen similarly as well. That's a good feeling though.
um, I am very. People who know me, but like I'm a very emotional, grabby guy, and like I am very wordy with how I describe things. Anyone who fucking listens to me talk can know that. But I tend my sentences tend to be on the longer side, um, and I tend to repeat myself a lot when I want to hammer something home unintentionally. You can't fucking do that in any like news story. Like my writing style has just it it straight up is like something that just does not translate well to journalism. And like I'm doing really good in all those classes, but like it's one of those things where I'm doing well in like the academic sense, but like I don't think anything that I've ever written for any of those classes would really fly in like a real news outlet. Um and also too, like I've spoken with a professor where he was reading one of my things and he was like, "This honestly sounds like something that'd be way better for broadcast." And I was like, "I'm a video production guy," and he's like, "That makes sense." So, like, I write things unintentionally for better or for worse now, as if they were to be read for a script for something in video or audio form. That's just what I'm doing with my life now, and that's just what my writing style dictates. So I have
Okay.
two modes of writing, like emotionally pretentious English writing, and anything that's not that just sounds like a video script. So, yeah, I like I oh well, I got like one more semester of journalism classes to go, and it should be fine. But like, yeah, I'm not. I'm not going to be reporting on news stories any fucking time soon or writing any opinion pieces. Making a lot of videos about my opinions, but no opinion
Hey
pieces.
man.
Hey.
uh, I don't know how the fuck English majors and journalism majors can get along. Like you guys have such a separate view of what the English language should be that it's kind of terrifying. Anyways, um, yeah, that's writing is hard. I honestly,
Yeah.
when people tell me that they write and like that's their main hobby or their thing, I fucking respect those people. They work harder than anyone I think gives them like realizes. Um, but yeah,
Like,
especially too when like how many people do you know actually read anymore?
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah.
feel really bad because it's like you guys work so fucking hard and like like obviously the books as a medium are not going away, but like I feel like a lot of our generation, man, just they're not readers.
what's a book?
Exactly. Like I like to read, but
I'll wait till
like
for the movie.
yeah, I hear that all the time. It's like I like to read a lot, but it's just I don't have the time for it, you know? And like I would rather
Yeah.
play a game or watch a long TV series or something, which
I
makes me
gotta
Does
feel
manga
bad.
count?
super
Yes.
wanting. I gotta be like super into wanting to read this particular book to read it at this point.
Exactly. And like it has to be something that really fucking interests me. Um and like I feel bad because there's so many people I know that's like, yeah, I'm a writer and it's like that's cool, but also it's like, man, your audience is fucking small and you're working really hard for them. But you know what? If that's what they like though, that's good on them.
Yeah.
We
I
always
mean, it
need
could
writers
always
in this
evolve
world.
into like writing for movies or TV shows.
Yeah. Um how would you stop a crocodile invasion?
Oh my god. I don't. Oh my god.
So if
Is
you
this a
put a
reference to something?
Yes.
oh, it is. Okay. Um
Wait, Darian asked that, right?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know what he's fucking referencing.
Oh, I'm not, but fun fact about crocodiles, they close with like fucking pounds of force, but they really struggle opening their mouths actually. If you put a rubber band around a crocodile's mouth, they cannot open it anymore.
Problem solved.
So we just need to get a
GG.
bunch of fucking I think we just need to round up like a bunch of like people who are serving like lifelong sentences in the prison system and then just let them out with some rubber bands on the crocodile, and if they get 15 of them, their crimes are waived.
That's a good system. I like it.
Because that way we reduce the stress on the American prison system, and we don't feel bad if they get eaten because they're probably horrendous people that did
Monsters.
fucked up things. But then also too, the crocodiles are dealt with because they have rubber bands around their mouths, and then there's like maybe like 20 of them that like get away and are like back in the real life, but like they don't eh.
We solve a lot of problems here on WAFP.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
I'd use a
I'd
machine
fucking
gun.
kill them. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Good job, guys.
Which gun do you think would be the most effective in killing a crocodile?
The one that shoots bullets. What's the next question?
Amanda asks
Like how you... Anyways, go on.
Amanda asks Rosin, who the fuck is Amanda? You keep saying my name and it's making me feel really weird listening to your podcast. It's just some fucking loser. Don't worry about her. Not you. Like my Amanda.
What a mean thing to say, Bran.
Oh, phew.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it in there twice.
You did.
Ooh.
She doesn't listen to the... You know what? I keep saying she doesn't listen to this shit, but I'm pretty sure she listens to this shit. Anyways.
I mean, she specifically pointed out a moment of the last episode to me, so...
Yeah. Thanks, Bae. Not you emailing person. I mean...
Man, you're really
Fine.
fucking this up.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, this is good.
Amanda, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Amanda. That should
Well,
solve
I'm
all
pretty
problems.
sure at the very least people can figure out now who Amanda is to you based on this situation.
Yeah, I don't want to say it because I like the tension, but honestly, if you're like, go on Twitter. Every question you have regarding anything could probably be solved or made more confusing by my Twitter account.
She's your teacher.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That makes it really questionable.
Yep. That's who that is.
On like that moral, ethical level.
Thanks, Amanda, and thanks to Amanda. You're both great.
This is
Yeah.
the worst. Just stop
This is
talking.
good. No, this is good. Keep talking.
I'm sorry, Amanda. And you too, Amanda. Anyways. Alright, so this next one's from Bumpadump, and he wants to know, where do you all stand on the story versus gameplay debate? Here's my thing. You can do one good and the other shit. I'm not saying that they're problems. Like, obviously there's, like, logical, like, problems with that, where, like, if a game's gameplay is really shit, but it still has an amazing story, it's like that's still a problem and like maybe too much. But like in my opinion, you can have one that's poor and one that's really good, and I'm fine. But
It's a
you
case-by-case basis for
Yes.
me.
yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have a really controversial onion right here.
Can you fucking stop saying that?
Controversial onion.
How many times have you said that on this podcast?
Controversial onion. I've actually, I'm pretty sure that was the first time. But
No, I don't
Wow.
think it is.
oh, anyways, my controversial onion is that I think actually a lot of JRPG systems are like inherently not very good, but the story carries me through for a lot of them.
I don't agree.
I think it's too much of a case by case basis where sometimes
Yeah, there are games I go to like just for gameplay. There's games I go to just for story. There's games I go to for both. Like,
Mhm.
if the story is fantastic but the gameplay sucks, it depends on what the gameplay is, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But at the same time, like I don't want. and this is I don't want story in my Mario, like
Yeah. Like, there's also there's obviously cases where the story gets into the way of what is obviously a gameplay-oriented thing.
yeah. But like you kind of saw it honestly with Apocalypse, where like that gameplay is fantastic, but the story did negatively affect my opinion of the game in ways. So it really depends on how much I value the gameplay or story of that game. That depends on how it impacts me. So
Okay, also I wanna clarify something before my controversial onion is going to bring in a wave of emails. I don't think SMT gameplay is bad or like Final Fantasy or anything. I'm talking shit like Dragon Quest or like those generic ones. Like, I don't think generic RPG gameplay is fun, but the stories are usually what make me go through with it. But let's see. Or also too, the one I think about a lot where it's like story, and to be honest, this is kind of a trend that I don't know I could see becoming a problem in the future. We're seeing a lot of games in recent years where they're self-aware of the fact that a lot of AAA games try and fail to have very, very profound, like, self-serious stories. Metal Gear Rising and Doom are very much so on purpose silly and dumb schlocky stories, and they know that you're there for the gameplay, so they kind of try to have fun with what the story is or maybe isn't. I do hope I hope that trend stays to just a few games and doesn't become the norm, and then everything becomes this weird, shitty, ironic, game stories, am I right? I'm kind of worried about that happening, but I don't know. But like, yeah, I often think of Revengeance as being a game where it's like, you don't need to care about the story in a lot of games, or I mean, in other cases, like, God, I'm trying to think of a game. You know what? Actually, fuck it, I'll say it. I really liked Kingdom Hearts 1 when like that was the only game in that series, and I like Chain of Memories a lot. Kingdom Hearts 2 is a fantastic game from a gameplay point of view, but like it ruining the story and making all of the stupid shit, like introducing all the stupid shit into that series is kind of why I don't like Kingdom Hearts now.
no, you love it.
No, I don't.
This is a controversial onion.
Okay.
That's for damn sure.
What?
Your Kingdom Hearts
Oh.
thing.
Yeah. Honestly, though, like people know the story of those games are bullshit. It's just a lot of people say,
Oh, of course they are. They're
yeah.
Well, I think honestly, like I think that's what a lot of people like about it. To be honest with you,
I mean, it's enjoyable in like a stupid bad way,
Yeah.
but like,
look, I'm not saying that I mixed up my name and put an X in there when I was younger.
Oh. Oh no.
Not saying I did it.
Oh no. Anyways,
Zach, what was your Organization 13 name?
Don't worry about it.
no, but no, my thing with Kingdom Hearts though is I was like, this is like a really neat. Like, I liked it when it was like a fan servicey Disney Final Fantasy weird crossover thing. Then as soon as it became the weird shit with nobodies and all these fucking characters running around that like didn't relate, I was like, I don't care anymore. I don't know. Like, it started as a simple charming thing, and it got way too complex for its own good.
I still feel like 2 is in a situation where it's fine, but like met everything that follows 2 is where it really gets,
I don't like nobodies. I think the concept's kind of dumb. Like,
I think it's dumb because nobody should be called Heartless.
Yeah.
But now we're talking about Kingdom Hearts on this show, so...
Can we have the Kingdom Hearts Power Hour?
Here we are. We're here now.
Entertain us.
Oof.
I'm sure Zach will appreciate it, having an hour discussion about Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. I have nothing to say about Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
I want to get the I kind of feel bad I picked up 1.5 collection because they announced the PS4 collection of all the other games.
You know, I might actually get that collection and
I think I will.
Go through it again.
I think
I'm
will.
definitely going to. I want to play through 2.5.
I do.
I have not touched the Kingdom Hearts game since 2.
I really want to give to a second chance, but like I don't know. 'Cause
Just skip every cutscene.
yeah, that's my thing. Is like I know the gameplay is good, but like God, just every time anyone talks, it's like fuck this like 13-year-old shonen melodrama, you know.
No, it's great.
Uh, well, that's the end of the email list.
We ended on Kingdom Hearts.
Are we rolling?
We're never rolling.
Hold on. Oh my god, this is gonna be the longest episode you guys have ever done.
By far.
I don't think you guys are gonna peak this for
Alright,
a long
let's
time.
end this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Good night.
Wait, hold on. That's not how we're ending this.
Oh
Yeah, it
shit,
is.
you're right. Volcano.
No, hold on. I need to plug my stuff.
Oh fuck yeah,
Oh,
that's
jeez.
right.
We said the volcano already. You can't. That's not how our format works. We're fucking done. No, plug your stupid shit, asshole. Where can everyone find your dumb?
Yeah, I have a Twitter account.
Oh, I was gonna. Oh, okay, yeah. Where's your Twitter?
Yeah, I beat you to it, you fuckface.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This is why we don't
I
have
have
you on.
Wow, I see how it is.
No, I love you, Trick.
Thank you, Zach. I knew we kept you here for a reason.
Trick, in the
hate
amount of
when
time we
people fucking
recorded
say
this
that.
podcast, we could have beaten Resident Evil 5.
We probably could have.
Like, unironically, I think we could have beaten Resident Evil 5.
I agree.
No, that's
Okay, you
Twitter.
can find me at the A Trigger. That's my Twitter handle. Follow me or don't, whatever. I don't care. Fucking stupid fan. I mean, what? Anyways, I also have a blog. Hold on, I don't remember what my
The
blog
fuck year is
URL
this?
was.
Hey man, I got a blog too.
Hold on.
Yeah, Zach, plug your blog. That's
I'm going
the
on
real-
Twitter. Because I have my blog URL on Twitter.
Zach, do you want to plug
Hold
your
on.
blog too?
Okay,
Sure.
it's tricksradblog at blogspot.com. I only have one thing written, but there will be more. I'm gonna write
Oh.
about the TMP. Wait, we already talked about the TMP, so let's not do that.
I also have a blog, and mine is zacksLameblog.blogspot.com. I write about random shit. I haven't posted on there in a while, but I'll do it again soon.
Same.
I just kind of use it when I want to talk about something that won't fit in Twitter, and we're not doing an episode of this. And you can follow it if you want. Otherwise, follow me on Twitter, honestly, if you want to follow me on Twitter, you probably already do. Whenever I write something on the blog, I post it on the Twitter, so that's that.
Me too.
It's really fucked up. He takes his post and like breaks it into 140 character chunks, and he just one after the other. Just Control X, Control V over and over again. No. You're fucking here. You're at the Rosin Zone. You know it. Yeah, I'm gonna make that NES Classic video. I'm gonna try and do that next week. My USB controller for NES and for SNES are coming out, or are coming soon, so that's neat. I'll do it after I get those. But other than that, I'm going to start up my Transistor LP that I've had the footage recorded for forever now, but I just never actually, like, I need to just talk over it, basically, and then put it out there. So, I want to do that, and maybe do, like, I haven't decided yet if I want to do a bunch of episodes and then do a, like, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday release schedule, or, like, Tuesday, Thursday release schedule. I'll figure it out. But then, I said in my previous video I uploaded that I couldn't, get Titanfall 2 to run, but like I said, that was just, like, a weird-ass fucking issues with, like, my graphics card being not recognized as what game should be running in. So I might do a blind Let's Play of the Titanfall 2 campaign. I've only played the first mission, so that could be fun. I've heard that campaign does some weird shit, so I don't know. I've never really done a blind Let's Play before, and I kind of just want to see if I can fucking do it and make something that's not garbage, so...
I think that's a good game choice for it, because it's going to be consistently exciting. So.
And also short.
Yeah.
So, if I fuck up, and also too, if I fuck up, I don't have to upload it. That's the beauty of videos.
Welcome.
Actually, never mind, I take that back, because we fuck up every one of these podcast endings, and we still upload it, because...
Welcome to We Are Finally Podcast. I'm Zach.
My name's Trick. I'm the host.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
Crimson lights the sky, the birds still asleep, like a dream it shines from heaven's safe key. Children's songs we sung, as soft as the breeze, and this fields our home. I long for those days. I call out these prayers to the sky, heavy with thought. See your face. I carry these memories inside, thoughts of a soul colored by love. See me grow wings and fly high. Passions will die down below. I burn in the basin of fire. Watchers look on as they dance in the merciless sky, watching me, watching you. Silent black, the dawn, and time tells its tale. Darkened blood, it flows. The forest receives. Look within the dark, as deep as you dare. There inside you find destruction you seek. I call out these prayers to the sky, heavy with thought. See your face. I carry these memories inside, thoughts of a soul